Where am I? What the Lin Fan groggily opened his eyes, and suddenly they widened in shock as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a tall, alluring woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her curvaceous figure perfectly accentuated. What caught his attention was the black whip she held in her small hand, which she cracked against the chair, producing a resounding smack. Her gaze, filled with mischief, turned towards Lin Fan, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she approached him, chuckling softly. What do you want? Lin Fan's eyes widened, a jolt of electricity coursing through his mind. Goodness, he murmured, his lips slightly parted, his expression one of utter astonishment. He initially believed he had awakened to find himself kidnapped. However, the reality was far different. He had traversed from the world of Blue Star to this realm dominated by women, where the male population was exceedingly scarce. The gender ratio had reached an alarming 1 to 100,000, and in some underdeveloped cities, it was as dire as zero. Lin Fan was a recent graduate of the prestigious Magic City University, having gone to bed early the previous night in preparation for a job interview the following day. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself in the clutches of a goddess he recognized as the belle of his class. The original owner of this body had suffered from an extreme case of gynophobia. Any contact would send him into a fatal seizure. Thus, Lin Fan had taken his place, sharing the same name as the original. The original succumbed so easily due to relentless harassment from exquisite women, leaving him psychologically and mentally fragile. My goodness, so I have crossed over. I knew it couldn't be a mere coincidence that after watching a film from the island nation and rewarding myself thrice, I would end up kidnapped. With this realization, Lin Fan felt a wave of calm wash over him, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Sister, what do you intend to do? What do you think? The alluring woman raised her long leg and placed it on Lin Fan's chair. Lin Fan gasped, his pupils trembling. Sister, you truly know how to have fun. Listen, you inside, you're surrounded. Surrender your weapons and release the hostage. Do you comprehend the consequences of abducting a male? This is not something you can bear, nor can the nation. Outside the window, several helicopters hovered ominously, a chorus of threatening voices echoing. The alluring woman scoffed. Wow, they arrived quite early. Dropping the whip, she sauntered towards the window, intent on drawing the curtains to prevent any interruptions during her special night. Wait, being kidnapped doesn't seem so disadvantageous for me, Lin Fan thought. Astonishment painted across his face as he observed the scene outside. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as a dart shot through the glass, striking the woman in the neck. A sound akin to an injection echoed in the air. With a thud, the woman collapsed, her eyes wide, her body convulsing, foam escaping her mouth. Save her! A shout rang out, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. The security door was violently breached, and a swarm of special police officers rushed in, accompanied by several female officers brandishing firearms. Wow, the caliber of today's female officers is remarkable, Lin Fan thought, his eyes wide as he gazed at the leading officer, nearly drooling. The response was swift and ruthless, an impressive display of efficiency. Are you all right, young man? Officer Zhou Tong approached, crouching beside Lin Fan to untie him. Her cheeks flushed as she avoided making eye contact with him. Lin Fan then realized he was clad only in black shorts, his well-defined muscles exposed to the A.I.R. No wonder the alluring woman found it difficult to resist. Sir, given that you were kidnapped for a duration of 12 hours, we will compensate you according to the latest national directives with a sum of 120 million. Please provide your bank account details, and we will transfer the funds within 3 days, Zhou Tong stated seriously. Taking notes, did I ask this for real? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned before recalling his account number, relaying it to her. Very well, sir. Please follow me downstairs. I will escort you home, Zhou Tong said, her head lowered as she walked ahead. This was her first time being so close to a man, and her cheeks flushed deeper. As Lin Fan followed her into the elevator, he noticed the other female officers staring at him, their gazes lingering for less than 3 seconds before they reluctantly looked away, casting envious glances at Zhou Tong. As the elevator doors closed, Zhou Tong stood merely a meter away, and Lin Fan could detect the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, youthful and vibrant. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Lin Fan and Zhou Tong exited the building and entered a police car. Zhou Tong drove him back to his residence at Tang Chunyi Pin. Upon realizing he lived in such luxury, Lin Fan was still in shock. Due to the gender imbalance in this world, males could select a residence valued at no more than 100 million upon birth. Lin Fan had chosen Tang Chunyi Pin. Unfortunately, females did not enjoy such privileges. My goodness, this place is nothing short of paradise, Lin Fan marveled, tilting his head back in delight. With a smooth sound, half an hour later, the police car halted outside Lin Fan's building. Zhou Tong glanced at him reluctantly. "Sir, we've arrived. You may disembark." She hesitated, wanting to add Lin Fan as a contact, but hesitating due to the societal norms surrounding female advances. "Shall we add each other as friends?" Lin Fan suggested, smiling as he held out his phone. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously, and after exchanging contact information, Lin Fan stepped out of the car and headed upstairs. Upon entering his home, he inhaled the fresh air eagerly. In his spacious 300-square-meter apartment, Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, feeling utterly elated. "I'll rest today and resume my job search tomorrow," he thought, closing his eyes, hugging a cushion, and drifting off to sleep in the cool air. Ding dong. Later that evening, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Lin Fan stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Wow. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he beheld a petite delivery girl struggling to hold a large box. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled shyly, revealing her small silver teeth. "Sir, I brought you a complimentary, luxurious dinner." Complimentary? Lin Fan's eyes widened as memories flooded back. It turned out that after graduation, a high-end restaurant would deliver meals to him daily. The meal is complimentary, and its specifications must fall within the range of 30,000 to 50,000. The state imposes particularly stringent inspections in this regard. Thus, it is predominantly set at 50,000. "Please, do come in," Lin Fan said, stepping aside to invite the young girl in. The young girl, revealing her small silver teeth, entered while carrying a takeout box. She limped over to the edge of the dining table and placed the box on the floor. Bending down, she showcased her graceful figure, opening the box and retrieving dish after dish, placing them on the table. As she did so, she announced each dish. "Sir, this is Wellington steak, 2 pieces, totaling 5,000. This is South China lobster, priced at 5,000. This is La Fight, costing 20,000. Additionally, there are gourmet desserts for 3,000, iced jade grapes for 1,000, and South African pineapple for 2,000. Moreover, 3 abalones at 500 each, and a plate of cold dishes for 1,500. Lastly, the luxurious king crab, priced at 10,000. And these side dishes are 1,000, totaling 50,000. Sir, I also brought the snacks you specifically requested, grilled cold noodles, which I purchased with my own money, worth 5 yuan. It's my treat. Sir, please take a seat quickly, or the food will get cold." The little girl, Tang Yu, sat down beside Lin Fan, waiting for him to finish. Lin Fan, seated at the table, gazed in astonishment at the array of exquisite Western cuisine, including La Fight, something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Could he truly indulge without cost? Lin Fan parted his lips. Nearly drooling, he picked up a crab leg and began to devour it ravenously, neglecting utensils for the Wellington steak, opting instead to grasp it with his hands. Watching Lin Fan's gluttony, Tang Yu's eyes increasingly filled with fascination, her lips parting as saliva pooled. "Is there this much?" Lin Fan, halfway through, felt slightly overwhelmed. Yet to waste it would be a shame. Lin Fan turned his gaze to Tang Yu. "Come over, let's share, there's too much. Oh no. I'm just a delivery person. I cannot eat with you, sir. I'm unworthy," Tang Yu replied, her head bowed as she waved her hands fervently. "It's perfectly fine. Come here. I can't finish it alone," Lin Fan said with a smile, standing up as he approached Tang Yu, taking her small hand and guiding her back to the table. "Sir, if I'm discovered, I will be fined," Tang Yu whispered. "I promise not to tell," Lin Fan assured her, looking earnestly into her eyes. "That's not what I meant, fine," Tang Yu murmured, sitting across from Lin Fan, her gaze falling upon the feast as she began to eat delicately. It was her first time tasting such delicacies, and soon her cheeks flushed as she began to eat voraciously, much like Lin Fan. Puffed. Seeing Tang Yu's demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Sir, I'm sorry for my behavior," Tang Yu said, instantly slowing her pace. "It's all right, quite charming. In fact, Lin Fan replied, blinking. Tang Yu shuddered, her eyes widening as she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red, her legs pressed tightly together, her heart racing. Finally, an hour later, they finished their meal. Tang Yu tidied up the table, placing the utensils back into the takeout box. She bowed to Lin Fan, say sir goodbye. Waving her small hand, she struggled to lift the takeout box and walk towards the exit, eventually disappearing at the doorway. So blissful, Lin Fan sighed, reclining back in his chair, his body sprawled in a relaxed posture. This place is truly a paradise, a celestial abode. I can eat without spending a dime. As Lin Fan closed his eyes, drifting into slumber, the doorbell rang again. Could it be that Tang Yu was caught sneaking a bite? Surely not. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, rising to head towards the door, opening it once more. You. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. At the entrance stood a stunningly tall and elegant woman, clad in a fitted white dress that accentuated her flawless physique, her skin radiant and a charming smile gracing her face. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a blush crept across her cheeks. Sir, I have arrived at Ah. Lin Fan hesitated, memories racing through his mind. Eventually, he recalled that there was indeed a service for bathing assistants. Moreover, it was complimentary, with the only stipulation being that the attendant must be a goddess, with a comprehensive rating of 95 or above. Curiously, Lin Fan inquired, what is your overall rating? 95, sir. Should you find me unsatisfactory, I can be replaced, the elegant woman, Song Yu, said, her face revealing a hint of disappointment as she looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. 95? Lin Fan's eyes widened, scrutinizing Song Yu, thinking to himself, such an exquisite goddess, and she is merely rated 95? She must be at least 99. Ahem, no need for a replacement. You are perfectly suitable. Come, let's proceed, Lin Fan responded, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Throughout his life, whether in the past or present, he had never engaged in any intimate encounters with women. His only experiences were merely from afar, watching silently from a distance. Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, watching Song Yu in the bathroom as she knelt by the bathtub, filling it with water, one hand testing the temperature. With the other hand, she retrieved rose petals from her black bag, tossing them into the water. Her expression was serious, her eyes bright, devoid of any misunderstandings, as if she were accustomed to this routine. How many boys have you assisted with bathing? Lin Fan asked out of curiosity. Sir, just you. Song Yu replied promptly, standing with her hands placed modestly before her abdomen, her smile radiant and her legs poised, as if reporting. Only if you choose to. Dismiss me will another girl come to serve you, and I would then have the option to choose another sir out of course. In such a case, I would generally be left unemployed. A faint smile of resignation graced her lovely face. Why is that? Lin Fan asked, intrigued once more. Chapter 3. With a free Lamborghini purring and the tank brimming with fuel, the exquisite Song Yu found herself in a rather peculiar predicament. No gentleman would ever choose to be attended to by a bath attendant who had previously served another. A faint smile graced her delicate features as she dipped her hand into the bathwater, testing the temperature. Sir, the water is just perfect and ready for you, she announced. Do I need to undress? Lin Fan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, stood up, somewhat anxious. No, you needn't. I shall assist you. Just come over, Song Yu replied. Her cheeks flushed as she placed her hands modestly before her, feeling a tad uneasy. Is that so? Lin Fan smiled and approached her, opening his arms wide and closing his eyes, only to feel his outer garments being deftly removed by Song Yu, layer by layer. In a surreal twist of fate, he found himself gently submerged in the tub, her face aglow with a rosy hue as she knelt beside him, her gentle hands splashing water over him. Sir, please relax. Do not tense up. Allow me to massage you to alleviate your fatigue, she said softly, her fingers working their magic on his shoulders. Under her skilled touch, Lin Fan soon drifted into a state of blissful relaxation, eyes closed and spirit at ease. As Song Yu's hands delved into the warm water, she continued to help him unwind. After half an hour, Lin Fan emerged from the bath, standing on the cool floor. Song Yu, towel in hand, spread her arms wide from behind, wrapping the towel around him. Sir, it's done. I will tidy up the bathroom now, and this service concludes, she stated. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. I truly appreciate your assistance. Not at all, Song Yu murmured. Her gaze lowered as she began to clean the bathroom. How much do I owe you? Lin Fan inquired, pulling out his phone. It's complimentary, she replied shyly. It is my honor to serve you. Really? How considerate, he exclaimed, a wave of surprise washing over him as he stepped out of the bathroom. Taking a seat on the sofa while admiring Song Yu as she knelt on the floor, diligently wiping the tub and the tiles. An hour later, Song Yu, carrying a small black bag, made her way toward the exit, waving her hand. Sir, I must take my leave now. I will return tomorrow evening. All right, Lin Fan yawned. Feeling utterly relaxed thanks to her ministrations, he reclined on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning began with a complimentary breakfast, valued at 50,000 yuan. Lin Fan sat at the table, savoring his meal. Once finished, he rose and made his way to the door, slipping on his shoes and casually picking up his bag. His gaze was drawn to the car keys lying beneath it. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he found a yellow key glimmering back at him. Goodness! Is this not the key to a Lamborghini Veneno? He gasped. It dawned on him that this was a special vehicle provided by the state for young men who had just turned 18. Additionally, due to his exceptional merits, his overall score was rated as SSS. Equipped with a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 60 million. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he grasped the car key and made his way downstairs. Upon exiting the elevator, he arrived at the garage, where a sleek black Lamborghini awaited him in its designated spot. The car's elegant lines and smooth curves resembled a maiden unclad in garments. Lin Fan swallowed hard, his fingers caressing the car door gently as he pressed the key fob. A melodious hum resonated, and the driver's side door gracefully swung open. Seated within, Lin Fan inhaled the rich aroma of luxury that enveloped him. This was sheer ecstasy. The car was free to drive, fuel was complimentary, and he received a monthly vehicle maintenance allowance worth 300,000. With a chuckle, Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, and after starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator, speeding out into the world. Today, Lin Fan was interviewing at one of the Fortune 500 companies, the Yang Group, an international investment firm valued at over 5 trillion. It was a colossal entity, and countless individuals vied for a chance to join, eager to enjoy the enviable benefits it offered. Doubt flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he pondered whether he would secure the position. He parked in the company's lot and stepped out of the car. Just as he alighted, he heard the sound of someone swallowing. He turned to see a striking woman, her long legs adorned in black stockings. Stepping out of a red Ferrari, she gazed at Lin Fan, her throat visibly working as she swallowed repeatedly. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan smiled and waved. Apologies for the unexpected attention. The woman quickly lowered her head, murmuring, I didn't mean to. It's quite all right, Lin Fan replied graciously. And he proceeded toward the entrance of the company. The interview was set to take place on the 13th floor, but upon entering the elevator lobby, he found it teeming with people, primarily recent female graduates. A multitude of long legs paraded before him, and the lobby was so crowded that it was nearly impossible to enter. Seriously? The interview starts in 30 minutes, and I can barely get into the elevator? He pondered, lingering at the side. Suddenly, a slogan on the wall caught his eye. Men's elevator accompanied by an arrow pointing toward another entrance. What? Lin Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he hurried over. This new elevator lobby featured 6 elevators, a stark contrast to the previous one with only 3. He promptly pressed the button, and as the doors opened, he swiftly entered, selecting the 13th floor. In less than a minute, the elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. As he stepped out, Lin Fan was greeted by a long line of candidates, each absorbed in their personal resumes, none of whom took notice of him. Lin Fan stood silently at the back of the queue, waiting patiently. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the front. Taking a deep breath, he caught sight of the previous candidate emerging from the interview room, head bowed, tears glistening in their eyes, a look of desolation etched on their face. With such high demands, who could possibly succeed? Alas, isn't this a bit unreasonable? I, a Ritterni elite, have not been accepted. Lin Fan pondered to himself. Is it truly this difficult? Instantly, his hopes for the interview dwindled. He resigned himself to merely going through the motions. As he stepped inside and pushed open the door to the interview room, Lin Fan was greeted by 3 interviewers, with the chief interviewer seated in the center. Wait, isn't that the alluring lady I saw in the morning? Lin Fan took a seat in the middle of the room. The 3 interviewers simultaneously lifted their gazes, focusing intently on Lin Fan. It's you? The elegant woman in black stockings, he gasped, her mouth agape in surprise. You're here to apply? Why didn't you say so earlier? He Bing rose, circling around, and rushed toward Lin Fan. What is going on? Lin Fan felt a twinge of nervousness as He Bing approached with such fervor. Chapter 4. The Considerate He Bing. Lin Fan's expectations for the 4 exceptional goddess assistants. Ha! Our group has finally welcomed a gentleman, He Bing exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth as she stood before Lin Fan, tilting her head back in mirth. She swiftly produced a contract and handed it to Lin Fan. Sir, please take a look. Are you satisfied? If not, I can arrange for a different one. Let me see, Lin Fan replied, taking the document and lowering his gaze to examine it. The contract was straightforward. The position was vice president of the company, with an astounding annual salary of $5 billion. There were no requirements listed. On the contrary, it offered full housing and vehicle subsidies, available immediately upon employment. Moreover, the company would provide 4 exceptional goddess assistants. As for the requirements, any type could be requested, with the company conducting public recruitment later on. Wait, are you joking? Lin Fan stared blankly at He Bing. The smile on her face had morphed into one of disbelief. Had there been no legal constraints, she would have eagerly pulled Lin Fan into the vice president's office. How could this be a joke? This is real, sir, He Bing chuckled. We finally have a male in our company. Now, during meetings and collaborations, we want to be ridiculed by other Fortune 500 companies. Instead, we shall be the ones laughing at them, teehee. He Bing bent slightly, revealing her alluring figure, the pristine outline of her neckline unmistakably visible. Sir, just sign it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan signed the document. The instant his name graced the page, another female interviewer appeared behind him, producing confetti and launching it into the air. Wonderful. Congratulations, sir, on your successful employment. Sir, a grand endeavor awaits. The gazes of the 2 women were filled with cheerful smiles directed at Lin Fan. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a predatory glint in their eyes. Reminiscent of the look he had witnessed yesterday when Song Yu bathed him, a gaze she had concealed with great subtlety. Sir, please follow me. I shall escort you to your office, He Bing said, swaying her hips as she led the way. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Fan followed closely behind. Arriving once again at the elevator area, which was bustling with people, Song Yu, appearing somewhat bashful, flashed Lin Fan a smile. Sir, you may wish to take the men's exclusive elevator. All right, how many floors? The 31st floor, the top floor. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Fan made his way to the adjacent elevator, pressed the button for the 31st floor, and felt the ascent begin. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and as Lin Fan stepped out, he was greeted by a row of resting seats. He approached and settled himself upon one, seeking a moment of respite. At this time, other departments were just beginning their workday, and a procession of exquisitely uniformed women passed by Lin Fan, each gaze lingering on him for a full 2 seconds. 3 seconds would have been excessive, but 2 seconds was already quite a feat. Some even seemed to play a game, glancing for 2 seconds, pausing for 1, and then looking again, as if attempting to decipher the beauty etched upon Lin Fan's face. Am I particularly handsome today? Lin Fan mused, stroking his face with a self-satisfied smile. He retrieved his phone to admire his reflection on the screen. Yes, he was indeed handsome, yet regrettably, he was without a girlfriend, unable to fully unleash the vigor within his heart. Lin Fan had come to understand this predicament yesterday. At present, he could not pursue a romantic relationship. He needed to wait until he reported to the Dawn Hall after joining the company, where he could express his requirements for a partner. Once he found someone suitable in the Dawn Hall, and they successfully paired, she would become his first girlfriend. Subsequently, they could bind their fates on a dating app, thus making her his future wife. Moreover, any progression would have to commence with a concubine. She would need to undergo a series of evaluations, ultimately succeeding in becoming Lin Fan's concubine, after which he would personally assess her eligibility as his legitimate wife. It is noteworthy that there were no limitations on the number of legitimate wives or concubines. Lin Fan could even establish a grand harem if he so desired. Sir, I apologize for the wait, He Bing panted as she emerged from the opposite elevator, beads of sweat glistening on her brow and her hair damp. No worries. Let us proceed, Lin Fan replied, rising to his feet as He Bing guided him toward the already prepared office of the vice president. Sir, from this day forth, you shall be the beacon of fortune for our esteemed group. You possess the authority to mobilize any aspect of our operations and can command up to 80% of the group's total assets. an extent of power surpassing even that of the president and chairman. Although you hold the title of vice president, your position is indeed more elevated than theirs. You may freely issue directives to them, and they shall comply with great willingness. He Bing smiled in a manner reminiscent of flattery. Is that so? Lin Fan responded awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow and murmuring, Am I not stepping into a den of intrigue? What did you say? He Bing inquired softly, biting her lip. Nothing, nothing, Lin Fan replied, increasingly aware of the palpable allure emanating from He Bing. He Bing opened the door to an office, and Lin Fan's gaze wandered inside, revealing a spacious 100-square-meter workspace, complete with a private restroom and a lounge area. The furniture was crafted from solid wood, and the computers were of the highest caliber, complemented by exquisite tea sets created by renowned artisans. Sir, I need you to share your preferences regarding the 4 assistants, and I shall assist in their recruitment. Rest assured, it should be accomplished by noon, He Bing said with a smile, bending slightly to draw out the executive chair. Is that so? Lin Fan settled into the chair, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand. Can it be anyone? Certainly. You have the final say, He Bing replied, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. Well, let us start with an 18-year-old youthful beauty, Lin Fan stated, as if selecting a consort. Understood, sir, He Bing diligently recorded. What else? Next, I would prefer a tall, elegant lady of 18, Lin Fan continued to ponder. Noted, sir. Is there anything more? How about a sophisticated 30-year-old? Lin Fan suggested. Very well. He Bing jotted down the request, secretly pondering, why not someone like me, a 26-year-old enchantress? With a hint of melancholy, she softly remarked, Sir, there remains one last position. For the final one, I desire a stunning Amazonian beauty, approximately 180 centimeters tall, with an impeccable figure and a beauty rating of at least 95, Lin Fan specified. Your preferences have been duly recorded, He Bing replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. I wish you a pleasant workday, sir. I shall proceed with the recruitment. Go on. Go on. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He Bing cast one last glance at Lin Fan before departing. How exhilarating! Lin Fan exclaimed as soon as the office door closed, leaping from his chair. To be a vice president and a lucky star. Clearly, men hold extraordinary significance for the group. Furthermore, considering the subsidies provided by the state, one could easily sustain themselves without seeking employment. I merely wish to experience the beauty of this world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously, his gaze settling on the computer as he began to familiarize himself with Yang Group, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his assistants. Chapter 5. The 4 Exceptional Secretaries, the Dawn Hall. Lin Fan's astonishing request at 10 o'clock, Lin Fan received a call from He Bing, informing him that the recruitment had commenced, attracting an impressive 130,000 applicants, all of whom met Lin Fan's criteria for extraordinary goddesses. By 10:30, a knock resonated at the door. Sir, the candidates have arrived, He Bing announced, resembling a matron of a pleasure district as she gracefully entered with 4 stunning courtesans trailing behind her. Lin Fan's gaze fixated ahead, his eyes widening in astonishment as he thought, Goodness, have I exceeded my expectations? The first to step forward was a petite girl, approximately 158 centimeters tall, her slender form radiating a soft fragrance. Clad in a striking yellow Lolita costume, she possessed a captivating allure. Cough, cough. Next, Lin Fan gestured, and the little one moved aside, her face alight with delight. The second entrant was the tall, alluring woman Lin Fan had specifically requested, an 18-year-old with an innocent visage. She donned high heels, standing about 168 centimeters, her enchanting features paired with flawless, fair skin. As she walked, her waist swayed gracefully, exuding an air of sophistication, complemented by black-framed glasses that added a delightful contrast. Cough, cough. Next, Lin Fan said, feeling overwhelmed. Living with 4 beautiful assistants might very well transform him into a different person. He Bing smiled and waved her hand again. The third candidate was a mature woman in a white bodycon dress, her voluptuous figure exuding an undeniable charm. She appeared remarkably well-nourished, her curvaceous silhouette suggesting a nurturing nature. Cough. Next, Lin Fan urged. Finally, the last entrant commanded Lin Fan's full attention. A statuesque beauty, standing at 183 centimeters, entered the room with long legs that seemed to stretch beyond measure. Dressed in a short skirt, her alabaster legs were elegantly adorned in black stockings. Fully exposed to the air, Her collarbone was striking, her hips wide, waist slender, and shoulders broad. She epitomized the ideal of grandeur Lin Fan had envisioned. That will suffice. He Bing, you've done well. By the way, come here. Lin Fan recalled an important detail, beckoning her with a finger. What is it, sir? He Bing swayed her waist as she approached Lin Fan, bending slightly, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. They don't have husbands, do they? Lin Fan inquired cautiously. Of course not. Sir, in this world, finding a husband has become an exceedingly luxurious aspiration, He Bing replied, her large eyes blinking as she attempted to hint at something without being too overt. That's good to hear. By the way, they are all untouched, right? Of course. She confirmed with a playful smile. He Bing pursed her lips and nodded gently. You performed admirably. I shall grant you a bonus. You may leave now. Lin Fan's hand lightly patted He Bing's shoulder. Yes, esteemed president. He Bing bent slightly and walked towards the exit, silently sighing within. It appears that the esteemed president has given no thought to me at all. After all, I am a rare beauty. Rated a perfect 98 in both appearance and figure. Humph. You four come here. Lin Fan beckoned, closing his eyes. Give me a massage. Yes, esteemed president. The four exquisite goddesses could hardly contain their eagerness. They had not dared to hope for the chance to encounter a man, yet today, one had unexpectedly descended upon them. Each was determined to seize this opportunity with fervor, striving to present themselves all at once. One grasped Lin Fan's leg, while another clutched his arm. Their roles were clear as they squeezed his fingers and began the massage. Suddenly, a flurry of ringing broke the moment. The little assistant, ever observant, swiftly picked up Lin Fan's phone, answered it, and brought it to his ear while kneeling on the floor, her duties firmly etched in her mind. Who is it? Lin Fan inquired lightly. Sir, this is the Morning Dawn Hall. A melodious voice reached him, causing Lin Fan's eyes to brighten. Yes, I will be there shortly. Very well. Sir, we eagerly await your arrival. Wishing you a pleasant day. The young lady smiled softly before gently hanging up. Lin Fan stretched lazily, rising from his seat. All right. You four may return to your offices and stay there. I am heading to the Morning Dawn Hall. We shall discuss matters upon my return. May the esteemed president find his desired companion. They wished him respectfully. Wishing the esteemed president a triumphant return. May the esteemed president be blessed with many children. The four girls knelt, bowing their heads in reverence towards Lin Fan, their cheeks slightly flushed, eyes glimmering with dreams. Thank you, thank you. The directness of one girl left Lin Fan momentarily speechless. He promptly donned his outerwear and made his way outside, driving his Lamborghini amidst the gasps of the female interviewees as he headed towards the Morning Dawn Hall. Arriving at the entrance of the Morning Dawn Hall, Lin Fan had expected a throng of people. To his surprise, it was deserted, save for the receptionist standing behind the counter, her face adorned with a professional smile. Sir, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Lin Fan enter, her smile growing even brighter. Ahem, this is my first visit. I presume I need to state my requirements. Indeed. Sir, the receptionist replied, taking a seat and preparing to input data into her computer. The rating for appearance and figure must be 99 or 100. Very well, sir. Is there anything else? The receptionist gazed at Lin Fan, her heart racing slightly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Another one between the ages of 18 and 20. Must be a virgin, preferably from a prestigious family, a young lady, and ideally around 165 centimeters in height. Sir, I have duly noted your requirements. The search is expected to take 3 days. We will be filtering candidates on the matrimonial app, and there will be events launched for you to consider at that time. Please also take care to strengthen your body in preparation for a duet. The receptionist stood up, walked to the back, and returned with a cup of goji berry and red date tea, respectfully handing it to Lin Fan. Thank you, Lin Fan said, his face adorned with an awkward smile. He took a hearty sip of the tea before departing. The receptionist murmured to herself, this gentleman's standards are rather low. A score of 99 is acceptable, while the other gentlemen demand a perfect 100, which naturally results in a matching period of an astonishing 6 months. Chapter 6. The competition among 9 extraordinary goddesses. Lin Fan's choice is her, with flowing red waves. Am I being too demanding? Lin Fan pondered while seated in his car, resting his chin on his hand. In his previous life, women with such criteria were essentially superstars, a rarity in the nation. Well, it's just 3 days. I'll revisit this after that. He fixed his gaze ahead and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the company. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fan overheard a flurry of discussions among female employees. Did you see? The matrimonial app has released the matchmaking criteria for the Dawn Hall. They only require a beauty and figure score of 99. Am I eligible? My goodness. I've never seen such a low standard for a young man before. I barely meet the requirements. Me too. I'm going home to dress up. I plan to apply at the Dawn Hall tonight. I'm going right now. I've already taken leave. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's eyes widened as he noticed the entire office area was suddenly deserted. The company had gone into standby mode. What on earth? Just as he was about to intervene, he saw the door to the president's office swing open, revealing a stunning woman, approximately 168 centimeters tall, with luxurious red hair cascading in waves, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. She was tall and elegant, her charming face briefly glancing at Lin Fan before she swiftly made her way to the elevator. Lin Fan recognized her as Yang Mi, the esteemed president of the Yang Corporation, a perfect score of 100 at the age of 20. It was somewhat shocking to him that such a remarkable woman had yet to marry. President, he began, but before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Yang Mi breezed past him like a gust of wind, entering the elevator with the rhythmic clicking of her high heels. Faint murmurs could still be heard. I wonder if my type meets the requirements of the morning Dawn Hall. I sincerely hope so. At the age of 20, I am yet to be married. If I remain single any longer, I shall become an old maid. Sigh, isn't that so? Lin Fan's eyes widened, astonished. Sister, you are so enchanting. Why fret about not finding a partner? Goodness. Lin Fan shook his head and prepared to return to the office. He Bing also rushed out of the office with great haste. As she passed by Lin Fan, she cheerfully remarked, President, the office is nearly empty today. You may leave for the day. Except for your assistant, everyone else has gone to the morning Dawn Hall for interviews. Is that so? Are you really leaving just like that? Won't other companies surpass us? Lin Fan inquired curiously. Not at all. At this hour, other companies are likely just as deserted. President, farewell. I'm off. He Bing dashed into the elevator. Lin Fan even noticed the cleaning lady, moving with remarkable speed, closely following behind. Goodness, this world is utterly crazy. Even the most exquisite goddesses are heading to the morning Dawn Hall. Lin Fan shook his head and returned to his office, taking a seat and closing his eyes, relishing the massage from his 4 exceptional assistants. 3 days later, Lin Fan received notification from the morning Dawn Hall that the interviews had concluded. 9 women who met the criteria had been selected and awaited Lin Fan's arrival for the final selection. The timing was to be determined by Lin Fan. He decided on 10 o'clock that morning. After rising, stretching, and taking a shower, Lin Fan donned a crisp suit, munching on a ginseng root as he made his way downstairs. He entered his Lamborghini, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards the morning Dawn Hall. Inside the morning Dawn Hall, 9 stunning goddesses, each with a perfect score of 100, sat in chairs, fidgeting nervously, heads bowed, their delicate hands nervously smoothing their skirts. Their youthful faces radiated innocence, unmistakably the countenance of inexperienced young women. The makeup room was ready. Should there be any dissatisfaction with their appearance, they could refine it further. As soon as the receptionist finished speaking, the 9 exquisite goddesses sprang to their feet and rushed towards the makeup room. At 9:50, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the morning Dawn Hall, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hesitating to step forward. After all, in 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience, devoid of any prior knowledge. Finally, at 10 o'clock, Lin Fan exited the car and walked step by step into the morning Dawn Hall. Upon entering, he beheld a row of elegant women standing at the counter, each dressed in various styles, some in long red gowns, others in black mini-skirts, some in exquisite black stockings, and others in white. There were short-haired and long-haired beauties, some with mixed heritage. Goodness, Lin Fan thought, squinting as he observed the splendid forms. The 9 women lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Oh, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, focusing on a striking woman in the center. She possessed flowing burgundy waves and a mature, enchanting figure. Wasn't she the president of the group, Yang Mi? It had to be her. Lin Fan raised his finger and pointed at Yang Mi. At that moment, the 9 other beautiful women lifted their heads, looking at Lin Fan with hopeful anticipation. When they realized he was pointing at her, Yang Mi gasped, her mouth agape, her delicate form trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, her face alight with disbelief. Indeed, it was you, President Yang Mi, Lin Fan reaffirmed. Why, after finally securing an interview, I am dismissed without hesitation. My dear brother. My husband, gone. I yearn for a man. Why? The remaining 8 women broke down in tears, and in response to Lin Fan's slightly awkward and apologetic gaze, they lowered their heads and hurried outside, each leaving behind a captivating silhouette. Sir, please follow me, the receptionist said, her cheeks flushing as she stepped out from behind the counter. Madam, please prepare yourself, she said to Yang Mi with a somewhat indifferent expression. Then, turning to Lin Fan, her demeanor transformed into a warm smile as she invited him, swaying gracefully towards the upper floor. Upon reaching the upper level, Lin Fan discovered a series of rooms. They arrived at the door of a spacious room. The receptionist extended her hand, opened the door, and gestured for Lin Fan to enter. As he stepped inside, a fresh scent of roses enveloped him. The floor was adorned with red roses, and in the center stood a large, soft waterbed. Nearby were cups of warm goji berry and jujube water, prepared in advance. Sir, please follow me. We shall bathe. The receptionist guided Lin Fan into the bathroom. She knelt on the floor, her delicate hands reaching for the prepared bathtub, testing the water. Sir, the water temperature is just right. You may undress. Chapter 7. Sweet Co-op. 108 Ultimate Trials for Concubines. Is Lin Fan a stud? With his eyes closed, Lin Fan settled into the bathtub, luxuriating in the receptionist's ministrations. She knelt behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders, soothing his fatigue. Occasionally, she would lift the goji jujube water to his lips, offering him sips. After half an hour, Lin Fan, wrapped in a towel, emerged from the bathroom and sat on the waterbed. He paused for a moment, bouncing slightly, thinking to himself, this is splendid, truly luxurious. How delightful. Sir, all is prepared. I wish you a pleasant experience. The receptionist bowed to Lin Fan before departing. 10 minutes later, a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Come in, Lin Fan called out, his gaze eagerly directed towards the entrance. Yang Mi appeared resplendent in a flowing red wedding gown, standing gracefully upon the ground, adorned with a crimson veil that accentuated her mature and elegant beauty. Her tall stature exuded a breathtaking allure. Darling, I have arrived. Her voice rang clear and pure, evoking a sense of her gentle disposition. Come here. Lin Fan felt a twinge of nervousness, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. With a hesitant step, Yang Mi advanced, and as she crossed the threshold, the door swung shut behind her. Simultaneously, hidden rose petals were released from above, cascading through the air under the gentle breeze, filling the space with an enchanting floral fragrance. Lin Fan felt a rush of exhilaration, his blood beginning to surge with fervor. Darling, Yang Mi's voice quivered, her legs trembling slightly, her body instinctively poised for what was to come. Come over. Lin Fan extended his hand, beckoning her closer. With deliberate steps, Yang Mi approached Lin Fan. He grasped her arm gently, pulling her towards him. Ah, she gasped, collapsing into his embrace. Lin Fan tenderly lifted her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Darling, I adore you. Being able to be your woman fills me with immense happiness, Yang Mi confessed, her gaze locked onto Lin Fan's, still shy in her declaration. Likewise, Lin Fan replied, tilting his head to grasp Yang Mi's chin, kissing her with a fervent passion. In that moment, Yang Mi leaned into Lin Fan, and with a sudden force, they tumbled onto the bed together, enveloped in a whirlwind of emotion. The following morning, Lin Fan luxuriated in a bath, enjoying Yang Mi's attentive ministrations as she massaged his shoulders and cleansed his body. Once the bathing ritual concluded, Lin Fan stood, and Yang Mi carefully wrapped a towel around him, softly murmuring, Darling, it's done. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon her flushed cheeks as she lowered her head, her small hands shyly concealing herself, resembling a bashful bride. Shall I assist you in washing? He inquired with a smile. No need. Darling, I would feel embarrassed. Yang Mi replied, casting a coy glance his way, causing Lin Fan to inhale sharply, internally exclaiming at her enchanting charm. Darling, please fetch the red date and goji berry water for Yang Mi, she requested. Lin Fan obliged, sipping the drink as he stepped outside. Upon exiting the bathroom, Yang Mi cautiously closed the door behind her, settling back into the tub to continue her own bathing ritual. However, if her movements became too vigorous, a slight wince of discomfort would surface on her lovely face. In the dining hall, after enjoying breakfast, Lin Fan and Yang Mi departed. As Lin Fan drove, he noticed Yang Mi engrossed in her phone, her brow creased in concentration. What is the matter? He asked curiously. Darling, this concubine assessment is exceedingly challenging. But I assure you, I will strive to do my best, she replied earnestly. Yang Mi waved her petite fist, her face resolute. How long is the assessment? Is it extensive? Lin Fan inquired again. Well, there are a total of 108 evaluations, which include the husband servitude exam, domestic responsibility assessment, wife qualification test, maternal evaluation, intimate skills examination, 3 obediences and 4 virtues assessment, good wife and loving mother test, culinary skills evaluation, grooming assessment, practical issues examination, and cohabitation duration evaluation. As Yang Mi relayed the details, Lin Fan's expression shifted to one of gradual astonishment, pondering, could it be that the women in this world endure such hardships? He felt a pang of sympathy, yet realized that if he wished to take a concubine, this was merely the first step. The same applied if he aspired to have a legitimate wife. My dear husband, for me, it's not particularly challenging. The difficult parts are the intimate skills examination and the cohabitation duration evaluation. I have been trained for this since childhood. Answering these questions is quite straightforward for me. However, for the more specialized assessments, I hope you can assist me and provide some extra training. Yang Mi gazed at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, her eyes pleading. Rest assured, you are already my woman. It is my duty to support you, Lin Fan said, gently patting her small head. Hee. Yang Mi bit her lip, her delicate face radiating the demeanor of a dutiful wife. The Lamborghini came to a halt in the parking lot, and Yang Mi waved her hand as she stepped out, heading towards the company. Husband, make sure to rest well. I will return home in the evening. Understood. Lin Fan chuckled wryly as he watched Yang Mi depart. He promptly opened the central storage compartment of the Lamborghini, retrieving a free century-old ginseng provided monthly by the government. He plucked a root, placed it in his mouth, and chewed vigorously before swallowing. At that moment, Lin Fan felt his depleted energy gradually replenishing. It seemed he needed to exercise moderation. He couldn't neglect his health simply because Yang Mi was so enchanting. Lin Fan turned the steering wheel, preparing to head home for a rest. Ding dong. Lin Fan's phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from a matchmaking app, an arranged dating notification. After the processes at the Dawn Hall concluded, he would enter the matchmaking services backend. Once a compatible female candidate met the criteria, the matchmaking procedure would commence. Goodness, have I become a stud? Is there no time for respite? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, only to exhale a sigh of relief upon further inspection. It was merely a simple matchmaking process, not the intense experiences at the Dawn Hall. What a scare. If I had to endure that kind of scrutiny every day at the Dawn Hall, I would surely feel my life is fleeting. Lin Fan glanced at the photos accompanying the matchmaking notification. They featured 2 college freshmen, both 18 years old. One was noted as the dance department's belle, while the other was the campus beauty, with a statuesque figure, charming visage, and exquisite features. The family backgrounds of the 2 young ladies are quite remarkable. Both are prominent figures in their respective circles. Among them, the belle of the dance department has a penchant for cosplay, often donning rather alluring outfits, which Lin Fan finds rather pleasing. As for the campus beauty, she is devoted to fitness, her physique exuding a mature allure that captivates the attention of the boys from afar, providing them with a visual thrill. Chapter 8. The competition of 2 goddesses, a startling gamble. The ladies' duel commences. Furthermore, the dating app has arranged for both encounters to occur simultaneously, effectively allowing Lin Fan to conduct a straightforward assessment, a high-stakes choice between the 2. Initially, Lin Fan was quite curious as to why he could not select both. The app's response was that there were simply too many attractive candidates. Thus, it only offered a service of extreme selection, permitting a choice between the 2. Of course, should he find both particularly appealing, he could send the other a curated set of 360 evaluations. Achieving an average score of over 95 would qualify them for the position of concubine. Quite an intriguing setup. A smirk crept upon Lin Fan's lips as he chuckled to himself, likening it to an emperor selecting his consort. He mused that, for the ladies, this endeavor might be even more challenging than an emperor's selection. With a shake of his head, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator and headed towards the rendezvous point provided by the app, a high-end restaurant. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the 2 individuals the app had introduced, the dance department belle and the campus beauty. They were seated at adjacent tables, both appearing somewhat anxious, occasionally glancing at their phones or checking their reflections in mirrors to scrutinize their appearances. Lin Fan approached them with a smile, announcing, "I am your date. Please, come and sit." He took a seat at a new table. The 2 stunning women looked momentarily startled, but promptly settled into their seats across from him. Their gazes filled with palpable rivalry. Lin Miaoxue, is it? The campus beauty sneered, fixing her gaze on the dance department's Lin Miaoxue. Now that you've met me, your failure is inevitable. Huh? Dong Tian, do you genuinely believe you can prevail? This young man is destined to be mine, Lin Miaoxue retorted, a playful smile gracing her lips as she eyed the campus beauty. Lin Fan listened quietly, refraining from intervening. In this matchmaking scenario, the two ladies were undeniably rivals, and he was the object of their competition. Well, it's time for me to state my requirements, Lin Fan declared, surveying the two exquisite goddesses. Instantly, they straightened in their seats, watching him with a mixture of caution and eagerness, fearful of displeasing him. My first requirement, Lin Fan contemplated for a moment, realizing that he could not conjure any outrageous demands. After all, in his view, either of these remarkable ladies would be a splendid choice, both worthy of vying for a higher position. In the recesses of memory, there were no standards for assessing girls like Lin Fan. Coughing awkwardly, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Why don't you express your sincerity first?" Without hesitation, Miss Lin Miaoxue opened her small handbag and placed a bank card on the table, declaring, "I can offer a dowry of 50 million. I will contribute 100 million, Dong Tian retorted, also producing a bank card from her handbag and placing it on the table. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering, is this truly happening? The woman is offering money? Goodness gracious, is this not something reserved for version T0? A gentle smile graced Lin Fan's face as he conceded, in this regard, Dong Tian prevails. I. Lin Miaoxue stammered, her anxiety mounting. Biting her lip, she retrieved a red property deed from her handbag and placed it on the table, asserting, I can also provide a spacious 300 square meter apartment as our marital home. Humph, I have a villa, Dong Tian countered, placing her villa's property deed on the table, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of disdain as she regarded Lin Miaoxue. Lin Miaoxue's eyes widened in astonishment, and with gritted teeth, she slammed a black car key onto the table, declaring, a Maserati worth 30 million, to be counted as part of the dowry. I have one as well, Dong Tian said casually, producing a Ferrari key and placing it on the table, igniting Lin Miaoxue's frustration. Her expression darkened, a flicker of red flashing in her eyes. I can also be formidable. Dong Tian merely smiled lightly. Lin Miaoxue could no longer endure the situation. Whatever she proposed, Dong Tian simply raised the stakes. Under such circumstances, she felt utterly outmatched. I. Her mind raced, and finally, she stood up, pointing a finger at Dong Tian's face. I am a black belt in Taekwondo, and I challenge you to a ladies' duel. Huh? Lin Fan, seated across from them, stared in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the notion of a ladies' duel. Closing his eyes and pondering, he could not decipher the concept. However, upon consulting a dating app, he finally understood. It was a last resort for women competing for a man, a duel that was exceptionally fair. Once initiated, it could not be interrupted, with the stakes of life and death hanging in the balance. A ladies' duel, is it? Do you think I fear you? Come on. Dong Tian rose to her feet as well. The two moved to an open area. With a sharp command, Lin Miaoxue launched a punch toward Dong Tian's delicate face. Dong Tian did not evade, countering with a punch directed at Lin Miaoxue's visage. With a resounding thud, both staggered backward a step before they re-engaged in combat. Each landed blows upon the other, their eyes reddening with determination. They both understood that such opportunities for matchmaking were rare, perhaps only occurring once, as the competition among women was exceedingly fierce. Once this village is passed, there shall be no more shops of this kind. Thus, the two of them exerted every ounce of their strength, resorting to a desperate fighting style. Upon noticing the blood splattered across their faces, Lin Fan sprang to his feet, ran to the side, and shouted, Please, stop fighting. I am willing to take you on. With a resounding thud, Lin Miaoxue's eyes widened as she delivered a fierce punch to Dong Tian's neck. With a crack, Dong Tian's body trembled, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Ha, I've won. I've won, Lin Miaoxue exclaimed, tilting her head back, waving her small fists, and laughing heartily. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she too fell to the ground. Lin Fan promptly called for an ambulance, the good news being that the medical facilities in this world were exceptionally advanced. As long as one did not perish, it was merely a trivial matter. The bad news was that he had yet to make a choice, as both of these individuals would require a second chance at romance after their discharge. What a predicament! However, Based on the principles of a warrior's duel, it seemed he ought to choose Lin Miaoxue. This petite flower, with her strong-willed nature, resonated somewhat with him. Lin Fan shook his head and walked outside to his car. Chapter 9. Lin Fan's casual post stirs national sensation. Douyin erupts upon returning home. Lin Fan took a moment to rest before picking up his phone to peruse the marriage and dating app. He noticed several messages waiting for him. After some time, he stumbled upon a rather astonishing fact. A staggering 95% of the females had never seen a male. Never seen one, have you? Hee. Allow me to grant you a little indulgence. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously as he removed his shirt. Instantly, his well-defined 8-pack abs and 2 chiseled pectorals were revealed, exuding an aura of explosive vigor. He glanced down at his legs, which stood as sturdy and straight as pillars. Lin Fan browsed through his phone, realizing the camera boasted an impressive 8 million pixels, sufficient for his needs. Thus, he made his way to the bathroom, dimmed the lights, and began to take selfies. With his lips curling into a devilish smile, he flexed his muscles, showcasing their impressive definition. His fair skin contrasted sharply with his robust physique, giving him the appearance of a strong and handsome young man. A sense of youthful vitality radiated from him as he turned slightly, revealing a resolute exterior. With a decisive click, he stopped the recording and glanced at the playback. The video lasted a mere 3 seconds, a casual capture, albeit with a slightly awkward angle. Nevertheless, it was satisfactory enough. Without any accompanying music, he uploaded it directly onto the trending video platform, Douyin. As soon as the video was posted, Lin Fan noticed a comment appear in the back end and curiously clicked to open it. Wow, my dear, how could you possibly share such an embarrassing video? Oh dear, this is all mine. Humph. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he glanced at the username Adorable Mimi. He thought to himself, this must be Yangmi. Lin Fan was aware that once they emerged from the Dawn Hall, their information was preliminarily bound. All of Lin Fan's accounts could be accessed by Yangmi. Of course, she could merely observe, while Lin Fan possessed the authority to view and even alter Yangmi's accounts at will, exerting complete dominion. Alas, this was mandated by the state. Once one entered the Dawn Hall, it was akin to selling oneself. Despite this, countless women still flocked to him. How about it? Isn't my husband handsome? Lin Fan replied playfully. Yes, darling, you are the best. I adore you. Yangmi's lips curled into a smile as she set her phone down, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Covering her face with her small hands, her mind wandered back to the vivid scenes from the previous day in the Dawn Hall. Her heart raced, and a wave of bashfulness enveloped her, a feeling so potent that Lin Fan would undoubtedly be unable to resist should he witness it. It seems this video isn't particularly special. Only my little Mimi has responded. Sigh. Lin Fan laid back on the bed, preparing to rest. Unbeknownst to him, the notifications on Douyin were actually delayed. Just 3 minutes after he set his phone down, his video began to explode across the internet. In a university dormitory, a young girl suddenly sat upright in bed, her mouth agape as she fixated on her phone screen. She even began to lick the screen, exclaiming, "He is too handsome." "Oh my husband. What are you watching that's so exciting?" asked a roommate, looking up. Nothing, the girl quickly replied, defensively lowering her phone and closing her eyes as she lay back down, her legs slightly crossed, her heart racing with infatuation. Goodness, a true idol. The roommate, scrolling through Douyin, stumbled upon Lin Fan's video showcasing his impressive physique. "Oh, if only I had a husband like him," she lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered, "How can there be such a perfect idol in the world? Truly, it's a boon for us women." At the Yang Group headquarters, He Bing sat in her chair, sipping water while quietly browsing her phone. Suddenly, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, and she murmured, "Is this the president? He is so incredibly manly." She gasped, overwhelmed by the sight. He Bing Meng rose abruptly, seizing a tissue from the side, akin to a panther, and darted into the restroom. During the midday break, numerous attractive female employees were engrossed in their phones, captivated by Lin Fan's video, the sound of their gasps echoing across every workstation. "Oh my, upon witnessing such a male deity, I feel faint." One female employee began to convulse, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the floor, her mouth slightly ajar, frothy saliva beginning to spill forth. "Quick, call an ambulance." Soon, an ambulance arrived. Another female employee also fell to the ground, and in a moment, countless individuals from the Yang Group were being rushed to the hospital. The cause of their distress was unanimously attributed to an overwhelming surge of vitality, stimulated by external factors, resulting in brief unconsciousness. At a prestigious high school, within the office, beautiful female teachers were also taking a break, idly staring at their phones. Some were secretly indulging in risque films, though they found them lacking in authenticity. Suddenly, a female teacher widened her eyes, fixated on the screen displaying Lin Fan's sculpted abs. "Isn't this the male deity?" she exclaimed, astonished by his presence. She opened the comment section and posted, "Caught a glimpse of the male deity. If fate allows, I hope to join him at the Dawn Hall." A chorus of gasps erupted as countless female teachers began to salivate, their eyes glued to their phones, utterly entranced by Lin Fan's video. Such occurrences were rampant across the nation, even internationally. Lin Fan's renown continued to proliferate as his videos spread further, with the number of likes soaring at an astonishing rate, eclipsing even the rapid rise of comments. His follower count ascended exponentially. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from Lin Fan's phone stirred him from his slumber. Chapter 10. The national male deity, Lin Fan, dubbed the women's friend, Douyin's premier male idol. What noise is that? It's unbearable. Lin Fan frowned, groggily opening his eyes and glancing at his phone. The first notification that caught his eye was from a dating app. "Mr. Lin Fan, your video on Douyin has benefited women across the nation. Following internal review, we assure you that for every video you post, the state will reward you with 1 million yuan in cash. This promise is eternally valid." What? Lin Fan's eyes widened, his mouth agape, thinking to himself, "Is this real? I merely posted it casually." He glanced at the subsequent notification, noting the likes on his Douyin video were still climbing. Before he went to sleep, it had been 1 like, courtesy of Yang Mi herself. Now, it had surged to a staggering 1.03 million, and the numbers continued to escalate rapidly. Lin Fan felt that at least 10 million was a reasonable baseline. Had he truly become an overnight sensation? It seemed improbable, after all. It was merely a 3-second video intended to showcase his physique. Had he truly ascended to the status of a national idol? Curiosity piqued. Lin Fan glanced downward to find the third message was quite straightforward, boasting an astonishing 3 million comments. Could it be? The comment count exceeded the number of likes? Had the world gone mad? He then observed the share count, which was equal to the number of likes. Letting out a sigh of disbelief, Lin Fan accessed the back end of Douyin and scrutinized the statistics. Followers, 690,000. What? Lin Fan parted his lips in astonishment. The most prominent influencer on Douyin was merely a beautiful young lady known for her dancing, with a follower count of just 530,000. Yet here he was, with a single video, achieving 690,000. Goodness, was this the privilege of being a heartthrob? Was this what it meant to exist in a realm of celestial beings, basking in the adoration reserved for idols? Lin Fan felt as if he had surpassed even the most celebrated stars from his previous life. He had never heard of any major celebrity who could garner nearly 700,000 new followers right after releasing a video. Moreover, he had merely shot the video casually and uploaded it without much thought. Out of curiosity, Lin Fan reviewed the video. Noticing the top comment read, "I am currently mesmerized." This comment had amassed an astonishing 350,000 likes. The second comment was a simple 2-character phrase, "hubby." It too had garnered an impressive 290,000 likes. Absurd, truly absurd. As he perused the subsequent comments, he was bombarded with messages such as, "Does the heartthrob need a girlfriend?" and "Let us go on a blind date," handsome, among others. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he held his phone, strolling towards the bathroom, arriving before the mirror. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "No, I cannot replicate the previous video." Thus, a spark of inspiration struck him. He set the phone down and decided to take a shower first. Once finished, while the bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze, Lin Fan, completely unclothed, began taking selfies. The fog obscured everything but his muscles, creating an ethereal effect that concealed his modesty. With a click, he pressed the button to record. 5 seconds later, it was done. Lin Fan was not particularly skilled in posing and utilized only 2 stances throughout the shoot. After completing the poses, he paired the video with an invigorating piece of music and uploaded it to Douyin. Once again, Lin Fan refrained from checking any feedback and instead glanced at the clock. It was 3 in the afternoon. Time for a bite to eat. He ordered a complimentary luxurious meal and settled onto the sofa to await its arrival. A half hour later, a faint knock echoed through the air. Lin Fan opened the door to find the delivery girl neatly placing the order on the table before departing with the delivery box. Lin Fan settled into his chair, indulging in a lavish feast of abalone, lobster, sea cucumber, and steak, accompanied by red wine and juice. With a deep sigh of satisfaction, he relished the meal for an entire hour before finally finishing. After a brief tidying up, he sank into the sofa and eagerly picked up his phone, his heart racing as he opened Douyin. His gaze was drawn to his follower count, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He had surpassed 2 million, reaching a staggering 2.56 million, far ahead of many female influencers on the platform. The likes on his second video had also soared to an astonishing 5.96 million, while the comments reached an incredible 10.36 million, and shares amounted to a remarkable 3.98 million. Goodness gracious, this is insane, Lin Fan exclaimed, clicking on a comment that read, "Hubby, I adore you. I want to have your babies. Woohoo." In this world, men must be held in the highest regard, otherwise, they risk facing legal repercussions. Lin Fan immediately recognized the sender as his little wife, Yangmi. He shook his head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, scrolling down to find an avalanche of comments. Male God, male God, male God, invincible and unparalleled. I love you. Hey there, can we discuss something? I wish to enter your dreams tonight. Is that all right? Boohoo, I'm so in love. You're simply a friend to women. Aw, I swear I'm not drooling. Lin Fan covered his face, unable to bear the sight. The subsequent comments bordered on disrespectful to men, teetering on the edge of propriety. However, for him, it was of little concern. As a man of stature, he was unperturbed by such things. That evening, Yangmi, due to working overtime, did not return home for a duo gaming session with Lin Fan. Still feeling a bit drained, he acquiesced. The next morning, Lin Fan sipped on goji berry and red date water while driving straight to the office. Upon entering, he noticed a beautiful receptionist casting furtive glances his way, her gaze evasive, as if she were concealing something. What could be the matter? Curiosity piqued, he ventured further inside, only to observe that every female employee averted her eyes as they passed him, each appearing as though burdened by a guilty conscience. Odd. Lin Fan made his way to the male-only elevator and pressed the button, ascending to his floor. Exiting the elevator, he glanced towards Yangmi's office. She was still at work. Deciding not to disturb her, he returned to his own office. Just as he entered, he was taken aback to find he'd been kneeling sneakily beside his office chair. What are you doing? Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing with jealousy. Was this truly happening? Such an audacious display from a sophisticated, mature woman. How could he possibly withstand this? Mr. President. He being swiftly stood up, adjusted his clothing, lowered his head, and hurriedly dashed out, a fragrant breeze swirling around him as he passed by Lin Fan. Chapter 11. The frenzy of female employees at the company, the overseas sensation and the shocking remarks of foreign netizens. What is happening? Curiosity danced across Lin Fan's face. Is today a special occasion? Why do they look at me as if they have seen a ghost? Lin Fan touched his face, feeling quite normal. He took out his phone, using the reflection to check, and found his handsome visage unchanged. Odd. Lin Fan settled into the executive chair and spun around. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the drawer, which was partially ajar, revealing its contents. What is this? Lin Fan's eyes widened as he reached out to pull open the drawer. With a sudden rush, pink and red envelopes burst forth, cascading onto the floor. Goodness. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, recalling the peculiarities of the morning. A flicker of suspicion began to form in his mind as he crouched down and picked up one of the envelopes, slowly opening it. Dear Lin Fan, my esteemed CEO, I am but a humble employee at the company, 26 years of age, standing at 163 centimeters, weighing 49 kilograms, possessing a gentle disposition and an alluring figure, embodying the qualities of a devoted wife. I will serve you well, obey your every command. When you say east, I shall not venture west. Esteemed CEO, grant me an opportunity. I wish to apply as your concubine. Signed, Little Peach. Lin Fan, having just taken a sip of water, spewed it out in surprise. A love letter? His eyes widened as he glanced toward the other envelopes behind it. One by one, he tore them open, and to his astonishment, they were all love letters without exception. Some brazenly suggested rendezvous at hotels, while others proposed secret meetings at dawn in the lobby. Absurdly, some expressed a willingness to engage in double dates right in the office, and even offered to be Lin Fan's devoted pet, forsaking their human dignity. Is this madness? Has my video had such a profound impact on these individuals? Lin Fan understood that, due to legal constraints, these women could not relentlessly pursue him. Their only means of courtship was through distant love letters or shared lunches. Of course, in such dining arrangements, the female party would bear all expenses, and at the end, she would even personally escort Lin Fan home, demonstrating her obedience and thoughtfulness. Good heavens! Lin Fan pressed the call button for his assistant. A gentle knock echoed through the room. Come in. Lin Fan reclined in his chair, closing his eyes. Four goddesses in the form of young maidens entered the room, each standing before Lin Fan as if in a beauty pageant, forming a neat line. Please tidy up. I do not wish to see these love letters any longer. Lin Fan commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, esteemed president, the four young assistants responded, promptly squatting down to diligently collect the scattered notes. The swiftest among them was the youngest maiden, who seized the opportunity to position herself closest to Lin Fan, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent of his pheromones. Her delicate face was flushed with a look of rapture. Also, when my office is unoccupied, kindly ensure the door is locked, Lin Fan instructed further. Yes, esteemed president. Once their task was completed, the four assistants hastily departed, wary of inciting even a hint of Lin Fan's displeasure, which might lead to their dismissal. It suddenly dawned on Lin Fan that having an abundance of admirers might not be entirely beneficial. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the computer, recalling that his video had also gone viral overseas. Thus, Lin Fan opened his laptop and downloaded the international version of Douyin. The accounts were interconnected, allowing him immediate access to his account dashboard. My goodness, Lin Fan gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the staggering number of followers. 69 million. 10 million? Incredible. He clicked on the overseas Douyin influencer rankings, where his name prominently topped the list, followed by a Caucasian lady named Alice, who boasted a mere 1.03 million followers. This disparity was astonishing. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan delved into his personal information and clicked on his second video. The statistics were astonishing. 23. 96 million likes. 52. 93 million comments, and 21.03 million shares. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the explosive response. Moreover, he noticed that with each refresh, the numbers of likes, comments, and shares surged by tens of thousands. This suggested that the 10 million follower mark was not a limit. By morning, it might very well escalate to 20 million. Intrigued, Lin Fan ventured into the comments section, his eyes drawn to the very first entry, which simply read, FK. Is it really that direct? He murmured with an awkward smile. If this were back home, such content would surely land you in trouble. It's downright insulting. Yet, in the context of this world, it was a significant validation and honor. The mere presence of the abbreviation FK was evidence of the collective admiration from women overseas. His gaze shifted to the second comment, which read, Come in. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. While he had not been entirely oblivious to foreign adult films, a classic scene suddenly flickered through his mind. No. Lin Fan shook his head, murmuring, These two English phrases are simply astonishing. Why do they evoke such vivid memories? The imagery is so striking. He squinted, unable to bear the sight, and turned his gaze towards the third comment. This one was far more ordinary, merely a solitary word. Handsome. TSK. To be honest, I have a penchant for girls who speak the truth, Lin Fan thought, a smile blossoming on his lips. As he scrolled down, he noticed the comments had taken a rather frivolous turn, with a plethora of foreign phrases emerging. He even spotted some expressions from the island language. Yiku, Yama de, Onijang. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan squinted at the screen, closing the overseas app, muttering, This is madness. Utterly insane. No, I must banish these indecorous remarks from my mind and restore clarity to my thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial video had transformed into a nighttime indulgence for countless foreign women who would gaze at Lin Fan's video for an astonishing 30 minutes before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 12. One of the top 10 beauties, Lu Ruyu, Yangmi's Fury, a lady duel resurfaces what's happening downstairs. Lin Fan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, seeking a moment of relaxation, only to be captivated by the crowd below. Upon closer inspection, he noted the distinct absence of males. What could possibly attract such a throng? Curiosity piqued, he made his way downstairs. It was midday, the employees were on break, and most had gathered to witness the spectacle. Wow, isn't that Lu Ruyu? The only daughter of the Lu family in Magic City, the piano prodigy? A junior employee exclaimed, gazing at the tall girl amidst the crowd. What is she doing? Countless employees stared intently at Lu Ruyu, who was adorned in a flowing white gown reminiscent of a wedding dress, her figure graceful and ethereal. The Lu family's conglomerate was, in fact, a rival to the Yang family's corporation. Yang Mi, upon spotting Lu Ruyu, was incensed to see her making a scene within her company. She stormed out, exclaiming, Lu Ruyu, what are you doing? This is Yang's group. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Lu Ruyu merely glanced at Yang Mi, unfazed, and continued to lower her head, retrieving bouquets of fresh flowers from the trunk of her sports car, arranging them meticulously on the ground. In no time, the roses formed a heart shape. Was she confessing her feelings? To whom? Is there even another male in our company? Could it be that she intends to confess to the illustrious Lin Fan? My goodness. Does she truly believe she is worthy of him? Even though she is one of the top 10 goddesses of the Magic City, ranked third, she is utterly unworthy of my beloved idol. Indeed, she ought to take a good look at herself and reflect upon her character. The surrounding junior employees, filled with righteous indignation, chose to defend their singular idol, Lin Fan. You confess to Lin Fan? He is my husband, do you understand? You can leave. Yang Mi exclaimed fiercely, pointing her finger at Lu Ruyu's nose, her eyes beginning to redden. Heh. Lu Ruyu narrowed her eyes and softly inquired. Is it true that your husband can only have one wife? Even if you both emerge from the Dawn Hall, so what? The man I, Lu Ruyu, adore deserves to be welcomed into my boudoir, even if I must do so on my knees. You. Yang Mi's eyes widened, her voice trembling as her small foot stomped forcefully on the ground. And if I recall correctly, you are merely ranked 6th among the top beauties of the Magic City, which is lower than my own standing. Heh, step aside. You're in my way. Lu Ruyu approached Yang Mi, extending her hand to shove her aside. What is going on? Lin Fan, curious, emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing him, the female employees instinctively parted to create a path, maintaining a respectful distance of a meter while gazing at Lin Fan with longing. Husband, this vile woman dares to confess her feelings to you, and I am trying to make her leave, Yang Mi said, gritting her teeth, enunciating each word with determination. Her? Lin Fan's gaze turned towards Lu Ruyu, who stood with a radiant face, exquisite features, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, creating a striking contrast. Clad in a white dress, her snow-white legs were undeniably captivating as they peeked out with each movement. Such beauty, such figure. Those long fingers. She must be a model, Lin Fan thought, his mouth agape, eyes wide in astonishment. His gaze dropped to the ground, where he noticed a heart shape formed by 999 roses. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, Lu Ruyu swiftly embraced 99 roses, positioning herself within the heart shape, earnestly gazing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I wish to confess my feelings to you. This is my only opportunity to do so. If you do not agree, I will have to resort to love letters. Lin Fan, the first time I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your beauty, and I wish to share my life with you, she declared. Yang Mi could no longer contain herself and shouted fiercely, landing a punch squarely on Lu Ruyu's delicate face. I challenge you to a duel. If you win, you may have whatever you want. With that, Yang Mi charged at Lu Ruyu, her fury surging like an explosive force. The two delicate girls engaged in a tussle, neither possessing any real fighting skills, each grasping at the other's face and tugging at each other's hair. Your husband is not yours alone. What is wrong with my confession? Lu Ruyu's eyes were reddened with fury as she shouted, Have you no shame? Right before my eyes, you attempt to undermine me. If you manage to steal my place, how am I, Yang Mi, to survive in this city of demons? Yang Mi's petite fist landed fiercely against Lu Ruyu's abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Fan watched, a tremor of concern rippling through him. These girls truly fought with unrestrained ferocity. Yang Mi, you brought this upon yourself. I shall no longer feign indifference. In this duel of ladies, I must emerge victorious. Lu Ruyu's eyes widened as she grasped Yang Mi's small head and forcefully collided their foreheads. Thud, thud, thud. In no time, a stream of crimson flowed from Yang Mi's nose, while Lu Ruyu's forehead was also bloodied. Yang Mi's petite fists continued to rain down blows upon Lu Ruyu's abdomen, as if both were oblivious to the pain coursing through their bodies. My goodness, Lin Fan thought. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he rushed forward, calling out, Please, stop. Do not continue. Darling, this is a duel of ladies. Life and death are inconsequential. In the presence of my beloved, only the victor can claim him. Yang Mi's eyes shone with unwavering determination. Indeed, Lin Fan, you need not concern yourself. Once I emerge victorious, I shall invite you to my boudoir for a sweet rendezvous. A smirk played on Lu Ruyu's lips, feeling victory within her grasp. Sweet rendezvous indeed. Yang Mi shouted in anger. Her spirits ignited as she found herself at a disadvantage. The two collided fiercely once more before separating completely. Both women struggled to rise from the ground, inhaling deeply before charging at one another. With a resounding thud, they simultaneously struck with their fists. Their small feet stumbled, and once again, they fell to the ground in unison. Hey, are you both all right? Is everything okay? My heavens! Lin Fan exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines, unable to intervene. No worries, my love. Rest assured. Yang Mi wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes growing ever more resolute. For you, Lin Fan, I shall surely prevail. Lu Ruyu inhaled deeply, also trembling as she stood. Yang Mi shall triumph. Yang Mi shall triumph. Yang Mi, you must win. Lu Ruyu shall prevail. Lu Ruyu shall prevail. Lu Ruyu, you must bring Lin Fan to our company. Lu Ruyu's employees had also arrived. Employees from both Yang Corporation and Lu Corporation stood on either side, rallying to support their beautiful female leaders. In the 13th chapter of the Global Beauty Pageant, Lin Fan served as the chief judge, and the audience erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Ultimately, Lu Ruyu and Yang Mi staggered towards one another, summoning the last vestiges of their strength as their petite fists struck forcefully at each other's necks. With a sharp crack, both of their small heads tilted, and they collapsed to the ground, still baring their teeth at one another. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately dialed for an ambulance. In less than 10 minutes, the ambulance arrived, and a beautiful female doctor carried a stretcher, placing two individuals inside the vehicle. As the doors were closing, Yang Mi cast a glance towards Lin Fan, saying, Darling, wait for me. Once I am discharged, we shall indulge in sweet moments together. Lin Fan, the object of affection, was not to be relinquished by Lu Ruyu, who resolutely declared, I will undoubtedly become your most cherished little woman, content to be your gentle little wife. Lu Ruyu smiled tenderly, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan, her small fists clenched, brimming with determination. With a decisive thud, the ambulance doors shut, and it drove away. What is this? Lin Fan sighed, bemusement evident on his face. Is it really necessary? I am not incapable of having two wives. He chuckled bitterly, waving his hand dismissively. Let us disperse. The onlookers, filled with righteous indignation, began to scatter, murmuring amongst themselves. Lin Fan shook his head, glancing at the time. It was nearly the end of the workday. Thus, he chose not to return to the office, but instead headed towards the parking lot. As he entered his vehicle, Lin Fan heard a ping from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from a dating app. Dear Mr. Lin Fan, we are pleased to inform you that your overall rating has reached SSS. The message continued, recently, the city will host an international beauty pageant, where the world's most stunning 100 goddesses shall compete against one another. The most beautiful among them will be crowned the global first miss. Currently, there are no judges, and the dating app has specially invited you to serve as one, ensuring a fair and transparent competition with no behind-the-scenes maneuvering. The message elaborated, should you encounter a woman who captivates your interest, you may send her an invitation through the app, which will conduct a thorough evaluation. If she passes, she will be considered as one of your concubine candidates. Should she pass again, she may join your harem at your discretion. Wait, what? Lin Fan's expression turned blank, confusion clouding his eyes. Something felt amiss. Was this truly a beauty pageant? It seemed more akin to an unconventional matchmaking event. These women paraded to showcase themselves, all to capture the attention of men and secure a marriage. The title of Global First Miss would undoubtedly elevate one's priority on the dating app, with a 90% chance of finding a husband. It was precisely the reason why beauty contests had become so intensely competitive. Goodness gracious, have I truly become an emperor? Lin Fan's gaze shifted back to the message, revealing further details. Mr. Lin Fan, due to your SSS rating, you are granted 3 votes at the event, and you will be prioritized as the first judge. The message concluded, the production team will select 3 guests, of which you are one, while the other 2 are still under consideration. Should you agree to participate, please fill out the registration form below. Lin Fan's finger glided down to reveal a list. The information on the list has been compiled. Lin Fan merely needs to click on the participation button below. With such an event, where one can behold renowned goddesses from around the world, why would Lin Fan hesitate to participate? Once confirmed, he set his phone aside, tilted his head back, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and slowly ignited it, whispering, "Truly divine." As he exhaled, he gazed ahead, pressed the accelerator, and sped towards Tang Chini Pin. 3 days later, the beauty pageant commenced at the foremost sports arena in the bustling metropolis, with an audience exceeding hundreds of thousands, all seats filled to capacity. Without exception, the attendees were women. However, they were not there to admire the contestants. Rather, they sought to behold the male judges. After all, what the contestants possessed, they too could claim. Their intentions were not rooted in appreciation for the participants, but rather in admiration for the male idols. Notably, Lin Fan's photograph graced the forefront of the promotional materials, occupying the central position. Fans from around the globe had gathered, and even before Lin Fan took the stage, the backstage was filled with the fervent chants of the crowd. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Male idol, male idol, male idol. Invincible male idol. Long live the male idol. Yay, yay, yay. The enthusiasm was somewhat juvenile, yet for reasons unknown, it brought an inexplicable sense of comfort to his heart. In the backstage area, there were 2 other men. One was a hefty individual weighing 300 kilograms, currently sipping from a bottle of soda while holding a hamburger in the other hand. Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the other young man, a petite dynamo standing at a mere 150 centimeters, who was engrossed in a video call with an exquisite goddess, seemingly assessing her for a role as a concubine. Lin Fan could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. The competition among women is truly intense. He sighed, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, preparing to scrutinize the proceedings with keen attention once the pageant began. At 10 o'clock, the beauty pageant finally commenced. The stunning host, clad in high heels, gracefully made her way to the center of the stage, microphone in hand. Her heart racing with excitement, as she too was a fan of Lin Fan. Unable to contain her eagerness, she announced, "The 2090 annual 3rd Global Beauty Pageant officially begins. Let us welcome our first male idol, the illustrious Lin Fan, with a round of applause." A thunderous applause erupted, reverberating throughout the venue, as the audience gazed in awe, their hands red from clapping, caught up in a fervor. As the curtain behind her gradually lifted, Lin Fan's silhouette emerged onto the stage, a microphone nestled against his cheek, rendering the need for a stand obsolete. He turned around, arms wide open, head tilted back, and shouted loudly, "Hello, esteemed audience. How are you?" A cacophony of frenzied cheers erupted in response. The fervor in the venue reached a fever pitch, with even the fans in the front row waving their hands and rolling their eyes, collapsing to the ground. Medical personnel rushed forward, initiating emergency treatment. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Fan, the chief judge of this event." Lin Fan smiled as he made his way to the front, ultimately taking his seat at the pinnacle of the 3-judge panel on stage. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, unmatched, unmatched, unmatched. The chants reverberated once more, and the audience's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Fan, their eyes glistening with admiration, unwilling to look away. This was one of their rare opportunities to behold such a male idol, and none wished to miss it. Chapter 14. The arrival of the goddess from a noble family, Su Weiniang, the indisputable goddess. In contrast, the subsequent entrants, a portly fellow and a petite firecracker, failed to elicit such fervent excitement. The audience remained silent, merely gazing in quiet appreciation of Lin Fan's handsome visage. The capable host returned to the stage, her slender waist swaying as she held the microphone, her eyes irresistibly drawn towards Lin Fan. Next, we present the first exquisite contestant of the beauty pageant. Please welcome the first contestant, Jasmine. At once, the melodious runway music began to play, and from behind the dark curtain emerged a mature beauty clad in a white bikini. With long, elegant legs and a radiant countenance, she exuded a subtle glow in her gaze as it met Lin Fan's, her smile barely concealing her delight. Her tall, slender figure was not exaggerated but exuded a graceful allure. "Lin Fan, esteemed idol, what do you think of this contestant?" The portly fellow cast a respectful glance at Lin Fan. "No rush, let's wait until she approaches," Lin Fan replied, his eyes intently fixed on Jasmine, a hint of sharpness gleaming within them. As Jasmine gracefully strode towards the front of the runway in her high heels, she embodied the professionalism of a seasoned contestant. radiating an enchanting beauty and a mature charisma that captivated Lin Fan, the portly fellow, and the petite firecracker alike. "My goodness, this lady is truly stunning," the portly fellow exclaimed, his mouth agape, drool escaping. Lin Fan observed quietly, tilting his head as he scrutinized her. Upon closer inspection, he found her to be rather ordinary. "Greetings, esteemed judges," Jasmine said as she reached the front of the runway, placing her delicate hand on her slender waist and striking a pose that showcased her graceful curves. "Judges, please cast your votes," the host prompted from below. "I give 1 vote. That is all my votes," the portly fellow declared, raising his judge's card. "I cast 2 votes. The petite dynamo beside her also raised the judge's card, imploring Lin Fan for a score. The host's gaze shifted towards Lin Fan. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "The physique is mediocre. Thus, no score shall be given." A flicker of despondency appeared in Jasmine's eyes as she lowered her head and swayed her waist, retracing her steps back behind the curtain. "Wow, Lin Fan is remarkably impartial. I perceive this lady is average, yet I did not foresee Lin Fan's refined taste. Lin Fan, you are the epitome of fairness among judges, unmatched in your integrity. This beauty pageant stands as the most prestigious one, solely due to your esteemed presence." The female fans erupted into cheers, waving their support sticks, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Next contestant, the host's voice resonated once more. The subsequent foreign mixed-race goddess emerged from the shadows, striding forward with her long legs. Her alluring figure, arms gracefully extended, showcased her beauty to Lin Fan, her gaze emanating an enchanting allure. Yet again, Lin Fan raised his hand, declaring, "No score shall be given." The other 2 judges, seeing this, promptly followed suit. "No score." The young lady, once more disheartened, made her way off stage. It was not that Lin Fan's standards were excessively high. Rather, the 2 preceding goddesses were merely around a score of 95. This was a pageant of immense global prestige, and the winner must be a flawless goddess, deserving of a perfect score of 100. Lin Fan maintained his rigorous criteria, accepting nothing less than perfection. As time passed amidst the fervent cheers of the female fans, the 100 contestants had reached the 99th. The highest score thus far was merely 3 votes, and Lin Fan had yet to cast any score. "Please welcome the 99th contestant." A crisp sound of high heels echoed as a figure draped in white emerged from behind the curtain, adorned in a shimmering bodycon dress that accentuated her voluptuous curves. Her enchanting visage, with gently arched eyes, radiated a pure, sunny, and charming aura. Clad in 10-centimeter heels, she stood at an astonishing height of 183 centimeters. With each graceful step, she swayed her waist, showcasing her entirety as she moved forward. With a final step, she grounded herself, swaying her hips, one hand resting on her slender waist and the other gracefully at her sides. "Judges, please cast your scores," the host's voice rang out again. "Wow, this lady possesses a splendid figure and striking beauty." The hefty judge glanced at Lin Fan and chose to raise his judge's card, 1 vote. The petite dynamo followed suit, lifting her judge's card, 2 votes. Miss Wang Linger, the 99th contestant, cast her gaze towards Lin Fan, her eyes shimmering with unspoken admiration. Biting her delicate lips, she appeared both charming and pitiable, her gaze captivatingly radiant. Lin Fan, however, remained undistracted by external influences, gradually raised the judge's card amidst the fervent attention of the audience, and calmly declared, 2 votes. The crowd erupted in applause once more. Fairness. Lin Fan, our idol, is the authority. If there are no more astonishing contestants, Miss Wang Linger should surely claim the top spot. Indeed, our Lin Fan embodies righteousness. Lin Fan, you are the best. I shall support you forever. If you desire fan support, I am ever willing, exclaimed a plump admirer, her heartfelt words reaching Lin Fan's ears, causing him to involuntarily twitch his lips, rendered momentarily speechless. Wang Linger's eyes sparkled with delight as she swayed gracefully towards the backstage. "Now, may we welcome the final contestant, Miss Zhang Lan." With a crisp sound, a striking figure clad in red emerged from the shadows, exuding a pure and subtle fragrance. Adorned with dark sunglasses, she radiated an air of aloof elegance. With her long legs, she stood at an impressive height of 182 centimeters, unaccompanied by high heels. She was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, a goddess of unparalleled charm. And the audience was left in awe. Isn't that Miss Su Weiniang, the heiress of the Su family from the Magic City? Does she truly need to participate in this beauty contest? Huh. You think that to earn the favor of my esteemed Lin Fan is easy? Regardless of who you are. Even celestial beings must follow the process. She scoffed. As for her, perhaps she could serve as a mere concubine to my Lin Fan. But the position of the principal wife is reserved for me. The murmurs among the female fans grew as they began to daydream about becoming Lin Fan's legitimate wife, envisioning themselves as the sovereign of his harem, ruling over his concubines and other wives. Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily, pondering, really? Ladies, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Su Weiniang's looks and figure are a perfect score of 100, while your highest is merely 93. How can you even compare? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As a national-level SSS-rated idol, Lin Fan felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of hope for his female fans. After all, one never knows if a true gem might exist among them. He certainly did not wish to face embarrassment in the future when seeking their support. Chapter 15. The Global Beauty Pageant Champion Su Weiniang and the Art of Elegant Transformations at Dinner. Lin Fan. This is Su Weiniang. Zhonglan is likely her competition name, as it is somewhat undignified for the Su family's heiress to enter a beauty pageant, explained a chubby onlooker while sipping cola. Understood, understood. Lin Fan smiled broadly, his gaze drifting towards Su Weiniang, admiring her graceful figure. Please, judges, cast your scores, the host reiterated. 1 vote, the chubby contestant declared. 2 votes, the petite dynamo chimed in. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before promptly raising his judging card. 3 votes. Su Weiniang's delicate body quivered, her mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment, as tears welled within her gaze. She covered her mouth with her small hand, trembling as she exclaimed, Lin Fan, my idol, you are truly my Prince Charming. With a sudden gasp, she staggered backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet her gaze remained fixed in Lin Fan's direction, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Hurry, someone call a doctor, the host shouted. 2 female doctors rushed forward to attend to Su Weiniang. Moments later, she stood, hand pressed to her chest, bowing gracefully to Lin Fan before walking toward the dark curtain. As she stepped through, the curtain slowly parted, revealing all 100 contestants of the beauty pageant, with Su Weiniang prominently positioned at the center stage. I declare the winner of this beauty pageant to be Su Zhonglan. The host nearly revealed Su Weiniang's real name, quickly correcting himself. Yay! Su Weiniang exclaimed, joyfully pumping her small fist in the air. The runner-up is Wang Linger. That's wonderful. Wang Linger, standing beside Su Weiniang, also celebrated, her eyes lingering on Lin Fan with a hint of determination. The 3rd place is, well, that is not important. Lin Fan mused, though he overheard the chubby contestant and the petite dynamo discussing how to divide their attention toward the 3rd place contestant. They eventually reached a perfect agreement. In the first half of the year, the chubby contestant would date the 3rd place winner, while in the latter half, the petite dynamo would take her turn. Lin Fan could only twitch his lips in silence. The champion's reward was a lunch with Lin Fan, of course contingent upon his consent. The host turned to Lin Fan, a playful smile adorning his face, and asked, Lin Fan, do you agree? Lin Fan instinctively glanced at Su Weiniang, wanting to decline. He was not inclined to engage in any underhanded tactics or expand his harem. Lin Fan, please, Su Weiniang implored, gripping the microphone tightly, her posture becoming timid as she resembled a little sister seeking favor. It's a treat. Please, can we have a grand meal together? As she spoke in a foreign language, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his body betraying him as he blurted out, of course, let us head to the restaurant afterward. Thank you, Lin Fan. Su Weiniang bowed deeply, her face radiating with a flattering smile. The beauty pageant concluded, leading to group photos and opportunities for friendship. Lin Fan and his fans took 10 photographs together before making their way backstage. The enchanting Su Weiniang had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. She stood up and trotted towards him, tilting her head and imploring, shall we go for a meal now? Of course, let us go. I'm a bit hungry. Lin Fan replied with a smile, leading the way outside. Su Weiniang carefully followed, mentally calculating her entire fortune, pondering how much of a bride price she could offer Lin Fan to earn a chance at being his concubine. Upon exiting the gymnasium, the two entered Su Weiniang's sleek Ferrari. With a swift press of the accelerator, she sped towards a high-end restaurant. Sir, please exit the vehicle, she instructed. As the car came to a halt, Su Weiniang quickly disembarked from the driver's seat, hurriedly reaching the passenger door. Delicately, she opened it, shielding the edge with her small hand, and smiling gently at Lin Fan. "Very well done," Lin Fan remarked, a look of approval gracing his face as his feet touched the ground. Su Weiniang promptly closed the car door and trotted to him, extending her hand to tenderly adjust his attire before linking her arm with his as they strolled toward the restaurant. "Oh my, it's the male god," a voice exclaimed, accompanied by a chorus of hushed whispers. "Is that really Lin Fan? And is this woman beside him the champion of the third global beauty pageant, Jianglan? Su Weiniang. She seems rather ordinary, perhaps just barely worthy of our Lin Fan. Humph. Her looks and figure barely score a 96, standing next to him. She seems to diminish his allure." As they entered the restaurant, Lin Fan overheard the soft murmurs surrounding them. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Seriously? I may be putting on a show, but what about you all? Su Weiniang's figure and beauty are undeniably top tier. And she's a virgin. In my previous life, countless wealthy men, entrepreneurs, and young heirs would have vied for her attention. Yet here she is deemed barely acceptable? What a ridiculous state of affairs indeed." A young female server spotted Lin Fan and hurried over. With her hands clasped in front of her and a deep bow, she inquired, "Sir, who will be paying today?" "I will." Su Weiniang quickly raised her hand, her gaze somewhat sheepish as she glanced at the surrounding girls whispering. Truthfully, she felt a bit unworthy standing alongside Lin Fan. However, her affection for him was immense, and she was determined to seize the moment. "You?" Since it is Su Weiniang treating today, the server straightened up, her demeanor shifting to one of formality. "Please proceed upstairs. There are seats available." Her slender waist gracefully bent once more as she coyly addressed Lin Fan, "Sir, please follow me." Lin Fan marveled anew at the art of face changing, which could be splendidly exhibited by the restaurant staff, evident for all guests to behold. Yet, none of the patrons appeared to be unsettled. Rather, it seemed that if they were not accustomed to such displays, it would indeed be a cause for concern. Chapter 16. Is Su Weiniang shameless? Just for the opportunity to impress the young master. How considerate of him ascending to the upper floor. Lin Fan took a seat at one of the dining tables. Su Weiniang sat opposite him, her legs gently crossed, hands resting upon her delicate thighs, her expression slightly anxious. It was her first time dining with a boy, let alone one of such strikingly handsome stature. "Miss, here is the menu," the waiter said, presenting it to Su Weiniang. "Thank you," she replied, taking a deep breath before standing, bending slightly to hand the menu to Lin Fan. "Sir, please make your selections." "Very well." Lin Fan accepted the menu, his gaze scanning the options, only to find that even the least expensive dish was priced at 888 yuan, while the most extravagant, the Australian lobster, commanded a staggering 180,000 yuan. Even the famed lawfight was surprisingly modestly priced here. Feeling genuinely hungry, Lin Fan inquired of Su Weiniang, "Can we order anything?" "Of course, sir, it's entirely up to you." Su Weiniang maintained a serene and elegant smile, determined to leave a favorable impression on Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan swiftly placed his order: 1 Australian lobster, 1 king crab, a bottle of lawfight, 2 Wellington steaks, a platter of fruits priced at 3,999 yuan, and for dessert, the one priced at 999 will suffice. "Is there anything else you would like?" He handed the menu to Su Weiniang. Eagerly, she accepted it with both hands, pouting slightly as she glanced through the options. "Let us add a serving of char siu, and that will be all." "Very well, sir." "Miss, please hold on a moment," the waiter said, taking the menu and heading downstairs. Su Weiniang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Fan, her cheeks subtly flushed, her demeanor a touch nervous. Gradually, she stood and bowed to Lin Fan, her fists clenched, whispering, "Mr. Lin Fan, I look forward to your guidance." Guidance on what?" Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. Su Weiniang stammered softly, "How I might join you in the Morning Dawn Hall for a duo match." Wow, this girl is quite audacious, someone thought. How could she even entertain the notion of pairing with Mr. Lin Fan? What was she thinking? Oh my, how shameless. Is there really such an audacious person in the world? Someone should wake her up. The surrounding women began to murmur among themselves, casting angry glances at Su Weiniang, launching into a fervent critique. Her eyes were tinged with redness, and she bit her lower lip, taking deep breaths as despair engulfed her. She closed her eyes, awaiting Lin Fan's verdict. In her mind, Lin Fan was a towering deity, far beyond her reach, and she felt she could not even compare to the tip of his finger. What did it matter if she were a global beauty queen? In comparison to Lin Fan, she felt insignificant. She sighed quietly within. The surrounding murmurs and cacophony of insults paled in comparison to the silence of Lin Fan, which felt far more devastating. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze weakly directed towards Lin Fan, who stood there with his lips parted, eyes wide, displaying an expression of shock. Lin Fan thought to himself, is it really that direct? This illustrious global beauty champion is being so straightforward? I'm not quite accustomed to this. What should I say? I am a deity, a T0. How can I respond in a manner befitting my status? As Lin Fan's mind raced, Su Weiniang took a deep breath, gradually straightening her posture. With determination etched on her face, she surveyed her surroundings. I know I am unworthy of Lin Fan, but I do not wish to live with regret. I want to take a chance. What if? Even though I understand that this what if is exceedingly slim. Yet, she resolved to fight for it. For Lin Fan, she was willing to sacrifice everything, even her life. With unwavering resolve, Su Weiniang turned her gaze back to Lin Fan, approaching him and kneeling slowly on one knee. Lin Fan, I implore you, grant me a chance, even if it is merely an opportunity to compete for the position of a concubine. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart trembling as he thought, she's making such a grand gesture just for a chance at being a concubine, and it's not even guaranteed? He had assumed she sought the status of a legitimate wife. However, as he beheld Su Weiniang's stunning figure, he considered that even as a wife, she might not be unworthy of his attention. Yet, Lin Fan was acutely aware of his identity as a T0, the strongest existence in the current version. No matter how enchanting a fairy, goddess, or female executive might be, they were all mere trifles before him. He needed to uphold his T0 persona. Su Weiniang. Lin Fan's voice resonated like that of a lofty celestial being, gazing down upon her. Su Weiniang lowered her head, biting her lip, her body tense. Ears perked up to listen intently to Lin Fan's judgment. The noise around them faded into silence, with countless girls gazing in Lin Fan's direction, eager to discern his thoughts on Su Weiniang. Would she truly become Lin Fan's honored guest? In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Even the moving waitstaff stood still, their eyes yearningly fixed upon Lin Fan. I offer you an opportunity to participate in the assessment for becoming my concubine. Upon uttering these words, Lin Fan felt a twinge of shamelessness. In his previous life, such an assessment would have been inconceivable. A mere nod from Su Weiniang would have prompted him to eagerly cater to her every whim. However, times have changed, and Lin Fan has emerged as a true version of the ultimate boss, an undeniable sovereign presence. Mr. Lin, is this truly the case? Thank you, thank you. Su Weiniang's eyes glistened with tears as they streamed down her cheeks. The surrounding girls gazed at Lin Fan and Su Weiniang in utter disbelief. How could it be? Someone like Su Weiniang, of all people, has captured the favor of the esteemed Lin Fan? It must be said that she is unworthy of such admiration. Perhaps Lin Fan, out of compassion, has lowered the bar for her sake. Wow, truly? Is it really so? The esteemed Lin Fan is indeed so considerate. The admiration for Lin Fan resonated among the girls, who declared that they would do anything for him. Me too. I would as well. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan became the sole focus of their gazes, radiating a divine aura. Yet, Lin Fan shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as he addressed Su Weiniang. I do have one fundamental requirement. Should you fail to meet it, your assessment will not pass. Chapter 17. Su Weiniang's Resolve. A dowry of 1,600,000,000 in gifts, non-refundable. Yes, sir, please tell me. Su Weiniang knelt upon the ground, retrieving a small notebook from her pocket to begin taking notes. Since you wish to become my concubine, what dowry do you intend to offer? Lin Fan tilted his head with an air of arrogance. Wow, Lin Fan's question is quite challenging. To marry Lin Fan, one must surely present a substantial dowry. If it is less than 50 million, I would never agree. What are you saying? 50 million? A young girl stood, waving her hands and tilting her head, exclaiming loudly. If it is below 80 million, I will refuse on behalf of Lin Fan. 80 million? Are you jesting? The last man who lacked Lin Fan's looks and physique demanded a dowry of 100 million. I believe Lin Fan should command at least 200 million. A girl pouted, arms crossed, quietly speculating. I will offer. Su Weiniang lowered her head, her small hands silently calculating. Finally, she raised her head, took a deep breath, and with determination, said, I will provide a dowry of 1 billion. Lin Fan's eyes widened in surprise, and he straightened up, scrutinizing Su Weiniang with newfound respect. To his astonishment, It seemed that Su Weiniang was indeed quite affluent. Truly, she is the daughter of the Su family. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan regained his composure, adopting a commanding demeanor as he stroked his chin and mused softly. 1 billion, while barely acceptable, just meets my minimum standard. With a relieved sigh, Su Weiniang gently patted her elevated bosom with her petite hand, a delightful smile gracing her charming face. 1 billion? A young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. That's barely sufficient. It has just reached the standard befitting my idol, Lin Fan. Indeed, if it were less than 1 billion, I would never agree, she added emphatically. I concur. Su Weiniang has just passed the first hurdle, yet I wonder what formidable challenge Lin Fan will present for the second. The surrounding girls gazed at Lin Fan with eager anticipation in their beautiful eyes. Not a single one perceived Lin Fan as being overly demanding, nor did they view him as arrogant or inconsiderate. On the contrary, they found him refreshingly approachable and grounded, especially for requesting such a modest bride price, which felt almost like a generous offering. What about the dowry? Lin Fan inquired, lifting his chin with a hint of pride. Yes, indeed, Su Weiniang responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. She retrieved her phone, opened a folder, her gaze briefly pausing before she began to enumerate, a manor valued at 200 million. Lin Fan, caught off guard, sprayed water everywhere as he choked, hastily wiping his mouth with a tissue to regain composure. Continue, he urged. Additionally, a Koenigsegg 1 hypercar valued at 100 million. Once more, Lin Fan found himself coughing, grappling with the reality of her astonishing claims. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Su Weiniang's offering surpassed even his most extravagant fantasies. Was this world-esque version of reality truly so fantastical? Surely, a girl marrying someone could not entail such extravagant returns. Lin Fan's gaze wandered to the other young ladies present, curious to gauge their reactions. To his surprise, their expressions had turned serious, each one nodding thoughtfully as they examined the situation. In that case, the dowry seems acceptable, they murmured. Not bad, not bad. It aligns closely with what I envisioned. Lin Fan, taking a concubine, this must be the minimum standard. Yet, one voice piped up, I feel it still falls short. It seems there are no gifts included. We are missing a present. Indeed, where is the gift? The girls, seemingly in unison, turned to Su Weiniang, now questioning her on Lin Fan's behalf. Su Weiniang, unfazed, replied, there is indeed. Don't you think this is a bit outrageous? Lin Fan muttered quietly to himself, taking a deep breath and looking up to ask, what is the gift? Here, for you, Lin Fan, Su Weiniang said, crawling forward, rising beside him. From her small handbag, she produced a blue box, presenting it with both hands towards Lin Fan. Let me see, he said, extending his hand to receive it, slowly opening the box. Upon witnessing the items within, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating. This looks rather familiar, doesn't it? Goodness, is that a Patek Philippe? The epitome of sophistication. Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. He sensed the gaze of those around him fixated on him, and he quickly regained his proud demeanor. What is the price of this? He inquired. Ah, esteemed Lin Fan. It amounts to a total of 300 million. This is a small gift specially prepared for you by Weiniang. A small gift? Lin Fan felt no shock at that moment. Holding the watch, he handed it to Su Weiniang. Aren't you going to put it on me yourself? Of course. Lin Fan. Su Weiniang's cheeks flushed as she delicately took the watch, cautiously opened the clasp, and gently adorned Lin Fan's wrist with it. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Fan asked, by the way, if you don't pass your assessment, must I return this gift? Mr. Lin Fan, you jest. According to the latest national laws and regulations, all bridal prices and dowries, once paid, are non-refundable, Su Weiniang replied softly, pointing to the legal text on her phone from the matrimonial app. Oh, I see. Understood. Lin Fan squinted, chuckling inwardly. What a delightful turn of events. Is this what they call a reversal of fortune? Truly, I have traversed to the right world. As Lin Fan opened his eyes, he noticed that Su Weiniang had yet to rise. Aren't you getting up? Lin Fan, do you think the bridal price and dowry I provided are sufficient? If so, could you send me the invitation for the concubine assessment? Su Weiniang rested her chin lightly on Lin Fan's knee, gazing up at him with her large, pleading eyes, resembling a small creature seeking its master's favor. Ah, I almost forgot. Right. Let us settle the bridal price and dowry first, Lin Fan stated in advance. Certainly. Su Weiniang, using the matrimonial app, directly transferred the dowry and bridal price to Lin Fan. with the matrimonial app acting as an intermediary. Even if Su Wanning failed her assessment, Lin Fan would not be required to return the 1 billion bridal price, the 200 million estate, or the Koenigsegg one. Lin Fan observed the notifications on his matrimonial app, which displayed the bill, the property deed for the estate, and the certification and purchase documents for the Koenigsegg one. Chapter 18. Su Wanning's Whimpering Pleas. Matrimonial app headquarters. Exorbitant subsidies. A bitter smile crept across Lin Fan's face as he mused. This is simply too delightful. All of this belongs to me. After claiming everything, he finally reached the bottom of the page, revealing that the benefactor of these gifts was none other than Su Wanning. Beneath her name were two options. The first was the concubine assessment, and the second was to disregard it. Goodness, is it truly possible to have it this way? Lin Fan's face registered sheer astonishment as he thought. Having accepted so much, I can still feign ignorance? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, ultimately opting to embrace his humanity. Moreover, with Su Wanning's stunning beauty, a quintessential embodiment of elegance, why shouldn't he? After clicking on the concubine assessment, Su Wanning's phone vibrated. She swiftly retrieved it, her eyes sparkling with delight as she glanced at the screen before shifting her gaze back to Lin Fan. Leaning forward with her delicate hand propped on the ground, a graceful curve emerged from her figure as she implored, Mr. Lin Fan, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I shall cherish it dearly. Ahem. Lin Fan's eyes reluctantly diverted from the ample expanse of Su Wanning's neckline. Please, rise, the dishes are being served. Understood. Su Wanning slowly stood up, swaying her figure as she took a seat opposite Lin Fan. Wow, my idol Lin Fan has agreed just like that. Goodness, why do I feel as though Su Wanning is the one who has gained the advantage here? Your intuition is correct. This marriage arrangement indeed favors Su Wanning. Otherwise, how would an ordinary young lady like her have the chance to meet someone as esteemed as Lin Fan? Especially if he happens to be the champion of the global beauty pageant? Precisely, Lin Fan is clearly offering her a chance. This is Su Wanning's stroke of luck. Around her, the young women nodded in agreement, each casting scrutinizing glances at Su Wanning. After a moment, they seemed to realize something, their expressions turning envious as they gazed at her, jealousy evident in their eyes. Why weren't they the candidates for Lin Fan's concubine assessment? Humph, Su Wanning pursed her lips, tilting her head proudly, her face radiating triumph. How wonderful. I am now one of the fortunate ones. I can finally hold my head high when I return home. Otherwise, I would have been looked down upon by my cousin. But my husband is Lin Fan. This time, it shall be my cousin who faces disdain. Hee hee. A mischievous smile adorned Su Wanning's face. In this world, a woman over 20 without a husband is often looked down upon, especially as she ages. This is not merely behavioral, but a psychological perception. Thus, older women often harbor a more intense yearning for companionship. The server placed the dishes on the table, bowing respectfully towards Lin Fan. Sir, please enjoy your meal. She then cast a neutral glance at Su Wanning, advising, take your time. Turning away, she pushed her cart, her graceful form moving toward the exit. Lin Fan, try this. It's incredibly nourishing. Su Wanning thoughtfully served him food, attending to his dining experience. Ahem, delicious, delicious. Lin Fan savored his meal slowly, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. Su Wanning, ever attentive, occasionally took a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth. After finishing their meal, the two walked side by side down the stairs to the cashier, where Su Wanning personally settled the bill. The expenditure amounted to 360,000. Yet Su Wanning did not flinch. Instead, a satisfied smile graced her face. Lin Fan, allow me to take you back, she offered. Please drop me off at the stadium entrance. My car is still there, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Of course, sir, Su Wanning responded, following him outside. Do you still call me sir? Lin Fan teased, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Su Wanning's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her head, her small hand clutching her skirt, and shyly murmured, husband. Lin Fan let out a hearty laugh, wrapping his arm around Su Wanning's slender waist as they strolled outside. Upon returning to the stadium, Lin Fan settled into his Lamborghini, watching Su Wanning depart. She felt a sense of urgency, as her time for the concubine assessment was limited to 7 days. Within this time frame, she must succeed. Otherwise, this opportunity would slip away, and she needed to cherish it. Stretching lazily, Lin Fan glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. There was still ample time, so he decided to collect the dowry. The sum of 1 billion had already been transferred to his bank account. However, he needed to personally visit the headquarters of the matchmaking app in the metropolis to claim the estate and the Koenigsegg one. Thus, Lin Fan drove towards the headquarters of the matchmaking app. "Sir, please come in," said a woman in a qipao as she opened the door for him. Lin Fan entered, and the qipao-clad lady guided him to the VIP lounge. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare some refreshments for you," she said, kneeling humbly before him. "Go ahead." Lin Fan gestured dismissively. Once she left, she promptly began preparing, returning with a pot of goji berry and red date tea, along with grilled oysters and skewered kidneys, placing them on the table, releasing a delightful aroma. "Sir, you have come to collect your estate and the Koenigsegg one, correct?" she inquired respectfully. Sipping the goji berry and red date tea while tasting the oysters, Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. His gaze subtly appraised the qipao lady, recognizing her exquisite beauty. Her figure and looks scoring at least a 97. She remained kneeling, holding a manual to explain the details to herself. "Sir, here is the property deed for your estate," she said, returning with a red property certificate, which she placed on the table. She then produced a silver car key, respectfully placing it in Lin Fan's hand. "Sir, this is the key to the Koenigsegg one. The vehicle is brand new and has been professionally inspected to ensure authenticity with 0 mileage." "Very well. Let us proceed to collect it," Lin Fan replied, standing up and taking another sip of the goji berry and red date tea. "Sir, please hold on for a moment. Since you have come to the headquarters of the matchmaking app, why not take this opportunity to collect the subsidies you have accumulated over the years?" the lady in the qipao promptly suggested. "Subsidies?" Lin Fan's expression momentarily froze. "Don't I receive a new sum of money in my account every month? Isn't that a subsidy?" "Not quite. That is merely a meal allowance and fuel reimbursement. The official subsidies require you to come to the matchmaking app headquarters to collect them, along with the contribution subsidy from the Dawn Hall, which also necessitates your presence here," the qipao lady respectfully explained in a soft tone. "My goodness." Lin Fan felt a jolt of astonishment mixed with a hint of bewilderment. "Why not deposit it directly into my account? If that is not feasible, surely a lovely clerk could deliver it to me, right?" Chapter 19. The matchmaking app must change. The young policewoman panics miss. "I have a serious suggestion to propose to you." Lin Fan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he fixed his keen gaze upon the qipao lady. "Please, go ahead." "Sir," she replied, kneeling on the ground with her upper body straightened, attentively meeting Lin Fan's gaze. "In the future, could you arrange for someone to deliver these subsidies to me? Alternatively, direct deposits into my account would suffice." Lin Fan clapped his hands. "Do you realize how much time this delays for me? Every minute is worth billions." Yes, this was our oversight. "We sincerely apologize, sir." The qipao lady trembled slightly, looking at Lin Fan with a sense of grievance, yet she dared not utter a word of protest. After all, Lin Fan was a national heartthrob, a leading figure among the gods of men, and uniquely classified as an SSS-level individual. His words could easily dictate her fate. Moreover, Lin Fan's suggestion was entirely reasonable, posing no burden at all. A man of his SSS caliber should devote his time to procreation and the betterment of society, rather than squander it on the trivial task of collecting a subsidy. "Sir, how about this? When the subsidies arrive each month, I will take them and personally deliver them to your door. Would that be acceptable?" Her expression was flattering as she softly inquired. "That sounds much better." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, rising to adjust his attire. "Now, lead me to the garage." "Of course, sir. Please follow me." The qipao lady carefully stood up, bending slightly as she invited Lin Fan to proceed outside. Upon entering the garage, Lin Fan was greeted by a stunning silver sports car situated at the center. Its smooth lines and graceful curves were breathtaking, resembling a beauty that had fully unfolded for Lin Fan, awaiting his command. With a click, Lin Fan pressed the key fob, and the door of the Koenigsegg One's cockpit slowly opened, revealing its luxurious interior. Lin Fan's eyes ignited with fervor as he thought, "Is this the divine vehicle? The king of sports cars? My heavens, this is utterly magnificent. What a thrill. Isn't driving far superior to the pleasures of womanizing?" Lin Fan settled into the driver's seat, his hands exploring the steering wheel, a smile illuminating his face. With a decisive thud, he shut the car door and rolled down the window. "My Lamborghini Veneno. Please take me to Tang Chuni Pin," he instructed. "Yes, sir," replied the qipao-clad attendant, who respectfully accepted the keys Lin Fan tossed her way, bowing her head in deference. With a roar, Lin Fan pressed the accelerator, propelling the car out onto the road. One hand drumming against the door, he radiated exuberance. What a thrill. This speed is exhilarating. Lin Fan's supercar sliced through the highway like a shooting star, oblivious to the speed limit signs. As he sped through a section of the road, a petite policewoman directing traffic noticed the speeding Koenigsegg 1. Her expression immediately turned serious, her brow furrowed. Whose young lady is this? Driving at such reckless speed? Is she courting disaster? How outrageous. What if she crashes into another vehicle? Can she bear the responsibility if a valuable gentleman is harmed? Damn it, when I catch you, you will face severe punishment, detained and strictly penalized according to traffic laws. At this rate, you're looking at 30 years in prison. With a huff, the policewoman mounted her motorcycle and revved the engine. In a flash, she shot off in pursuit of the Koenigsegg 1. Noticing the motorcycle in his rearview mirror, Lin Fan felt a surge of competitive spirit. Narrowing his eyes, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, rolled up the window, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, activating the speed mode as he surged ahead. In an instant, the Koenigsegg 1 left the motorcycle far behind. How infuriating. The policewoman's face flushed with anger. How dare you be so fast? You think you can escape? Huh. Your fate is sealed if I catch you. With determination, she increased her speed, racing forward. As the road ahead became less congested, Lin Fan reveled in his speed, pushing the limits of his vehicle. However, as he approached a traffic light, the road became crowded with cars. Lin Fan had no choice but to come to a halt. Finally stopped, he muttered. The policewoman dismounted her motorcycle, handcuffs in her pocket, her demeanor fierce as she approached the Koenigsegg 1, exuding the fury of a wild bull. She rapped sharply on the car door, demanding, "Open up. Hurry." When Lin Fan showed no intention of complying, she stepped back, preparing to elbow the window. Just then, Lin Fan caught sight of the petite policewoman outside. Curiosity piqued, and swiftly opened the door. The young policewoman gasped, stumbling slightly before delivering an elbow strike towards Lin Fan's abdomen. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. If she were to land that blow, it would surely ruin his life. Not a male? The young policewoman, having noticed Lin Fan's appearance, momentarily froze before swiftly regaining her composure. With her knee against the chair, she retracted her foot with great haste. She quickly concealed the handcuffs behind her back, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of embarrassment on her flushed face, softly saying, "Hi, male deity, hello?" She recognized him, and coincidentally, she was one of his admirers. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile, admiring her graceful figure and complimenting, "You have a remarkable physique and striking beauty. Surely, you didn't come over just to flirt with me?" "And no, that's not it." The young policewoman stammered, her gaze lowered in shyness. You were speeding." "Huh?" Lin Fan's expression turned blank momentarily. "I can't possibly be detained, can I?" "And no." The young policewoman waved her hands, her face paling as she shook her head vigorously. "I won't be imprisoned, will I?" Lin Fan's face began to tremble, his body shaking in anxiety. "And no." The young policewoman's face showed signs of panic. She was so flustered by Lin Fan's reaction that she was at a loss for words. "Am I going to be executed?" Lin Fan looked at the young policewoman in fear. First, the young policewoman was also frightened. With a thud, her legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground, her face filled with panic, tears welling in her reddened eyes. Chapter 20. The young policewoman clears the path, recklessly speeding, much to the delight of the four handmaidens. "No. I didn't, sir, I truly didn't." "Woo-woo." The young policewoman looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, softly saying, I don't want to lose my job. And I don't want to upset you." Lin Fan paused, his eyes darting as he thought, could it be that the strength of my T0 version is already so apparent? With a smile, Lin Fan said, "Please stand up. I simply wanted to speed a bit and momentarily forgot about the speed limit." The young policewoman let out a sigh of relief. She promptly raised her hand, as if to report, saying, "Sir, if you wish to speed, I can clear the road for you. This way, there will be no dangerous behavior, ensuring your safety, and I can escort you from behind. Sir, please wait 5 minutes." The young policewoman, holding the microphone from her collar, walked towards the back. Her voice was crisp yet serious as she declared, "Lin Fan, the male deity, wishes to speed on the main road of the Magic City. Clear all vehicles within 3 minutes. Time." Her gaze shifted back to Lin Fan as she jogged towards him, half kneeling on the ground, asking, "Sir, do you need a long duration?" 3 hours should suffice," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Understood." The young policewoman stood up and walked over to the side, her voice cold as she said, 3 hours, speed, good. As the microphone was just set down, Lin Fan noticed the vehicles surrounding the main road seemingly responding to some command, each one departing from the thoroughfare and heading towards the side road. The young policewoman approached Lin Fan again and respectfully stated, Sir, you may drive at your leisure. I will follow closely behind you, so please do not mind my presence. All right. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, a hint of surprise crossing his face. No problem. I hope you enjoy your speedy drive, she smiled, twisting her slender waist as she walked towards her motorcycle. With a bold stride, she mounted her bike and gazed at the Koenigsegg one ahead. In a flash, within 3 seconds, the Koenigsegg one vanished from sight. Sir, wait for me. If you drive so fast, what will happen if there is danger? The young policewoman, akin to a diligent caretaker, swiftly pursued him. Her waist bent low as her hand fervently twisted the throttle, but alas, even the tail lights of Lin Fan's vehicle were beyond her sight. Refreshing, exhilarating. Is this what high-speed racing feels like? Lin Fan's gaze fixed ahead, his eyes darting to the speedometer, which read 260 kilometers per hour and continued to rise. The road conditions mirrored exactly what the young policewoman had described. There were absolutely no vehicles or even pedestrians in sight. It seemed as if this roadway had been exclusively opened for Lin Fan. Goodness, the intensity of this T0 is truly beyond my imagination. Lin Fan shook his head, continuing to relish the thrill of the race. 3 hours later, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. Panting heavily, he saw the young policewoman ride her motorcycle up to his vehicle. Lin Fan opened the car door and stepped out, remarking, You performed well. Thank you for the compliment, sir, she replied, dismounting from her bike, standing straight and saluting Lin Fan with seriousness. Very well, let us head back. Lin Fan nodded and began to walk towards the estate. Wow, such an expansive estate belongs to the illustrious Lin Fan? It's truly luxurious. Only someone like Lin Fan could be worthy of such grandeur. The young policewoman gazed enamored at Lin Fan's retreating figure until he was out of sight, before reluctantly mounting her motorcycle and departing. Upon reaching the entrance of the main villa, Lin Fan discovered the door was unlocked, so he pushed it open and stepped inside. A gentle voice greeted him, causing Lin Fan to pause and look ahead. In the hall stood 4 young maids clad in black and white attire. Each maid was a vision of beauty, their appearances and figures remarkably striking, averaging a score of around 98. Who are you? Lin Fan inquired, his gaze sweeping over the 4 distinctly charming maids. Among them are an adorable little girl, a cool and aloof lady, a mature and charming aunt, and a perfectly mixed blood beauty. Observing their physiques, it is evident that each one embodies youthful innocence, undoubtedly untouched by the experience of romance. Master, we are the maids accompanying Miss Su Weiniang. The 4 little maids exchanged glances and smiled as they spoke. Lin Fan's face registered a moment of shock. Really? All 4 of you? Indeed, master. The 4 little maids swayed their waists and approached him, saying, Master, let us assist you in changing your clothes and shoes. All right. Lin Fan chuckled foolishly, thinking to himself, Su Weiniang, you should have mentioned this earlier. Had I known you had accompanying maids, I wouldn't have posed so many challenges for you. I could have simply walked through this. One little maid knelt before Lin Fan, gently grasping his ankle, removing his shoes, and placing them aside. From the shoe cabinet, she carefully retrieved a pair of slippers, adorning Lin Fan's feet before setting them down on the floor. Meanwhile, another tall maid removed Lin Fan's upper garment. The 4 little maids, their cheeks slightly flushed, stood before Lin Fan in a row, asking, Master, which of us shall assist you with your bath tonight? Lin Fan was taken aback. You offer bathing services? Master, anything you command is within our capabilities. The adorable little maid winked at him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan waved his hand grandly. All of you come along. Yes, master. The 4 little maids followed him as they ascended the stairs. In a lavish bathroom, the 4 little maids knelt on the floor, filling the tub with water, scattering flower petals, and setting up fragrant oils in preparation. Lin Fan sat outside, legs crossed, engrossed in his phone, his mind drifting into blissful reverie. This is simply marvelous. 4 maids attending to my bath simultaneously. Goodness, I must uphold my persona. Chapter 21. The thoughtful service of 4 stunning maids. Yang Mi's plea, Lin Fan's move. Master, everything is ready. You may come in now. The little girl maid emerged, assisting Lin Fan to his feet, her arms linked with his as they made their way to the bathroom. Lin Fan, eyes closed, settled into the bathtub, reveling in the attentions of the four little maids. One knelt behind him, gently massaging his shoulders to ease his tension. Another maid focused on his arms, while the third worked on his legs, alleviating any soreness. The final maid attended to his cleansing needs. Within a brief span of mere minutes, Lin Fan concluded his bath, indulging in the soft massages. With his eyes closed, he leaned against the edge of the tub, eventually drifting into slumber. The master, truly handsome. The little maid squinted her eyes, pursing her lips, shyly gazing at Lin Fan. The master's countenance is the most striking I have ever witnessed, even surpassing that of Miss Su Waning's father in charm. The aloof yet enchanting lady softly remarked, "When will Miss Su Waning join us for a duo? Should she feel uncomfortable, I would be more than willing to assist in her stead." A mature maid could not help but express, "Hee, enough of that. The water has cooled. Let us support our master to the bed." The mixed race maid extended her hand, gently aiding Lin Fan's arm. With combined effort, the four lifted Lin Fan from the bathtub and cautiously made their way to the bedroom, placing him upon the bed. Swiftly, they covered Lin Fan with a blanket, exchanging glances before moving towards the door. The last maid to leave sweetly turned off the light for Lin Fan. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke naturally. How delightful, he thought. Sitting up, he glanced at his phone, noticing a goodnight message from Yangmi. A smile graced his lips as he dressed and freshened up before stepping outside. "Master," the four maids stood at the staircase, awaiting Lin Fan. The little maid approached. "Master, breakfast is ready in the dining room. Please follow me." Lin Fan followed her into the dining room, his eyes widening in astonishment. There lay an extravagant spread of 108 exquisite Chinese dishes, steaming and fragrant, tantalizing Lin Fan's taste buds. "You prepared such a lavish feast?" Lin Fan took his seat at the head of the table, chopsticks in hand, ready to indulge. "Master, allow me." The little maid sat beside him, ladling soup into a spoon, blowing gently to cool it before offering it to Lin Fan's lips. "How considerate," Lin Fan marveled, parting his lips to sip. The other three maids were equally attentive, serving rice, soup, and vegetables. Before long, the little maid with the soup finished and stepped back. The second maid took her place beside Lin Fan, feeding him bites of rice. On Lin Fan's other side sat another maid, presenting peeled lobster from a small dish, offering pieces to his lips one by one. Lin Fan savored nearly all 108 dishes. Once finished, two maids withdrew, leaving the last one beside him, offering post-meal fruits, delicately feeding him grapes one at a time. Lin Fan closed his eyes, reveling in the experience, his hand involuntarily resting upon the maid's smooth thigh. The petite maid trembled slightly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, yet she exhibited no aversion. Rather, she radiated delight. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Fan rose and wiped his lips. "You all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave for now. I will return this evening." "Yes, master," responded the four maids, kneeling in unison on the floor to bid him farewell. As Lin Fan made his way outside, three of the maids cast glances at the last one. "Why did the master touch your leg? What makes you so special?" "Surely, my legs are far more appealing." "Indeed, I concur. I believe it to be mere luck for her. Next time, I shall be the one to serve him the fruits." Allow me. Let us play rock, paper, scissors." The four maids reached a consensus, each brimming with competitive spirit, eager to be the first among them to receive Lin Fan's attention. Within the confines of the organization, Lin Fan sat in the executive chair, casually reviewing the financial status of the company on his computer. It must be said, ever since he joined the Yang Corporation, he had become a veritable harbinger of fortune, propelling the company's products to unprecedented heights. The company's shares had even soared to a staggering market value of 90 trillion, a figure that continued to escalate, positioning the Yang Corporation among the top 10 enterprises nationwide. Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering how best to reward himself. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a sultry voice interrupted his reverie as the door to his office swung open. Yangmi, clad in a form-fitting white dress, sashayed towards him, her figure exuding a captivating allure. Since the conclusion of the morning assembly, she had been preoccupied with assessing the concubines. Now, leaning over the desk, she gazed up at Lin Fan with a pouting expression, her eyes pleading. "Darling, there's a joint meeting at the company, and I lack the time to attend. Could you possibly go in my stead? The other 9 firms will likely send male representatives. If you attend, our company shall not appear disadvantaged." Lin Fan reached out, caressing Yang Mi's delicate face, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "What reward might I receive if I agree to go?" Yang Mi swayed her hips, playfully coaxing Lin Fan, her gaze becoming increasingly enchanting. She shifted to sit on the desk behind him, nestling into his embrace, her body pressing against his chest. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she exhaled a sweet breath. "Whatever you say goes, darling. I will do anything for you." All right. Lin Fan gently patted her slender waist. "Now go. I must head to the meeting." With a light peck on his cheek, Yang Mi beamed. "You are truly wonderful." She stood, cheerfully making her way toward the exit. "Darling, once I pass the assessment, I shall serve you wholeheartedly." Lin Fan waved his hand, rising to press the button for his assistant. Four goddess-like assistants of Lin Fan hurriedly entered the room, each possessing an enchanting grace and stunning beauty, exuding an irresistible charm. Chapter 22. The female driver, the female technician, the female maid. All roles played. The arrogance of the Wong Group. Lin Fan's arrival. They held in their hands a set of exquisite custom suits valued at 30 million. The petite assistant gently placed the suit on the table and softly said, "President, it's time to change your attire." Lin Fan rose, extending his arms and closing his eyes. The four assistants swarmed around him, beginning to remove his clothing. When only his undergarments remained, they took the suit and began dressing him, each delicately balancing on their toes, their eyes sparkling. However, Lin Fan remained oblivious. His eyes still shut, leaving the assistants in a state of complex emotions, each questioning their own worth. Was it truly so difficult to pursue their male idol? They had dressed up just for this occasion. Alas, he was indeed extraordinary, a true male deity. Yet, simply being Lin Fan's assistant filled their hearts with immense satisfaction. A radiant smile blossomed on their youthful faces. One mature and elegant assistant knelt before Lin Fan, placing his foot on her knee, carefully slipping on his shoes. After completing the task, Lin Fan lowered his arms. The tall and graceful assistant approached him, gently adjusting his attire. Finally, the four assistants stood before Lin Fan once more, their faces aglow with smiles, declaring, "President, all set." Lin Fan nodded, opening his eyes as he approached the mirror. There, he beheld a strikingly handsome figure, exuding an air of sophistication and charisma, capable of making hearts flutter at a mere glance. "Not bad," he mused, caressing his face with a sense of delight. "Is the driver here?" "Yes, President. He is waiting at the door," one assistant replied respectfully, bowing slightly. "All right, let us go, little one." Lin Fan gestured towards the fair-skinned little assistant, donned a priceless Patek Philippe watch, and stepped outside. The little assistant, with a playful smirk, cast a proud glance at the other three and swayed her hips, dutifully following behind. For this meeting, appearances mattered. The company had provided Lin Fan with a luxurious business vehicle worth 60 million, equipped with a mini-fridge, refreshments, gourmet steak, a massage therapist, and a foot reflexologist, among other lavish amenities. The female driver stood beside the business vehicle, and Lin Fan's gaze briefly swept over her figure. She was an exquisite woman clad in a black suit, her skin exhibiting a healthy wheat-like hue, revealing smooth muscle contours. Evidently, she was not merely a stunning goddess, but also a formidable bodyguard. "President, please get in," the little assistant urged, hastily opening the middle door of the vehicle, her petite hand shielding the top edge of the door, beaming brightly at Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the female driver discreetly scrutinized Lin Fan, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, wary of any indiscreet individual daring to approach him. With a soft thud, Lin Fan settled into the seat, closing his eyes to relish the moment as a gentle fragrance wafted around him. He turned his gaze to his side, where a mature and voluptuous professional technician sat, her skin fair and smooth. A name tag adorned her chest, reading, "Technician number 18. How many men have you massaged?" Lin Fan inquired, his eyes assessing her. Technician No. 18, upon hearing this, immediately lowered her head respectfully, sitting upright with her delicate hands resting on her graceful thighs, nervously responding, "You are my first client, President." "Very well." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Please, give me a massage." The little assistant, now in the front passenger seat, addressed the female driver. "Let's set off." "Understood." The driver replied, her gaze fixed ahead, yet she stole glances at Lin Fan through the rearview mirror, her eyes shimmering with an unmistakable admiration. As Lin Fan luxuriated in the massage from technician number 18, a look of bliss adorned his face. "President, I could also provide you a head massage. A soft voice floated from behind him. Is there someone else? Lin Fan turned to see a slender maid dressed in a caregiver's uniform, a rich fragrance emanating from her. Certainly. Come here, he replied without opening his eyes. President, would you like some fruit? Technician number 18 inquired gently. Lin Fan nodded. She promptly retrieved an exquisite foreign fruit worth 9,999 yuan from the refrigerator, plucking one and placing it on Lin Fan's lips. He chewed silently, savoring the dual pleasures of the technician's massages. Half an hour later, the business vehicle arrived at the venue for the meeting, hosted by the Wang Group. With a soft hiss, the vehicle came to a halt. The little assistant quickly exited, opening the rear door. President, we have arrived. Lin Fan opened his eyes, removed the facial mask, and wiped his fingers, discarding it onto technician number 18's pristine thigh. Her eyes brightened, her face revealing no trace of discomfort, but rather a gleeful exhilaration. The maid technician behind her could not hide her envy, her expression tinged with admiration. Lin Fan gracefully moved his long legs and stepped onto the ground, descending with poise. The assistant swiftly closed the car door and led Lin Fan towards the Wang Group. The Yang Group is indeed quite grand. All 9 other groups have arrived. Yet she is absent. How arrogant. The entire group lacks even a single male presence and still dares to arrive last. The Yang Group has secured a position through 6 consecutive collaborations, but I sense that this time it may be precarious as well. The welcoming hostess at the entrance wore a proud expression, her demeanor replete with arrogance, utterly dismissive of those around her. Our esteemed president is a candidate for the illustrious Tao Meng of the magical city, and what does Yang Mi of the Yang Group have to compare? Indeed. How laughable. One of the hostesses spat disdainfully onto the ground just as the grand doors slowly opened, revealing a tall, strikingly handsome man entering. Wow. It's the male god, Lin Fan. I am your fan. In an instant, the 2 hostesses erupted with excitement, their small feet tapping eagerly on the ground. Eyes sparkling with joy, their cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Chapter 23. Apologizing for Lin Fan. The flustered female presidents of the 9 major groups, Lin Fan nodded coolly. I am here to represent the Yang Group for the meeting. Where's the conference room? Please lead me there. What? The 2 hostesses were momentarily taken aback. Their mouths agape, eyes wide, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. One of the hostesses whispered, Did Lin Fan overhear our earlier conversation? Surely not, the other hostess replied, her face paling with fear. I heard everything. Lin Fan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the 2 hostesses. With a sudden thud, both hostesses quickly knelt on the ground, their small hands striking their own faces, softly pleading, Lin Fan, we are truly sorry. I did not mean it. I had no idea it was you. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to speak so. Me too. Lin Fan, please forgive us. The urgency in the hostess's voice grew stronger, and soon her cheeks became swollen from the force of her hands. There's no need for such distress. It's quite all right. Lin Fan said with a gentle smile. I am not so petty. Lin Fan, it turns out you are such a good person. We have misjudged you. One hostess. Her eyes reddened, let tears flow down her cheeks, fists clenched tightly, head bowed, her body taut. Lin Fan, your kindness makes me feel even more ashamed to face you. With a muffled sob, she turned to collide with a nearby stone pillar. Thud. Her small head struck the ground, blood flowing as she fell unconscious. Eyes closed and vision darkened. Hey! Lin Fan exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. He never anticipated that a mere act of consolation from him would inadvertently lead to someone developing suicidal tendencies. Could it truly be that leaving a flawless impression on oneself is deemed more significant than life itself? Another hostess gradually rose to her feet, her head bowed, her gaze somber, and silent tears cascading down her delicate cheeks. You wouldn't consider taking your own life, would you? Lin Fan inquired with a hint of levity. I'm so sorry, Lin Fan, the hostess murmured, still looking down, and rushed towards a nearby stone pillar. With a loud thud, the 2 collided. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, his hand outstretched, but he was unable to intervene in time. Call an ambulance, quickly, he instructed his assistant as he moved inward. Observing the state of the 2, it seemed they had merely fainted, coupled with some head trauma. These were trivial matters in this world. Lin Fan approached the front desk. Addressing the receptionist, please take me to the conference room. I am here for the top 10 group meeting. Certainly, sir, please follow me, the receptionist replied, trembling slightly. After speaking, she stood frozen, her legs quivering uncontrollably, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan. "Hey!" Lin Fan waved his hand, an expression of exasperation on his face. He was aware that his looks were somewhat striking, but surely not to this extent. What Lin Fan did not realize was that his reputation had already spread throughout the city, the nation, and even beyond its borders. Before him stood a girl who was utterly oblivious to what boys were, encountering one for the first time. Her reaction was rather mild compared to others who had fainted outright. "Wake up!" Lin Fan gently shook her shoulder. Internally bemused, this young lady appeared to be quite the gem, yet she resembled a character from a bizarre film. "Oh, how frightening," he thought, taking a cautious step back. "Sir, please follow me. I apologize for my earlier lapse," the receptionist said, avoiding Lin Fan's gaze, her head lowered, hands clasped in front of her. Her body slightly bent as she led him towards the elevator. Once inside, she pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator began its ascent. Stealing glances at Lin Fan, she would quickly avert her gaze, daring not to look too long. Lin Fan, unfazed, thought it was perfectly fine for her to look. But should she become overly excited, he would not take responsibility. At last, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Fan swiftly exited, following the receptionist to the door of a conference room. She knocked lightly and quickly opened the door. "The president of the Yang Group has arrived." Finally, she had made it. Seated at the head of the conference table was the flamboyant and arrogant president of the Wang Group, Wang Zi, who turned her gaze toward the entrance. Rising slowly, she swayed her slender waist, exuding an air of allure. "Yang Mi, you've finally come. He. Is there a boy accompanying you this time? Should there be none, your Yang Group will no longer be able to participate in the esteemed assembly of the top 10 groups." She approached the entrance, casting her gaze outward, her head held high, her eyes brimming with mockery and sharpness. "Unlike myself, I have already undergone the evaluation of a concubine. Do you know who my future husband is? One of the 10 distinguished young masters, Tao." Her voice abruptly faded as the receptionist took a step aside, revealing Lin Fan, who stood prominently behind her. With a thud, Wang Zi's legs weakened, and she sank to the ground, her mouth agape, glistening saliva visible within. At that moment, the commanding aura of a CEO dissipated entirely, leaving her resembling a concubine awaiting imperial judgment. She stared blankly, her admiration evident as she stammered. Lin Fan, is that truly you? Are you here for me?" Lin Fan. In the conference room, the remaining 8 female CEOs sprang to their feet, rushing to the entrance, akin to starry-eyed admirers gazing eagerly outside. "This is Lin Fan, the esteemed one. He truly appears extraordinary, so handsome. How can his countenance be so striking? Oh dear, my heart is melting at the sight. Lin Fan's gaze is so piercing. I cannot bear to look any longer, or I shall lose my composure." The 8 CEOs could only watch Lin Fan with utmost caution, even neglecting the male companions they had brought along. "May I enter? I am here representing the Yang Group." A smile graced Lin Fan's face as he regarded Wang Zi gently. Chapter 24. Stars Amidst the Dust, a Collective Dismissal. The shared objective of the 9 female CEOs, Lin Fan, representing the Yang Group. What? Wang Zi trembled, anxiously observing Lin Fan, her head bowed, still seated on the floor. Unwilling to yield her position, "Lin Fan, I sincerely apologize. My previous remarks were directed at Yang Mi and not at you at all. In my heart, you are the most exalted of deities. I have long harbored admiration for you." Lin Fan's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at the pitiful, alluring Wang Zi. "But do you not have a husband? I shall terminate the concubine evaluation immediately." Wang Zi swiftly retrieved her phone, deftly navigating the screen to revoke her status on the matchmaking app. "Surely, you cannot reclaim your bride price and dowry." Lin Fan rubbed his eyes. Curiosity piqued. "What did you offer Tao, and how much was the bride price and dowry?" Not much, he. As long as Lin Fan forgives me, I can do anything. Just 300 million in bride price and 200 million in dowry, nothing to fret over." Wang Zi waved her hand dismissively, while Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart trembling slightly, pondering, are the esteemed young masters truly valued so highly? The esteemed president of the Wang Group, reduced to seeking a subordinate match? My goodness. Lin Fan glanced over at Wang Zi, who was no less enchanting than Yang Mi. In fact, her figure might even surpass Yang Mi's, particularly with the delightful way her lips slightly parted, exuding an irresistible charm. "You may rise. I have not been angry." Lin Fan gestured dismissively. Your animosity towards Yang Mi is entirely understandable. He expressed his complete comprehension, for in this world, competition among women is a fundamental reality. Moreover, as Yang Mi's husband, the rivalry was even more pronounced. It was entirely normal for a goddess of Wang Zi's caliber to speak ill of Yang Mi behind her back. It would be unusual if she did not. How wonderful. Thank you, Lin Fan, Wang Zi said, rising from the ground, rubbing her eyes, and wiping away her tears before swiftly retreating to the side. Please, Lin Fan, do come in. With a nod, Lin Fan lifted his chin, clasping his hands behind his back, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met with the eager gazes of the 8 beautiful female presidents. Each of these women possessed an exquisite beauty, their combined scores for appearance and figure surpassing 99. An air of elegance, gentleness, and grace emanated from them. As if they were in a courtship ritual, Lin Fan chose to ignore this display and instead directed his gaze towards the men accompanying them, only to find them unremarkable and entirely unfamiliar. The first female president was accompanied by a short, stout man under 5 feet tall, with dark skin. The second was paired with a hefty individual standing at 6 feet tall and weighing around 500 pounds. The third was a pale-faced young man with dark circles under his eyes, appearing exceedingly frail. The fourth was a man with dyed yellow hair, his fair skin revealing an effeminate demeanor. The fifth was equally unimpressive, with shifty eyes that suggested a dubious character. The sixth, although decent in appearance, was clearly lacking masculinity, unmistakably a man rendered impotent. The seventh was an elderly gentleman, easily in his 70s, clutching a cigarette with trembling fingers. As for the eighth, he was a sight to behold, exuding an odor so potent it seemed he hadn't bathed in 30 years. Is this truly the case? A wave of helplessness washed over Lin Fan. The Yang group was overshadowed by such a motley crew. Could the world really be this daunting? The breathtaking female presidents of major corporations, in an effort to elevate their company's standing, were willing to lower themselves to associate with such dregs? Was this a fitting match? These individuals were hardly more appealing than the other 2 male judges he had encountered at the beauty pageant. In disbelief, Lin Fan shook his head and made his way towards the conference room, settling into a position on the left side, his gaze fixed upon the seated female presidents. Lin Fan, they called. The female CEO sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Please, allow this seat for Lin Fan." "Why should I?" A short, stout man crossed his arms defiantly, his chin raised in pride as he declared, "I'm a man, and so is he. What difference does it make?" Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could no longer contain his frustration. How could this person claim there was no distinction between them? The difference was glaringly obvious to anyone with eyes. Was this not an insult? Will you stand up or not? Lin Fan stepped closer to the stout man, lowering his head to inquire. "What do you want?" "I'll have you know we are equals," the stout man replied, maintaining a serious and resolute demeanor. "To hell with your equality. Who is like you?" Lin Fan retorted angrily, delivering a punch squarely to the man's face. "Ow! I was wrong, I was wrong." The stout man immediately covered his head, begging for mercy. "Get out!" Lin Fan shouted in fury. The stout man hurriedly stood up, casting a guilty glance at Lin Fan before fleeing the room. He felt too intimidated to remain. The female CEO did not pursue him. Instead, she silently observed Lin Fan and realized the truth. This was what it meant to be a man. This was true masculinity. What had she been supporting before, with those who were merely mediocre? "Let us go. You two should leave. I will ensure the final payment is made to you later. Mr. Li, please depart. Our group will cover the penalty fees." The surrounding female CEOs gazed longingly at Lin Fan, urging the men beside them to leave. The men, utterly defeated, recognized they could not compare to Lin Fan. The group no longer desired their presence either. With heads bowed and spirits low, they shuffled towards the exit, feeling like mere dust in comparison to Lin Fan. As the conference room door closed, the 9 esteemed female CEOs swiftly approached Lin Fan, exuding a captivating fragrance. Lin Fan internally nodded, acknowledging that they had not yet descended into madness. These extraordinary women were still untouched flowers, awaiting to be picked. No, I am a gentleman. I must uphold my dignity." Lin Fan's expression turned serious, sitting upright and casting a stern gaze around, ignoring the enchanting women surrounding him. "Aren't we here for a meeting? Let us commence and not waste my time." Chapter 25. The chaos unfolds. 9 exceptional CEOs risk everything for Lin Fan. All right. The 9 female CEOs hurriedly situated themselves beside Lin Fan. Those who were swift enough secured seats next to him, while those slower had no choice but to settle further away. Nevertheless, they gazed at Lin Fan with longing, their faces reflecting a deep infatuation. Pray tell, what collaboration is this? Lin Fan's gaze scrutinized Wang Zi. He gestured for Wang Zi's secretary, who swiftly approached and gently placed a cup of goji berry and red date tea before him. Lin Fan took the cup and savored the tea heartily. In essence, it was quite straightforward. Lin Fan had officially initiated a project requiring a staggering 20 billion yuan, with a total of 10 groups contributing, each needing to provide 2 billion yuan. Wang Zi stood, holding a document, as if reporting to a superior, and spoke, each group contributing 2 billion yuan, I understand. Is there anything else to note? Lin Fan inquired once more. Normally, a contribution of 2 billion yuan equates to a 10% shareholding, does it not? Wang Zi waved her hand, prompting her secretary to swiftly bring forth a document, which she respectfully handed to Wang Zi. Wang Zi took the document and presented it to Lin Fan, flattering him as she said, however, with the presence of the esteemed Lin Fan. Our Wang Group is truly honored. I have decided to contribute 4 billion yuan, securing a 20% share, all for you, Lin Fan, without expecting anything in return. As she spoke, she placed the document reverently on Lin Fan's desk and bowed deeply, hands placed on her abdomen. Please sign, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, I merely came to go through the motions. I anticipated a swift conclusion. Little did he know, while the meeting was indeed concluding, he unexpectedly found himself in a position to benefit immensely. Just as he was about to sign, the aloof female seated beside him suddenly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Zi, her face ablaze with intensity. What do you mean, Wang Zi? All the good fortune is monopolized by your Wang Group? Lin Fan, we, the Zhang Group, will also share our stakes with you. We will provide the funds. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she cast a triumphant glance toward Wang Zi. We too, my Li Group will contribute. The female CEO of the Li Group abruptly stood, her petite stature not diminishing her commanding presence. So will my Long Group. Me too, echoed another. The Lu Group will join as well. One by one, the female CEOs stood, some approaching Lin Fan, while others knelt before him, gazing at him with reverence. Coughing awkwardly, Lin Fan chuckled, utterly at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, these CEOs had exuded decorum, and now they had transformed, launching an unexpected offensive. The sudden shift left him unprepared. Should he accept this opportunity of 20 billion yuan? Wang Group will not only cover the project expenses, but I shall also provide you with an additional 5 billion yuan as a signing bonus. The Zhang Group will offer 8 billion. The Long Group will contribute 10 billion. I shall provide 20 billion. 300 billion. Wang Zi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the 8 extraordinary goddesses, each a paragon of corporate excellence, surrounding her. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and with a fierce determination, she slammed her petite fist onto the table. With a graceful leap, she ascended onto the tabletop and proclaimed, I shall present Lin Fan with a private island valued at 1 trillion. I offer Lin Fan, my idol, a private island worth 2 trillion. My entire company belongs to Lin Fan. I too, everything from the Zhou family is dedicated to Lin Fan. The 9 exquisite goddesses began to argue fervently, their faces flushed and voices raised, as if they wished to offer their very beings. Is it not the case that your families must consent? Lin Fan wore an expression of utter disbelief, about to speak when the female president of the He Corporation, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose. Her gaze was icily piercing as she surveyed the assembly of female executives, enunciating each word with precision. I propose a duel among ladies. The victor shall contribute 200 billion and exclusively dedicate this project to Lin Fan. In this contest, only the first lady to triumph shall be deemed the winner. Very well, I am in agreement. Wang Zi extended her delicate hand, gradually removing her high heels, squinting her eyes. I hold a 10th degree black belt in Taekwondo, and I have yet to demonstrate my skills. Come forth, who dares to challenge me? For Lin Fan, I am willing to risk everything, even my life. Humph, bring it on. I have long held a disliking for you. Without further ado, the petite female president unleashed a kick that struck Wang Zi's abdomen with ferocity. Ah! Wang Zi cried out in pain, her neck stretching as her mouth gaped, eyes wide and rimmed with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Her delicate form quivered and gradually succumbed to the tabletop, convulsing. Receive this punch. The female president of the Lu Corporation landed a blow on the exquisite face of the Li Corporation's female president. In an instant, the two stunning goddesses were embroiled in a fierce struggle, grasping each other's necks and unleashing a flurry of petite fists upon one another's faces. Lin Fan rose abruptly from his chair, panic etched across his features. Please, stop fighting. This could lead to disaster. You are all renowned goddesses of the business world. What will become of us if this news spreads? The 9 combatants, locked in their struggle, turned their resolute gazes towards Lin Fan, speaking in unison. Lin Fan, for you. We are willing to sacrifice anything. Suddenly, countless petite fists were raised, aimed at the faces of their adversaries. Lin Fan could only watch helplessly as, 3 minutes later, the petite female president staggered and became the first to collapse onto the floor, eyes closed and mouth agape, gasping for breath. Her gaze was filled with defiance as she pressed her small hands against the ground, exerting every ounce of strength to gradually rise to her feet. For the esteemed Lin Fan, I shall give it my all. Here I come. With that, she charged towards Wang Zi. Wang Zi retaliated with a powerful punch, striking the petite CEO squarely on the nose. With a resounding thud, her body quivered and collapsed onto the ground, her eyes shut, completely unconscious. Chapter 26. The tanned and exquisite female CEO prevails. Lin Fan truly enjoys the spoils come on. Wang Zi stood amidst the chaos, her hair disheveled like a wild spirit, her eyes scanning the other 7 female CEOs with a fierce intensity. As long as I remain standing, none of you shall claim that 20 billion contract for yourselves. Lin Fan stared in astonishment at Wang Zi, who, at that moment, exuded a somewhat terrifying aura. To him, it seemed as though she had lost her mind. There was no way he would compete against her again. He turned his gaze to the remaining 7 exceptional female CEOs, noticing the fierce determination in their eyes. Undeterred by Wang Zi's fervor, instead, it ignited their own fighting spirit. The 7 exchanged glances, cracking their knuckles, and approached Wang Zi. What did you say? You want to take us all on by yourself? Fine, let me show you what a group fight feels like. Come on, who is afraid? Let us go. Wang Zi, undaunted, sprang off the ground and lunged at the 7 CEOs. With a simultaneous crash, all 8 of them tumbled to the floor, entangled in a chaotic brawl. 3 minutes later, Wang Zi lay on the ground, her arms straining as she crawled step by step towards Lin Fan. She extended her small hand, attempting to grasp the hem of his trousers. Lin Fan, I'm so sorry. Wang Zi is inadequate. I can go no further, she sobbed. Damn it. Still trying to play the emotional card with Lin Fan? Come back here. One of the female CEOs seized Wang Zi's long leg and pulled her back, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her. Wang Zi closed her eyes, lying on the ground, utterly unconscious. What a brutal scene, Lin Fan silently observed, devoid of any inclination to intervene. He understood that even if he stepped in, it would be futile. In this world, once women engaged in a duel, it was a fight to the bitter end. The other 7 female CEOs stood resolutely, without hesitation, re-engaging in combat. Each delivered punches and kicks, blood spilling onto the ground as they fought valiantly for Lin Fan, refusing to succumb. 2 minutes later, bang, 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 3 exquisite, statuesque figures gradually descended to the ground and then reclined, their gazes faintly fixed upon Lin Fan. With quivering lips, tears of anguish streamed from the corners of their eyes. Lin Fan, I am truly sorry. I have failed, they lamented. The final confrontation unfolded as 4 female executives engaged in a fierce battle, 2 against 2. Lin Fan witnessed a fist landing brutally upon the face of one adversary, only to have another retaliate with equal ferocity. An exchange of blows that mirrored the adage of mutual destruction. After 30 seconds, the sound of impact echoed. 2 bodies collapsed onto the ground, convulsing as blood seeped from their lips. They squinted their eyes, filled with humiliation as they cast resentful glances at Lin Fan. Within their hearts simmered a deep-seated anger. Why did they feel so powerless, deprived even of the opportunity to showcase their prowess in the most equitable duel before Lin Fan? Their chests heaved violently, and in a fit of overwhelming disgrace, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the final 2 standing executives continued their desperate struggle. Lin Fan watched, both horrified and exhilarated, as a surge of satisfaction coursed through him. Once upon a time, even the most extraordinary goddesses fought for his favor. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating, surpassing even the pleasure of indulging in lavish company. With a resounding thud, a fist struck the abdomen of the opposing executive, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Slowly, she rose, her eyes glistening with defiance, declaring, "Lin Fan is mine." With a swift motion, she retaliated, launching a series of punches. After a flurry of blows, a captivating executive, her skin radiant and her features enchanting, gradually succumbed to the ground. The standing executive was similarly disheveled, her attire in tatters, revealing sun-kissed skin beneath. She tilted her head back, tears pooling in her eyes, raising her hands as she gazed at Lin Fan, slowly kneeling and breathlessly proclaiming, "Lin Fan, I have succeeded. I can finally present you with the contract worth 200 billion. Laughter erupted from her as she continued, "I have not disappointed you, have I? Are you pleased?" Lin Fan. She lifted her head, her alluring form still prostrate, her eyes brimming with eager adoration as she looked at him. "Let us hasten to sign the contract. Once complete, you must head to the hospital," she urged. Lin Fan promptly took the contract from the table, swiftly signing it with bold strokes before applying the Yang Group seal. The sun-kissed executive, having completed her signature, finally exhaled in relief, her body gently collapsing to the ground as she closed her eyes in exhaustion, whispering, "I have finally succeeded." The female secretaries were already prepared, having opened the door to the conference room. The doctors, who had been waiting outside, rushed in, carrying stretchers to swiftly escort the 9 exceptional female CEOs away. "Dear Lin Fan, do you have any further instructions?" Wang Zi's petite secretary hastily approached Lin Fan, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she shyly inquired. "Indeed. There is one matter," Lin Fan replied, raising his hand as he gradually stood up, his palm resting behind him. With an air of authority, he commanded, "Remind the 9 CEOs of their promises to me. They must ensure that their gifts are delivered to my estate in a timely manner. Should they arrive late, I shall make a note of it in my little ledger, which serves as my blacklist. Moreover, the individual whose gift ranks the lowest in value will also find themselves on that blacklist." "Assistant, let us proceed," Lin Fan gestured grandly as he made his way outside. "Yes, Mr. Lin." The female secretary knelt on the ground, respectfully observing Lin Fan's retreating figure. She bit her lip, softly repeating to herself, "The gifts must be ready before nightfall, and of high value, indeed." Inside the luxury vehicle, Lin Fan reclined comfortably in his seat, indulging in the massages provided by the technician number 18 and the professional nanny. The petite assistant, seated in the front, held the contract, her face glowing with joy as she regarded Lin Fan with adoration in her eyes. "Mr. President, you are truly remarkable. Securing a sole ownership contract with the Sun Group. We shall enjoy the exclusive benefits. This contract is something President Yang Mi would never have dared to dream of. Without your intervention, we surely would not have secured this official project. Mr. President, you are simply extraordinary. I am in absolute admiration of you," she exclaimed with a playful tone. The assistant tilted her chin, her legs slightly crossed, her petite frame swaying enticingly, exuding an alluring charm. Lin Fan's expression remained indifferent. "This is merely the norm. You must learn to adapt. Furthermore, your lack of ambition is troubling. While I may overlook it, should outsiders witness it, I cannot guarantee you won't face severe consequences." His gaze lingered on the assistant's delicate figure, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, I shall heed your words, Mr. President. Whatever you say, I will comply. However, I do hope for more of your disciplinary actions," she replied, batting her alluring eyes, her head lowered, her hands resting on her smooth thighs. A touch of shyness evident, while her feminine allure naturally surfaced. In that moment, within the confines of the luxury vehicle, an intoxicating fragrance wafted from the assistant. The exquisite female driver, the enchanting technician number 18, and the mature, graceful nanny. Chapter 27. The exhilarated Yang Mi could not be allowed to succeed. Lin Fan's maid had risen above the rest. Half an hour later, the luxury vehicle returned to the Yang Group. Lin Fan alighted from the vehicle, and his petite assistant rushed eagerly to his side, standing on tiptoe to assist him in adjusting his attire. Lin Fan gazed upon her charming visage, noting her commendable figure. "Thank you for your kind words, President," she replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with shyness as she lowered her head and stepped aside. With purposeful strides, Lin Fan entered the corporate building, whereupon every female employee instinctively retreated, averting their eyes, too timid to meet his gaze, and if they dared to glance, it was done surreptitiously. As the elevator doors chimed open, Lin Fan emerged, holding a contract, and approached the door of Yang Mi's office. "My dear, you have returned," Yang Mi exclaimed, her face lighting up as she caught sight of him. Rising from her seat, she swayed her hips joyfully and rushed forth, leaping into Lin Fan's embrace, her arms entwining around his neck. Pouting her rosy lips, she playfully inquired, "How did the collaboration fare?" "Take a look," Lin Fan replied, waving the documents in his hand. "Hee, my love, with you at the helm, it must be a resounding success. Who in the corporation holds as much sway as you? Even I, in your presence, am but a mere firefly," she mused, pursing her lips as she took the documents and moved to the side, slowly unveiling the contents. 2 contracts lay before her. One was a payment agreement with the Sun Group for a staggering 200 billion, fully paid. The other was a profit-sharing contract with the Yang Group, stipulating that all profits from this project would belong to them. "And what of the other groups?" Yang Mi inquired, her mouth agape and her large eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Lin Fan. "There's no other group," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "What?" Yang Mi blurted out, momentarily stunned. "How could that be? Wasn't it said there were a total of 10 groups? All of these projects belong to our group. They are of no concern to the others. Only the Sun Group has a stake, as they are the paying entity, while we are merely the beneficiaries," Lin Fan explained as he approached Yang Mi's desk, sipping slowly from a cup of red date and goji berry tea. Wow, Yang Mi suddenly realized, her legs buckling as she knelt on the floor, gazing adoringly up at Lin Fan. "My love, you are truly remarkable. A 100% stake? When I previously visited, I was only offered 5%. My dear," sobbing with joy, "marrying you has undoubtedly been the wisest decision of my life," she exclaimed, playfully clinging to Lin Fan's leg. Her delicate face pressed against his thigh, rubbing against him affectionately. Get up, Lin Fan said with a hint of exasperation. Faced with such an exceptional goddess displaying such endearment, who could withstand it? Under normal circumstances, Lin Fan would have taken charge and savored the moment. However, given the current situation, he had to maintain his composure. He was a figure of authority, and it was not the women who sought to be tasted, but rather, they were the ones eagerly seeking his attention. Lin Fan must uphold his value, status, and rank. "Darling, I am utterly captivated by you. You truly are remarkable. Now, tell me, what reward do you desire?" "I shall grant you anything," Yang Mi said, her large eyes blinking innocently while her adorable pout revealed her charming demeanor. Lin Fan struggled to divert his gaze, extending his hand to poke her forehead playfully. "Oh, please. Who is rewarding whom?" "Ouch." Yang Mi bit her lip and plopped down onto the floor, her head bowed shyly as she murmured, "Darling, I beg you, just reward me a little. Even if I haven't returned home, you occupy my thoughts every single day. Get away. My body is not something you can touch at will. That depends on your performance." "Yang Mi," Lin Fan said, his expression turning serious. "Darling, I'm here." Yang Mi quickly stood up like lightning, saluting Lin Fan with her posture upright. "I expect you to pass the concubine assessment within the stipulated time. Otherwise, you know the consequences," Lin Fan said with narrowed eyes, his tone stern. "Yes, darling," Yang Mi replied, her face serious. "All right, take your time with the assessment," Lin Fan said, gently pinching her nose before heading outside. "I will not disappoint you," Yang Mi vowed, her resolute gaze following Lin Fan's silhouette. Taking a deep breath, she silently swore to herself, "I will become my darling's cherished wife and care for him for a lifetime, allowing him to pluck my affection and command my devotion. I am certain I will pass the assessment. Damn it, this T0 is quite challenging to maintain," Lin Fan thought as he returned to his office, reclining in his chair, feeling somewhat speechless. After coming back from Yang Mi's office, the fervor within him had finally dissipated. His eyes drifted to the computer. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, time to clock out. Lin Fan stood up, removed his outerwear, changed into casual attire, and made his way downstairs. This time, he didn't need the exceptional female driver. Amidst the hopeful gazes of the female employees, he sauntered through the work area and arrived at the elevator. "Oh my gosh, Lin Fan looks even more handsome in casual wear than in a suit. Did you notice?" One exclaimed. "Indeed, I can't take it anymore. Just one glance at our idol makes me need to visit the restroom," another confessed. "Oh no, I'm going to have trouble sleeping tonight." "Lin Fan, when will you accompany me to sleep?" Lin Fan, You will forever be the embodiment of my fantasies, the employees sighed, resting their hands on the table, palms together. Chin resting on their wrists, gazing upward with squinted eyes, silently making wishes. With a roar, Lin Fan drove his Koenigsegg 1 back to the estate. As he pushed open the grand entrance of the main villa, he was greeted by an overwhelming number of boxes stacked high, while 4 maids stood by, assisting him. Their faces bore an expression of exhaustion, and one little maid knelt on the floor, puffing her cheeks and rubbing her wrists. The master's charisma is simply overwhelming. Even the 9 top goddesses and female CEOs from the leading conglomerates have come to present gifts to him. Indeed, who is the master? He is the most radiant, handsome, and charming demigod in the entire world. The 3 little maids looked up, their faces adorned with a haughty demeanor. Do you know? Ever since I became the master's maid, when I visit my mother, she looks at me with newfound respect. Now, when I gather with friends and they ask what I do, I proudly declare that I am the maid of the illustrious Lin Fan. Can you imagine the looks they give me? A tall, elegant maid gazed around with pride. What looks? The curiosity of the other 3 maids was piqued. Lin Fan also glanced over, momentarily intrigued. How would these young ladies perceive their exclusive maid? Chapter 28. The value of gifts exceeds trillions, questioning the female CEO of the Sun Group. They all regard me with envious eyes, and this time, during our grand feast, I spent not a single penny. It was all on them. Hee hee, it feels wonderful. This is my first time feeling this way, and it is entirely thanks to Master Lin Fan. Even if he were to make unreasonable demands, they would gladly comply. Even childbirth would not deter them. Her charming face flushed, and she shyly fixed her gaze upon the ground. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 little maids turned peculiar. You, daring to think of taking advantage of Master Lin Fan? They exchanged glances before pouncing on this little maid. The 4 began to playfully tussle, rolling around until they found themselves at Lin Fan's feet. Ouch! The escaping maid's head collided with Lin Fan's thigh, and she cried out, rubbing her head. With a pitiful gaze, she slowly looked up at Lin Fan. Her face went blank for a moment before she quickly stood up, speaking with utmost respect. Master Lin Fan. You have returned? Hee. She scratched her head, smiling sheepishly. The other 3 maids instantly realized what was happening, standing by the side and murmuring, Master. Lin Fan nodded, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Being my maid is quite enjoyable, isn't it? Indeed, the 4 little maids nodded cautiously. It is our honor to serve the master. Ahem. Lin Fan awkwardly smiled, thinking to himself, why does that sound so ambiguous? Are you trying to take advantage of me? However, he kept this to himself and walked into the living room, surveying the scattered gift boxes. What are all these? So many? Master. These are gifts from the female CEO of the Wang Group. I have calculated that their total value amounts to 500 billion. Lin Fan's lips parted in astonishment, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Is it truly this substantial? I sense it is still insufficient. The petite maid, tilting her head and pouting slightly, responded with a hint of pride. I believe Master Lin Fan deserves a sum of at least 1 trillion. Otherwise, it hardly befits your esteemed status. Just knowing is sufficient. These gifts are merely acceptable, Lin Fan replied, lifting his chin with a smug smile. Now, report the remainder to me. Yes, master. The maid said respectfully as she positioned herself in front of him and began her report. The Zhao Group's gifts total 450 billion, placing them second. The Li Group's offerings amount to 430 billion, ranking third. One by one, the other maids approached, kneeling on the ground to pay their respects to Lin Fan. The Zhou Group's gifts are valued at 400 billion. As each group reported, Lin Fan's expression was one of sheer enjoyment. He had not anticipated such extravagance from these young ladies. His initial comments, made merely to align with his T0 status, had prompted an unexpected frenzy of gift-giving. It seemed they were anxious not to appear stingy, lest they find themselves on a blacklist. Who is the last? Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, languidly inquiring. It is the Sun Group, with a mere 280 billion. Such a paltry sum. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Notify the president of the Sun Group to come here at once. I wish to inquire whether she holds me in disdain. Master, when shall we meet? The maid asked cautiously. Now, immediately, Lin Fan declared, rising and making his way upstairs. Internally, he couldn't contain his glee. What an abundance of gifts. How long will it take to unpack them? This is simply delightful. I have never received such generosity in my past life. Moreover, the properties, cars, estates, and islands were simply innumerable. A brief glance revealed a staggering 206 properties, a total of 390 vehicles, 507 estates, and even a terrifying 305 islands. At that moment, Lin Fan felt no different from a sovereign of islands. Upon reaching the upper floor, the maid swiftly followed, gently assisting Lin Fan in changing attire before accompanying him to the bathroom. She began running the water, ultimately helping him settle into the bathtub. Squatting beside him, she assisted with his bathing. With eyes closed, Lin Fan luxuriated in the experience. What shall we dine on? A gourmet dinner valued at 600,000 is ready. Awaiting your arrival, master, the maid replied softly, pursing her lips. Very well, commendable. I shall reward you, Lin Fan said, playfully pinching her nose. The maid's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Thank you for the reward, master. After finishing his shower, Lin Fan descended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of Sun Rong, the alluring and graceful president of the Sun Group, kneeling on the living room floor. Dressed in a sophisticated black pencil skirt, her sun-kissed skin radiated health. She bit her lip, her delicate hands nervously resting on her shapely thighs, her eyes filled with regret. Lin Fan chose not to utter a word, bypassing her and making his way to the dining room, where he sat regally at the table, relishing the attentions of four young maids. Meanwhile, Sun Rong remained quietly on her knees, too afraid to stir. Occasionally glancing her way, Lin Fan found it astonishing. The strength of this T0 version was truly remarkable. Even as I brazenly imposed difficulty upon her, she dares not resist. However, having uttered my demands, it would be unbecoming of me to refrain from asserting my authority. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan sat upright, gesturing towards a nearby maid. She gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Rising, he strolled back to the living room, settling onto the sofa and propping his legs upon the coffee table. The maid instinctively approached to offer him a massage. No need. Lin Fan interjected with a hand gesture, causing her to freeze in place, hesitant to move. Come here. Can you massage? He inquired, pointing at Sun Rong and beckoning her with a flick of his finger. Yes, Lin Fan, Sun Rong replied, her face lighting up with a mixture of joy and humility. Come and give me a massage, Lin Fan commanded, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, ready to indulge. Yes, Lin Fan, she responded, remaining on her knees as she crawled beside him, her fingers gently kneading his calf. Cautiously, she observed him, at such close proximity. The intoxicating scent of his masculinity wafted into her senses. Her cheeks flushed, heart racing. I'm sorry, Lin Fan. Chapter 29. Reluctantly granting the top-tier goddess Sun Rong a chance, Lin Fan's demands and the arduous struggle of Yangmi. What do you say? Lin Fan squinted, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Sun Rong. I have no means to atone but to offer myself, she replied shyly, her face flushed, too bashful to meet his gaze. Heh, Lin Fan scoffed, questioning, is this a reward or a punishment? Naturally, it is a punishment, Sun Rong admitted, taking a deep breath. Steeling herself to speak softly. Punishing whom? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, reaching out to grasp her chin. With a firm grip, he elicited a cry from her as her brows knitted in pain. It's a punishment for me, she whimpered. Fixing his gaze upon her, Lin Fan enunciated clearly. I see it as a punishment for me. Leave. With a sudden force, he pushed her, causing Sun Rong to yelp and fall onto the ground. Rubbing her rear, she felt no time for pain before swiftly launching herself at Lin Fan, clinging to his leg. Lin Fan gazed coldly at Sun Rong, a stunning beauty, who appeared so humble before him. To be honest, it was an immense test for Lin Fan. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining a dignified demeanor, otherwise, he would risk being looked down upon. He was acutely aware that he needed to uphold his standards. Succumbing to such humility would diminish his worth. Transitioning from a T0 version to an unknown lower tier was something he would never entertain. Even if, in reality, there was no decline, merely a psychological one. He would not allow himself to be swayed. Lin Fan, I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you to grant me just one opportunity, Sun Rong. The illustrious president of the Sun Corporation and a paragon of elegance, beseeched, her eyes reflecting a depth of humility that seemed to seep into her very bones. Bowing her head, she softly uttered, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you in the conference room, I have been unable to forget you. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will give me a chance. A smirk graced Lin Fan's lips as he inquired seriously, tell me, is this a reward or a punishment? For me, it is a reward. For you, A punishment, Sun Rong replied, her gaze averted in guilt. The nearby maid could no longer contain herself. She had endured this for far too long. With her little feet stomping on the ground, she approached Lin Fan and, with a swift motion, slapped Sun Rong's cheek. With wide eyes, she pointed a finger at Sun Rong's nose and exclaimed, "Do you have no shame? Knowing full well that this is a punishment for my master, you still wish to impose it upon him? Leave, and do so as far away as possible. You are not welcome here. If you continue to disrupt, do not blame me if I challenge you to a duel." Wow, such bravery. Lin Fan was utterly taken aback, his astonishment palpable. His little maid showed no fear of the formidable president of the Sun Corporation. "Please, dear sister, grant me just one chance. My intentions towards Lin Fan are genuine. If I am lying, I swear I will meet a tragic fate," Sun Rong proclaimed solemnly, raising 3 fingers and gazing skyward. No, no, no," Lin Fan stammered, bewildered. "Surely it cannot be that dire. Lin Fan, might you give me a chance? I am willing to do anything to pass your assessment," Sun Rong implored, batting her large eyes seductively at him. "Very well," Lin Fan relented, having no desire to make things difficult for her. Taking a seat on the sofa with his legs crossed, he softly remarked, "Engage in fitness. When you have achieved a physique that satisfies me, I shall agree to your assessment." "Really?" Sun Rong's eyes sparkled with hope as she waved her delicate fists and stated earnestly, "I will not disappoint you, Lin Fan. Indeed, go ahead. Remember, I appreciate a vibrant, curvaceous, and irresistibly alluring fitness goddess," Lin Fan added as a final note. "Rest assured, even if it means exhausting herself, she will fulfill Lin Fan's considerable expectations." "Thank you, Lin Fan, for granting her this opportunity." Sun Rong knelt on the ground, bowing thrice in reverence towards Lin Fan before rising and taking a graceful bow. "I shall take my leave now, Lin Fan." Go on, go on." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if dispersing a hawk. A smile radiated from Sun Rong's face, as if Lin Fan's mere words had granted her a reprieve from death. After her departure, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, murmuring softly, "At last. She is gone." That was truly terrifying. Her vows were overwhelming. Standing up, he stifled a yawn and ascended the stairs. The little maid followed closely, supporting him as they climbed. "You may leave now," Lin Fan gestured, opening the door to his bedroom and stepping inside without switching on the light. He climbed onto the bed. 3 seconds later, he abruptly sat up, flinging the heavy duvet aside. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the maturely figured maid lying beside him, her large eyes fixed on him, her cheeks flushed and glistening. "Master, I am here to warm your bed," the maid replied, her youthful face betraying a glimmer of greed. Instinctively, Lin Fan raised his hand to shield his chest, his voice tinged with caution. "You need to leave. Your presence is unnecessary here." "Yes, master. He, I shall take my leave. Farewell, and may you have sweet dreams," the maid said, rising with a gentle smile. Yet in Lin Fan's eyes, she resembled a lovesick follower. She hopped off the bed, slipped into her slippers, and bounded towards the door, as if the privilege of warming his bed were the greatest honor. "How frightening," Lin Fan muttered, placing his hand on his lower back. "I feel that should I carelessly wander into a realm akin to that of Tang Seng's daughter kingdom, my very vitality might be compromised. After all, if not, I doubt I would last another 2 days." Instinctively, Lin Fan reached for a cup of red date and goji berry tea at the bedside, taking a hearty sip before drifting into slumber. Yang Corporation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in the office, Yang Mi sat in her chair, gazing intently at the computer screen, her expression serious, dark circles forming under her eyes. She stifled a yawn, but showed no sign of sleepiness. After a while, a cheer escaped her lips. She stood up, her petite feet dancing with excitement. "I have completed 196 assessments. I am so close to success. How wonderful. Lin Fan, I promise not to disappoint you. Rest assured, I shall become the delicate wife you can cherish," Yang Mi proclaimed, swaying her alluring form. Sipping her coffee, she gently patted her cheek and turned back to the computer, clicking to access the next assessment. Chapter 30. The fanatical admirers gathered behind within the opulent confines of the Sun Group's presidential office. Sun Rong was diligently exercising on the treadmill. Her delicate visage glistened with perspiration, yet her eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Breathlessly, she murmured, "Lin Fan, my idol, just wait. I shall transform into the person you desire." Clenching her petite fists, her tall figure exuded an invigorating vitality. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, in a state of drowsiness, slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his head, suddenly aware of a soothing presence beside him. To his astonishment, nestled within his embrace was a mature and enchanting maid. Her sweet face bore a serene expression as she remained ensconced in slumber. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he sat up abruptly, glancing down to find his pajamas intact, prompting a sigh of relief. "Awake, awake," he said, playfully pinching the maid's petite nose. "Master, is that you?" The maid's eyes fluttered open, her cheeks flushing as she sprang to her feet, fidgeting with her clothing as if awaiting Lin Fan's judgment. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan adopted a stern demeanor. "Who permitted you to enter my room?" Yet, internally, he marveled at the delightful surprise of waking up to such a soft and fragrant companion. "Ah, I must have been caught off guard. Master, I couldn't resist," the maid replied softly, her voice tinged with humility. Lin Fan, standing atop the bed, looked down at her reproachfully. "Do you realize that what you did was inappropriate?" "Yes. Yes, master. I am truly sorry." The maid trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I was merely afraid of you sleeping alone." Lin Fan, amused, chuckled. "So? You did this for my benefit?" "Indeed," she nodded vigorously. "Do you dare to nod in agreement?" he teased, lunging toward her. "Ah," the maid exclaimed as she found herself pinned to the floor. With wide eyes, she asked, "Master, what do you intend to do?" With a swift motion, Lin Fan's palm landed firmly on her rounded rear, delivering a playful smack. "Was that wrong?" he inquired, feigning indignation. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she whispered, "Yes, it was wrong. Knowing your error is sufficient. Now, assist me in changing my attire," Lin Fan commanded, rising and striding toward the changing room. "Of course," the maid replied, lowering her head and obediently trailing behind him. As Lin Fan descended the stairs, he noticed the other three maids waiting at the entrance of the dining room. "Master, breakfast is ready," they announced. Lin Fan entered the restaurant, eyes closed, occasionally parting his lips. A petite maid carefully fed him with a dish. He savored the meal in silence. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, a young maid returned from outside, holding an envelope, which she handed to Lin Fan. "What is this?" he inquired with curiosity as he took it. "Master, this is from a staff member of the Li Group," the maid replied, her lips pouting with envy. "It's a love letter from their female president. You know, she is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the metropolis, even more stunning than the winners of global beauty contests. This is her letter to you. You might want to consider it." She blinked her expressive eyes. A shadow crossed Lin Fan's face as he coldly asked, "Did you receive any payment for this?" "I did not, truly." The maid's face blanched, and she immediately knelt on the ground, murmuring, "I just thought that such a goddess deserves someone like you, master. If she were to be wasted on someone else, wouldn't that be a shame? Give me the love letter." Lin Fan extended his hand, and the maid obediently placed the letter in his palm. With a firm grip, he crushed it and tossed it aside. "Clean this up. I'm heading to the company." "Huh? Just like that?" The maid's face was a picture of regret. "Huh. She pursues me yet sends her subordinate instead. Does she not know her own status?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes and made his way outside, getting into his Koenigsegg 1. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped towards the company. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he was met by a throng of fans blocking his way. Startled, Lin Fan quickly opted for the back entrance of the building. "Lin Fan, our idol." A sharp-eyed girl spotted him, waving a rose as she ran towards him. "Goodness." Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he dashed towards the rear of the group. In an instant, thousands were in pursuit, shouting, "Lin Fan, our idol. Please give me your autograph." "Lin Fan, wait for me. I just want a photo with you." "Lin Fan, could you give me a kiss? If you do, I promise not to wash my face for 3 years." Lin Fan's face reflected his exasperation. After running just 10 meters, he was cornered by eager fans, each looking at him with hopeful eyes, their eyelids glistening with tears. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan resignedly said, all right, line up, one at a time." Reluctantly, he began to engage with his fans, signing autographs, posing for photos, and granting gentle kisses on cheeks, one after another. At noon, the crowd gradually dispersed. Seizing the opportunity of the dwindling number of people, Lin Fan slipped to the back door of the group, opened it, and walked inside. "Phew, I am utterly exhausted." Lin Fan shook his weary wrists and murmured, "This is even more tiring than rewarding myself." Just then, he turned around and spotted a little girl gazing up at him with curiosity in her eyes. "Are you Lin Fan, the male deity?" she exclaimed. Oh my goodness, I finally get to see Lin Fan, the male goddess. Her tiny hands waved excitedly as she produced a candid photo of Lin Fan, asking, "Could you please sign this? A kiss would be nice too." Chapter 31. The 18-year-old girl Jinji, a host of women arrive at the business gala ahem. So you are my fan? Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished at how fervent fans had become. Hee hee, I snuck in here, aren't I clever? The little girl beamed, looking up at Lin Fan with pride. She then pleaded, Lin Fan, could you please sign your name? Bowing deeply, she presented the photo to him with both hands. That is simple enough. Lin Fan took the photo and signed his name on the back. Lin Fan. I have this spot too. The little girl pointed to the collar of her shirt. All right. Lin Fan generally did not refuse fans' requests. And even if he pretended to resist, inside he was delighted. With such beautiful female fans pursuing him, if he ever felt the urge to indulge, he could easily choose one. Is that enough? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Fan, you can give me a kiss, just one. The little girl leaned in, pointing to her fair cheek. Fine. Considering her youthful appearance, she was not entirely off limits. Lin Fan bent down, puckered his lips, and was about to plant a kiss on her cheek when a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She turned her head, aligning her lips directly with Lin Fan's. In an instant, Lin Fan's lips met her soft, rosy ones. What on earth? He exclaimed, quickly pulling away. Thank you for the generous gift, Lin Fan. Hee. The little girl giggled, dashing outside. I can't believe Lin Fan kissed me. This is amazing. So this is what a boy's lips feel like. Lin Fan's face darkened, suddenly feeling as if a long-trusted companion had unexpectedly nipped at him. Nevertheless, he pressed his lips together and murmured, it's actually quite sweet. He then made his way to the elevator, pressed the button for the top floor, and ascended. Lin Fan entered the office and sank into the chair, exhaustion radiating from his being. With his eyes closed, he extended a hand and pressed the call bell for his assistant. The door creaked open to reveal a petite assistant, standing at about 180 centimeters, gracefully entering with a tray of goji berry and red date tea, which she placed delicately on the desk. She then knelt beside him, her small hands gently massaging Lin Fan's legs. Is the pressure suitable, sir? She inquired. Just right. Call me if anything comes up, he replied, gradually succumbing to slumber under her attentive care. The assistant blinked her glistening eyes, quietly observing Lin Fan while diligently continuing her massage. When Lin Fan awoke, he found that the assistant had transformed into an adorable young girl. Why has the assistant changed? He asked in a daze. Sir, she has been massaging you for an hour. She just switched to me, the little girl said, her large eyes blinking innocently. Oh, Lin Fan nodded, sitting up. By the way, sir, here is an invitation to a business gala tonight. Manager Yang mentioned that you should attend. She is currently busy with evaluations, the assistant added softly. Is she really that slow? Hasn't she finished the evaluations yet? Lin Fan's palm struck the armrest of the chair with force. All right, understood. You may leave now. Yes, the young girl replied, rising and making her way toward the exit. Lin Fan opened his computer, casually selecting a movie to enjoy. In the Zhen family's main bedroom, Zhenji's mother held her daughter's small hand, earnestly advising, My dear, tonight is the business gala. I've heard that young Master Chow, the most esteemed among the young elites of the Magic City, will be attending. You must be observant and aim to capture his attention. If you succeed, our Zhen family could ascend to one of the top 10 families. The mother, gazing into the mirror, beheld her daughter, Zhenji, sitting gracefully, her fair collarbone exposed to the air. Her figure was alluring, and her lips slightly parted, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom. Additionally, here is a gift to present to young Master Chow. Let it leave a favorable impression, she said, carefully handing Zhenji a brooch valued at 30 million. Take care with it. Zhenji's delicate face reflected a sense of resignation. Mom, I understand. Deep down, she harbored a secret. She was indifferent to romantic pursuits, lacking any genuine interest in boys. A mere glance at young Master Chow had elicited little more than mild indifference. Yet, for the sake of her family's aspirations and to avoid disappointing her mother, she felt compelled to comply. Moreover, should she become the beloved of young Master Chow, she would ascend to great heights, achieving instant success and claiming the title of the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. A sharp glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Young me, Sun Rong, Li Bing, one day I shall trample you all beneath my feet. Young Master Chow will undoubtedly be mine. President, the time has come. We must depart. The assistant timely entered the office, urging her. Just a moment. I am almost finished with this film, Lin Fan replied, unfazed, continuing to watch intently. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan donned a suit and made his way downstairs. Once inside the luxury business vehicle, the female driver pressed the accelerator, heading towards the hotel where the gala was to be held. Half an hour later, the high-end vehicle parked in the lot. Lin Fan stepped out and sauntered towards the building, with the assistant dutifully following behind, carrying various items. At that moment, within the gala hall, numerous powerful businesswomen began to gather, their gazes scanning the surroundings. Wasn't it said that young Master Chow would be here today? Why haven't I seen him yet? One remarked. Perplexed. I came specifically for young Master Chow. Where is he? This is so disappointing. Have I come for nothing? The businesswomen pouted, their small feet tapping against the ground, revealing a demeanor akin to that of young maidens. Zhenji sat quietly in a corner, savoring a glass of fruit wine. Her delicate fists clenched as she discreetly observed the surroundings, whispering, "Young Master Chow, I shall surely succeed today." She was clad in a form-fitting black gown, her alabaster collarbone and lovely legs exposed to the air. Scanning the crowd, she smirked inwardly, contemplating. The beauty of these women is rather mediocre. But it is peculiar that on such a pivotal occasion, especially with young Master Chow's appearance, why have Yang Mi, Sun Rong, and Li Bing not shown up? Even the female CEOs of the top 10 conglomerates are absent. Her brow furrowed, curiosity welling within her, accompanied by a strange sense of foreboding. Chapter 32. Young Master Chow chooses his bride? No, the true male god has arrived. Look, young Master Chow is coming out. Someone exclaimed. All gazes turned towards the entrance of the hall, where the heavy doors slowly opened, revealing a handsome young man in a white tuxedo standing at the threshold, surveying the hall with keen interest. A smile crept across his lips, barely contained. He knew that today, among these women, he could select at will, bestowing upon them rewards akin to royal favors. At that moment, they resembled courtesans in a palace, awaiting his choice. Wow, it's young Master Chow. He is unbelievably handsome. My goodness, exclaimed one woman. Just one glance, and I feel faint. Oh my, he truly radiates sunshine. Countless strong women concealed their faces, their eyes reflecting a mesmerizing array of emotions. Yet, only Zhenji sat upon the sofa, her gaze devoid of any particular excitement. She shook her head, pondering, what is there to behold? There is nothing distinct about it. TSK. Indeed, men are all the same. Humph. She cast a cursory glance at young Master Chow before diverting her attention to savoring the fruit wine. Meanwhile, young Master Chow had approached, his eyes filled with admiration as he began to select his duo partner for the day. Who would he choose? Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings until his gaze landed on Zhenji in the distance. Compared to the surrounding goddesses, Zhenji was of an entirely superior caliber. Her aura set her apart from the ordinary strong women nearby. Wow, this young lady is truly beautiful, young Master Chow thought, inhaling deeply as he smoothed his attire before making his way toward Zhenji. Oh no, young Master Chow is coming over. Who will he choose? He is approaching me. I'm so excited. One strong woman's face flushed, her petite feet tapping anxiously against the ground. Huh, not me. Another strong woman watched as young Master Chow passed by, her eyes shimmering with disappointment. At last, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, young Master Chow reached Zhenji's side, raising a glass of fruit wine with a smile as he inquired, "Miss, are you alone?" Indeed, Zhenji displayed no emotion, her innate aloofness rendering her oblivious to any allure. "Shall we share a drink?" Young Master Chow's gaze roamed over Zhenji, a smirk gracing his lips as his eyes lingered on her collarbone and then drifted lower. Beneath the enveloping black gown, her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, embodying an extraordinary grace. Her skin was alabaster, and her exposed legs revealed an alluring sensuality. "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Young Master Chow casually extended his request for a duo partner. Zhenji bit her lip, contemplating silently. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and replied with a smile, "Sure." "Oh no, why?" A chorus of unwilling voices arose as a strong woman wiped away tears from the corner of her eye. Why didn't young Master Chow choose me? Why? If only he had chosen me, another strong woman, dressed in a particularly revealing outfit that accentuated her figure, gazed at Lin Fan with a sense of grievance. Young Master Chow, I would cherish even a single opportunity. I too wish to duo with young Master Chow. The air filled with the melancholic murmurs of strong women, their voices gradually fading. This is for you, young Master Chow. Zhenji produced a small box from her pocket, preparing to hand it to him. At that moment, a figure in a white short dress dashed in from outside, exclaiming, "They're here, they're here. Who is coming?" A formidable woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The male deity has arrived," she remarked, her voice still slightly stammering. "Male deity? You must be mistaken. Is not the most handsome here Master Chow?" She scoffed, disdain evident as she pouted. Indeed, my admiration lies solely with Master Chow. In my heart. He is the epitome of handsomeness and the only one worthy of the title male deity." With her head held high, the strong woman elegantly grasped her wine glass and sauntered towards Master Chow. Male deity? Who could that possibly be? A flicker of curiosity crossed Master Chow's eyes, soon overshadowed by a profound pride. "I am the foremost young master of the Magic City. Before me, who dares to claim the title of male deity? Who would even attempt such a thing?" Zhenji pursed her lips in silence, her gaze drifting towards the entrance, seemingly eager to glimpse this so-called male deity spoken of by the previous woman. At that moment, the alluring figure approached Master Chow, chuckling as she spoke. "Master Chow, you jest. Who would dare to call themselves a male deity in your presence? Compared to you, all the male deities of this world would seem like mere dust." With a light-hearted laugh, she offered a glass of red wine to Master Chow, her eyes glimmering with flattery. "Master Chow, do you have time today? Let us share a drink." With a smile, Master Chow clinked his wine glass against hers, downing its contents in one go, his gaze wandering back to the entrance. Strange. Weren't we promised a male deity? Why has he yet to arrive? Is he truly so grand? By the way, where are Yang Mi, Sun Rong, and Li Bing, the renowned female CEOs of the top 10 conglomerates? His eyes turned inquisitively towards the enchanting woman. "That I cannot say," she replied, shaking her head thoughtfully. "I believe there are rumors about someone pursuing someone." "Pursuing someone?" Master Chow's fist clenched, a sharp glint in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "Who could it be? Is there truly someone more remarkable than I? When did the Magic City acquire such a figure?" "Oh, Master Chow, I suspect it is merely gossip. In the Magic City, considering looks, status, influence, physique, and age, who could possibly compare to you? Surely, the one outside must be an unremarkable young man with an average appearance." The alluring woman playfully tapped her hand against Master Chow's chest, her eyes filled with a teasing charm. "Miss Zhenji, what are your thoughts? Where is he?" Master Chow's gaze turned towards Zhenji, who was staring blankly at the entrance, her eyes shimmering with intense emotion. "The male deity, it truly is the male deity. Who?" Master Chow's derisive gaze slowly shifted. "A male deity? Who could surpass Master Chow?" The enchanting woman also turned her gaze towards the entrance. Chapter 33. Zhenji's heart changes. Lin Fan takes the lead, and Master Chow receives a beating. The grand hall's doors creaked open. Lin Fan strolled to the entrance and ventured inside, his curious gaze surveying the surroundings. He mused to himself, is this truly a gathering of the upper echelons of society? It appears rather ordinary at first glance. Wait, no, it is anything but ordinary. His attention was captivated by Zhenji, whose beauty and figure left him in awe. Wow, is this the male deity? Zhenji, startled, inadvertently dropped her wine glass, shattering it upon the floor. Yet, the sound failed to disturb anyone present. All eyes were fixated on Lin Fan, enraptured by his presence. "Indeed, he is a male deity," murmured a woman of elegance beside young Master Chow, her head tilted back, lips parted in amazement. So, it was he whom that person referred to. His words can truly be deemed as divine. A powerful woman glanced towards her companion, who, having succumbed to the overwhelming charm, knelt on the ground, her face flushed as she whispered, "This is the man of my dreams." Compared to young Master Chow, he is like the stars vying for brilliance against the sun and moon. Oh, how I wish to be this male deity's concubine. Then I could pair with him in everything. A strong woman's mind raced with extravagant desires. "Oh, I am utterly enamored. He is simply too dashing." Another powerful woman swooned, collapsing onto the sofa, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed dreamily at Lin Fan. How could this be? Young Master Chow's eyes glimmered with disbelief as he beheld Lin Fan, who appeared almost divine, radiating an aura that was blinding. He realized that in terms of looks, status, height, physical prowess, and age, he could not compare to Lin Fan. His heart screamed in silent rebellion. No, no, no. Ah, it is futile. I have completely succumbed to the radiance of this male deity. One by one, powerful women knelt, their forms weakened, cheeks flushed, devoid of strength. Yet their eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan. "This is the true man I have longed for," Jinji whispered, her mouth agape. "Weren't you supposed to dine with me this evening?" Young Master Chow gazed at Jinji in shock, his eyes wide. "I regret my choice. I wish to dine with this male deity instead." Jinji cast a shy glance towards Lin Fan, her previously unremarkable visage now blossoming with a vibrant flush. Her feminine allure fully unveiled. "No, you promised me. How can you go back on your word?" Observing Jinji's enchanting appearance, a tinge of unwillingness flickered in young Master Chow's gaze. "No, I believe I prefer this male deity's type over yours. The disparity is rather significant," Jinji replied matter-of-factly. The disparity was rather vast. With a sudden thud, Jinji's final words reverberated within the heart of young Master Chow, causing him to weaken and collapse onto the ground. Jinji's gaze shifted toward Lin Fan as she rose and approached him step by step. From the moment she laid eyes on Lin Fan, she realized something startling. She was experiencing feelings. The previous indifference seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. With each of Lin Fan's movements, her heart trembled ever so slightly. "Greetings, young lady," Lin Fan said with a smile as Jinji stood before him. "Why you?" "Hello," she replied, her head bowed. Shyly glancing at Lin Fan, "She is mine." Young Master Chow suddenly surged to his feet and strode toward Lin Fan, his eyes wide with fury and jealousy. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Jinji. "Not at all," Jinji interjected, extending her hand to link arms with Lin Fan, nestling against him. "Release her. I want to allow you to touch her. You must be an imposter, right? Surely, no man in this world could be as handsome as you. Just wait. I will expose you." Young Master Chow lunged forward, reaching for Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan felt his face being touched for what seemed like an eternity. Strange. Why is nothing there? Young Master Chow's eyes widened, his pupils turning increasingly crimson. "Have you had enough of this farce?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger brewing within. "It's impossible. You must be a fake. I've figured it out. Your head is a disguise. I'll remove your head and prove it to everyone." Young Master Chow dashed to a nearby table, snatching a fruit knife from a maid's hand, and charged at Lin Fan. With a buzzing sound, he slashed the knife toward Lin Fan's neck, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. "Ha! I will show you all that no one in Modu can rival my handsomeness. I am the foremost among the 10 young masters. Watch out," Jinji cried, immediately placing herself in front of Lin Fan. The surrounding powerful women covered their faces, fear evident in their eyes, unable to bear witness to the scene. "Enough," Lin Fan bellowed, pulling Jinji behind him by her slender waist. Jinji gasped, feeling the warmth of his hand on her back. Her eyes flickered as she cautiously regarded Lin Fan. "Begone!" Lin Fan kicked out, striking young Master Chow squarely in the abdomen. Young Master Chow gasped in pain. His body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling as he coughed up blood. "How dare you hit me? What of it? I found you insufferable the moment I walked in," Lin Fan replied with a cold smile, moving to pick up a chair. He scrutinized it before advancing toward young Master Chow. "Please, no. I am under protection. I was wrong. I was wrong. You are a divine being. You are a divine being." The desperate cries of young Master Chow echoed through the air as Lin Fan brandished a chair and brought it crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, young Master Chow rolled his eyes back, his lips parted as he expelled a continuous stream of white, his body beginning to tremble. Chapter 34. Jinji's bold advance. Lin Fan's fury against the unattractive pig woman. Stop hitting, it could kill someone," a nearby strong woman exclaimed, covering her face in shock. The surrounding women gazed at Lin Fan with astonishment, their eyes brimming with admiration. Some infatuated ladies even began to daydream. "Ooh, truly a divine being. Even in the act of striking, he exudes such elegance. What a man!" Jinji's eyes sparkled with admiration, fixated on Lin Fan's silhouette. Bang, bang, bang. The chair in Lin Fan's hands continued to descend mercilessly. "I was wrong, truly wrong," young Master Chow lamented, cradling his head and wailing incessantly. His voice grew fainter until, in the throes of agony, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Damn it, to flaunt oneself before me is simply absurd." Lin Fan discarded the chair and turned to Jinji. "Call an ambulance." "Yes, divine being," Jinji replied, retrieving her phone to summon help. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd inexplicably called the police. When the officers arrived and discovered that the assailant was Lin Fan, they promptly retreated. The entire incident, from their arrival to their departure, took less than 3 minutes. Lin Fan watched as the nurses carried young Master Chow away on a stretcher, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Zhen Ji crouching on the floor, resembling a small puppy, extending her delicate tongue to lick the ground. "Goodness, miss, you need not be so exaggerated," Lin Fan exclaimed, astonished. "Divine being, please do not waste so much in the future, understood?" Zhen Ji blinked her eyes shyly as she regarded Lin Fan. Ahem. Lin Fan forced a smile and made his way to the nearby sofa. The business gala continued, and Lin Fan engaged with numerous strong women, adding 39 new friends to his contact list. 2 hours later, the gathering concluded. Lin Fan and Zhen Ji exited the hotel side by side. Her gaze shyly drifted towards him. "Divine being, may I accompany you home? Is that appropriate?" Out late at night, a man and a woman alone together might draw misunderstandings, Lin Fan responded, mimicking a fairy from his past life. "It's fine, divine being," Zhen Ji said softly, her eyes cast downwards. "Even if people misinterpret me as your concubine, it matters not, for my heart belongs to you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart began to beat solely for you." Lin Fan's eyelids twitched as he scrutinized Zhen Ji. Contemplating, she certainly doesn't seem to be the type to be straightforward. Has she truly begun to be so direct so soon? Goodness. Lin Fan retrieved his phone and opened a dating app, saying, "Let me send you a little concubine assessment." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Lin Fan, my idol. Once I pass the assessment, I shall serve you," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she shyly cradled her phone. After sending an invitation, Lin Fan gestured with his hand. "All right, you should head back now. I must return home as well." As Lin Fan walked towards the business car, Zhen Ji held her phone, quietly watching his retreating figure. Biting her lips softly, murmuring, "Lin Fan, my idol, I will not disappoint you. I will surely pass the assessment swiftly and become your concubine, at your service." Once seated in the car, Lin Fan exhaled deeply. "Let us return to the manor." "Yes, sir," the assistant replied with a wave of her hand. And the female driver set off towards the manor. Upon arriving, the business car headed towards the company, while Lin Fan reached the villa's entrance. Opening the door, he was greeted by darkness and silence within. "Little maid?" Lin Fan called tentatively. A series of muffled struggles ensued. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he reached for the light switch, revealing 4 little maids bound on the sofa, their eyes wide with fear as they struggled. The little maid finally managed to dislodge the sock from her mouth, exclaiming, "Master, be careful," with a sudden chill creeping up behind him. Lin Fan instinctively dodged and turned to see a woman, towering at 2 meters and weighing around 500 pounds, lumbering towards him with a stick, her gaze cold and unyielding. Who are you?" Lin Fan stammered, retreating to the edge of the sofa. Who am I? I am here to claim you." The hefty woman licked her lips, her voice low as she stomped her foot and charged at Lin Fan. "What is happening?" Lin Fan shouted in confusion. "Master, this person has come to take you away. You must run," the little maid cried out. "Why are they after me?" Lin Fan asked, bewildered. "She wants to take you back to her secret lair and make you her plaything," the little maid replied in despair. "What?" Lin Fan's eyes widened, halting in his tracks as he assessed the imposing figure of the woman, realizing that even an average man would struggle against her. "Goodness," Lin Fan pointed at the woman, exclaiming, "How can there exist such a repulsive woman in this world?" "Humph." The woman tilted her head, locking eyes with Lin Fan. "I have been watching you for quite some time. Today, I shall finally savor the experience, ha ha ha." With a forceful stomp on the ground, she lunged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face bore a cold, indifferent smile as he sidestepped the baseball bat. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Lung Meng squarely on the face. In the next instant, her body trembled, staggering back 2 steps as a searing pain coursed through her. Her eyes reddened as she exclaimed, "How dare you hit my face? No one has ever had the audacity to strike me. Now, how will I face others after you've done this? Not hitting you. Does that mean you can face others?" "Fat pig," Lin Fan retorted, enunciating each word deliberately. "What did you say?" Lung Meng's eyes turned crimson as she charged at Lin Fan, her hand poised to strike at his neck. "Master, be careful," the little maid cried out while frantically untying herself. Lin Fan executed a roll, taking refuge behind a pillar. With a resounding thud, Lung Meng's fist collided with the stone column. The entire villa seemed to shudder as Lin Fan turned his gaze toward her, only to witness her arm weaken and fall, having been rendered limp by her own force. "Damn it!" Lin Fan shouted, propelling himself forward with vigor and delivering a swift kick to Lung Meng's abdomen. "Ouch!" she cried out, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her mouth, her face contorted in agony. "Do you think you deserve to touch me?" Lin Fan's eyes widened with anger as he approached her, picking up the baseball bat from the ground. With a powerful swing aimed at her head, he struck decisively. With a dull thud, she fell unconscious, her eyes shut. Lin Fan discarded the bat and walked over to the four little maids. "Master, are you all right?" The maids looked at Lin Fan with concern etched in their expressions. "I'm fine," he replied, loosening the ropes binding them. "Call the police," he instructed as he settled onto the sofa, sipping the jujube and goji berry water from the coffee table. "Yes," the little maid nodded vigorously, grabbing her phone to report the incident. "Master, let me check on you." The remaining three maids surrounded Lin Fan, anxiously examining him. A sigh of relief escaped their lips upon confirming he was unharmed. "Master, you are incredible. I saw you kick her, and she just fell to the ground," the little maid exclaimed, mimicking Lin Fan's action with a playful kick. Admiration gleamed in her eyes. "We for couldn't have done it without you. What would we have done if you weren't here?" The little maid lowered her head, her eyes glistening with tears of fear. "What are you saying? Everything is all right now?" Lin Fan said gently, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Master," the four little maids cried out in unison, leaping into Lin Fan's embrace, holding him tightly. "Master, I have no desire to impress you. I wish to serve you endlessly," the little maid said softly, tilting her head. "Master, I feel the same," the elegant maid responded in a gentle, melodious tone. "Master, I yearn to keep your bed warm," the mature maid with captivating eyes said alluringly. Master, I will always assist you with your baths," the statuesque maid shyly remarked. In less than 3 minutes, the police arrived. As for the cold and adorable pig girl, she was taken away without any objection. Moreover, Lin Fan was aware that she had been sentenced to death simply for daring to lay hands on his revered SSS-level deity. Such was her fate. "Master, let us serve you dinner. The meal is prepared and should still be warm," the little maid said, taking Lin Fan's hand and leading him toward the dining room. Upon entering, Lin Fan was greeted by an enticing aroma. On the table lay an array of exquisite dishes, the most striking of which was the nourishing soup. Pointing to the soup, Lin Fan inquired, "Who made this?" I did. The towering, elegant maid eagerly raised her hand. "Warm my bed tonight," Lin Fan declared as he settled into his chair. The splendid maid paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy, her petite feet tapping eagerly on the floor as she softly responded, "Yes." Subsequently, she leaned closer, and the four maids began to serve Lin Fan his meal. He needed only to open his mouth, while the maids expertly peeled the shrimp and lobster, presenting them delicately to his lips. After the meal, one of the maids gently dabbed a handkerchief at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth, sweetly suggesting, "Master, shall we take a stroll? It aids digestion." Of course. Accompanied by the three exquisite maids, Lin Fan took a leisurely walk around the estate, marveling at its vast expanse of 5,000 square meters, featuring an exquisitely manicured grove. As Lin Fan strolled past the edge of the grove, he mused to himself, "This place is indeed a perfect setting for romance. My, is this what a manor looks like?" The thoughtfulness is remarkable, Lin Fan thought, shaking his head as he made his way toward the main villa. Upon returning to the master bedroom, the three maids guided Lin Fan toward the bathroom. His gaze fell upon the 180 centimeters elegant maid, who was dutifully lying on the bed, keeping it warm for him. A smile crept onto Lin Fan's face as he enjoyed a delightful hot bath, pampered by the three exquisite maids. Lin Fan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, and took a seat at the edge of the bed. He playfully pinched the rosy cheeks of the warm bed maid and inquired, "Is it ready?" "Master, it's almost done," replied the charming maid, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she dared not meet Lin Fan's gaze. "Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Warming your bed is my greatest honor." "Is that so? How delightful," Lin Fan teased with a mischievous smile. "What if I were to offer you a double reward? How would you respond?" "Really?" The maid sat up in excitement, gazing at Lin Fan, causing her blanket to slide off slowly. Lin Fan's eyes widened, captivated by her physique, and thought to himself, "My goodness, it's simply exquisite." After a brief glance, he nonchalantly turned his gaze away and remarked, Not bad. It meets my requirements, albeit barely. You should exercise more. I can see a hint of extra flesh." Is that so? Master, I understand, the petite maid said, lowering her head, then shyly lying back on the bed, gazing sweetly at Lin Fan as she continued to warm his bed. Master, will I have to leave tonight? What? Do you wish to take advantage of me? Lin Fan asked, fixing his eyes on the maid. No, I never thought of that. I simply want to keep warming your bed for the entire night. She replied softly, her voice tinged with bashfulness. As for tonight, that one tea be necessary, Lin Fan mused quietly to himself. If you stay, how will I manage to sleep? Half an hour later, Lin Fan had dried off, and the maid took her leave. Lying on the bed, covered by the blanket, he closed his eyes, reflecting, this is truly delightful. Is this the sensation of ancient emperors? My goodness, it feels like paradise. As he indulged in the moment, he soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 36. The Mobilization Conference. Upon awakening, Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and noticed a maid standing beside him, holding a pair of slippers. You're up so early. He chuckled. Of course, we must always consider our master's comfort and ensure you endure no toil, the maid replied, kneeling and presenting the slippers at the bedside. After donning the slippers, Lin Fan made his way to the bathroom, with the maid following closely behind to assist him with his morning routine. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, prepared without any effort on his part, Lin Fan drove straight to the company. Arriving early, he found the office still devoid of people. He smoothly entered the president's office and settled into the executive chair. President, here is your red date and goji berry tea, a young assistant announced, entering with a cup of thick, aromatic tea and placing it on the desk. Lin Fan took a hearty sip and inquired, is there anything scheduled for today? I notice some areas are marked in red. Today is the Group S Mobilization Conference. The assistant thoughtfully replied. Oh, is this a motivational meeting to inspire the employees? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. The petite assistant nodded gently. Indeed, esteemed president. And this time, you are the one delivering the speech. Lin Fan's expression shifted in surprise. Who was it before? Mr. Yang, the assistant replied cheerfully, gazing at Lin Fan with admiration. You may not realize just how fervently the employees at the company admire you. Even the refuse you discard has been retrieved by some to be cherished at home. Surely not. Lin Fan's face reflected disbelief. This is utterly absurd. He understood he was unique, yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of admiration. Wasn't the most he ever discarded merely used tissues? Could that truly be taken home and revered? A vivid image flashed in Lin Fan's mind. An exquisite goddess with a bedside table displaying the very tissues he had discarded, provoking an urge to laugh. When did this begin? A sense of positivity surged within him once more. At 9:30, the assistant bent slightly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I feel a bit fatigued. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Understood, esteemed president. The assistant approached him tenderly, kneeling on the ground and beginning to massage his shoulders. Her large eyes occasionally glanced at him, only to shyly avert and gradually retreat. At 9 o'clock, Lin Fan had meticulously prepared his attire and inspected himself in the mirror. Tall and striking, he exuded charisma. A satisfied glint sparkled in his eyes as he turned to find 3 assistants kneeling nearby, adjusting his clothes, while another captured his image from a distance. All set. Esteemed president, one assistant announced as she stood. Let us proceed, Lin Fan declared, striding confidently toward the grand conference room downstairs. This expansive chamber was more than capable of accommodating all the employees within the company. Upon arriving at the waiting area, Lin Fan began his anticipation. As the clock struck 9:30, he rose and made his way to the backstage entrance. Inside the conference room, chaos reigned. The faces of the female employees lacked any signs of enthusiasm. Many appeared lethargic, and some were engaged in idle chatter. Another motivational meeting. What purpose does it serve? One grumbled. Mr. Yang comes, speaks a few words, and departs without making any impact. Indeed, another chimed in. If only I were assigned a husband, I would be brimming with motivation. How long have I been here? And they say the Lin Fan is present. Yet, I have never seen him. The employees whispered among themselves, even the higher-ups in the front displaying signs of fatigue. One by one, they settled into their seats, feeling dazed as if they were on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, the dark mist on stage began to part. No one seemed inclined to glance up until a prominent and exquisite young woman gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "It's him! It's the god of Lin Fan!" What? Instantly, a multitude of female employees turned their gaze towards the stage. There stood Lin Fan, microphone in hand, gracefully making his way to the center, his calm gaze sweeping over the audience below. Ah, it is indeed the god of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I am your devoted fan. Lin Fan, it is truly you, the living embodiment of the god. Oh my goodness, is he truly this handsome? It seems my usual daydreams have been far too modest. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from below, each pair of eyes burning with fervor as they gazed at Lin Fan, their admiration unmistakable. Their earlier lethargy vanished entirely, replaced by an infectious zeal. Remarkably, even before Lin Fan uttered a word, their enthusiasm exploded. Oh no, I can hardly bear it. The allure of Lin Fan's gaze is simply captivating. My heart feels as though it might melt under his scrutiny. Had I known that today a speaker would be Lin Fan, I would have been better prepared. Countless female employees sat upright, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, as if desperate not to miss even the slightest of his movements. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan tapped the microphone twice and announced, "Today, I am the speaker for the motivational assembly." Oh my, just that one sentence sent the audience into a frenzy. They waved their arms, excitement radiating from every corner as they looked upon Lin Fan. At the edge of the stage, Lin Fan's four petite assistants gazed at him with rapt admiration, their eyes sparkling with affection. Is this truly the esteemed president? How extraordinarily charming he is. His voice is simply delightful. I feel as if I too have been inspired. Being close to the president every day means I am constantly motivated. This must be the reason I enjoy coming to work. The four assistants silently watched Lin Fan, their mouths agape, their expressions filled with tender longing. Lin Fan's voice continued to resonate, enveloping the hall in silence as everyone listened intently to his speech. To be frank, Lin Fan's motivational words were somewhat ordinary, even akin to those previously uttered by Yang Mi. Yet, the female employees below gazed at Lin Fan with eyes wide as saucers, captivated by his presence. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Mi had also found her way to the entrance of the grand conference room. Her curiosity piqued as she peered inside. There she saw Lin Fan delivering his speech with effortless grace, while the female employees below listened earnestly. Even those usually preoccupied with their phones were fully engaged. Chapter 37. The female employees transform into top-tier beasts. Junji's mother's incredible transformation. During my speech, the audience appeared utterly listless, yet when my husband took the stage, their eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Do you intend to devour my husband? Yang Mi pouted, a twinge of jealousy gnawing at her heart, as if the little employees she had nurtured over the years were being whisked away by another, particularly by her own husband. However, I must admit, my husband is indeed handsome. During his speech, he was nothing short of mesmerizing. Yang Mi gazed fervently into Lin Fan's eyes, but after a moment, she quietly withdrew. Oh dear, I cannot bear it any longer. My heart feels as if it is melting, a shy little employee murmured as she lowered her head. While Lin Fan spoke, his gaze swept across the employees below. Sensing the moment was right, he took a deep breath. Do you wish to work hard? The female employees raised their heads, craning their necks as they shouted, yes. Lin Fan inquired again. Do you desire to earn more money? Yes. All right, then let us return to our duties. The mobilization meeting is concluded. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding curtains slowly descended. The employees stood up one by one, filled with righteous indignation. As if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, striding towards their work area, they resolved to channel their utmost energy into their tasks, determined not to disappoint their male deity. Lin Fan. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Lin Fan made his way backstage. President, here is some water. His assistant rushed over, presenting a cup of red date and goji berry tea, lifting it towards his lips. Lin Fan savored it and said, let us go back to the office. Ascending the stairs, he returned to his office, where he found Yang Mi leaning against his desk. My dear, you were truly poised during your speech. You have me completely captivated, she exclaimed, dashing over to embrace his arm, her eyes sparkling with affection. You, Lin Fan chuckled, pinching her little nose playfully. Come here and give me a massage for a while. Taking a seat, Yang Mi swayed her hips and gracefully approached, kneeling on the floor as her fingers gently began to massage Lin Fan's shoulders. How is the pressure? Yang Mi asked with a cheerful smile, her eyes narrowed in delight. Quite good. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the four assistants to step outside. From his elevated position, Lin Fan regarded Yang Mi and inquired, how is your assessment progressing? Only 20 items remain. I feel that with just one more day, I can pass. Yang Mi reported with utmost respect. Very well. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Continue. Yes, husband, Yang Mi replied, biting her lip, tenderly continuing her massage. Lin Fan closed his eyes and soon dozed off. Yang Mi slowly stood up, gazing at Lin Fan's visage. A soft smile graced her lips as she whispered, "My love, to become your woman in this lifetime is the greatest joy I could ever imagine." She gently bent forward, pursing her rosy lips to plant a delicate kiss on Lin Fan's cheek. After a moment, a faint blush crept onto her charming face as she turned to leave. "My husband is asleep. Please take care of him," she instructed her 4 assistants before making her way to her office. In a hushed yet resolute tone, she declared, "I shall pass the assessment today. I will truly become my husband's beloved concubine. Ha ha ha." At the Zhen residence, Zhen Ji sat in front of her vanity, meticulously applying her makeup. Beside her, a concerned matron inquired, what was the outcome? Did young Master Chow agree? Speak up, don't just sit there. The matron snatched the wooden comb from Zhen Ji's delicate hand. A flush appeared on Zhen Ji's face as she lowered her gaze and murmured, "The one I adore is not young Master Chow. It is someone else." What? What did you say? The matron's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift motion, she struck Zhen Ji's cheek, pointing an accusing finger at her. "You truly disappoint me. After all I have done for you, you have chosen to love someone else. Someone beneath young Master Chow, is that it? You mean to drive me to despair, don't you?" Zhen Ji's face reddened further as her small hand covered her cheek. Her voice soft and gentle. "The one I love is Lin Fan. He surpasses young Master Chow by countless measures." "Who?" The matron blinked, her eyes now wide with curiosity. "Lin Fan, the male deity? He is the embodiment of my dreams, the epitome of my ideal." Zhen Ji's eyes narrowed as visions of the future danced before her. "Lin Fan, the male deity?" The matron seemed to recall something, swiftly retrieving her phone to inquire, "Is this the person?" Zhen Ji's gaze fell upon the wallpaper displayed on the matron's phone screen. It featured Lin Fan's profile, stunningly handsome and captivating. "Mother, how do you have a picture of Lin Fan? I don't even have one. Please, give me a copy." Zhen Ji tilted her head, pride evident in her tone. "I am now part of Lin Fan's concubine preparatory team." "Is that true? How wonderful." The matron's face flushed with excitement as she cupped Zhen Ji's delicate face, her heart aching with affection. "I struck you just now, did it hurt? Allow me to soothe it." "Huff, huff. It doesn't hurt, hee hee. I told you. The person I admire is 1,000 times more remarkable than young Master Chow. Yes, I was wrong. Lin Fan is indeed the most exceptional man of all." The matron sighed with relief, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction as she looked at Zhen Ji. Simultaneously, her heart began to dream of the future. Once her daughter wed, she would follow her, allowing her to behold Lin Fan's celestial beauty each day. Surely, her spirits would soar with each passing day, perhaps even extending her lifespan. Lin Fan awoke, his eyes fluttering open in a daze, only to be greeted by 4 small assistants kneeling before him, each holding incense, a fan, tea, and fruits, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. "Where is Yang Mi?" Lin Fan inquired as he sat up, tossing aside the blanket that enveloped him and throwing it towards one of the assistants. "She has returned to the office, tackling the assessments," one assistant promptly replied. "Oh, I see." Lin Fan yawned, rising to stretch his limbs. He poured himself a cup of red date and goji berry water and began to savor its flavor. Turning to the 4 assistants, he asked, "Is there anything pressing in the company? If not, I shall take my leave." With a shrug, Lin Fan made his way towards the exit. Chapter 38. Is Heaven and Earth Serious? Once in the car, Lin Fan noticed a message appear on his phone. Curiously, he picked it up to find a voucher from Heaven and Earth, a full complimentary one, no less. Glancing back, his expression darkened as he mused, "Goodness, they send me a voucher every day. They must be quite anxious for my patronage." Since it was a premier club, he thought it worthwhile to pay a visit. I wonder what exquisite goddesses await inside. With a press of the accelerator, Lin Fan drove towards the nearby establishment. Upon arriving at the entrance of Heaven and Earth, Lin Fan slowly brought his car to a halt, peering inside to admire the lavish decor. 3 top-tier hostesses stood at the door, their long, slender legs seemingly reaching for the heavens. Is the quality of this club truly so high? Lin Fan pondered, exiting his vehicle with a cup of red date and goji water in hand, sipping leisurely as he gazed inside. "Welcome, sir." The 3 hostesses greeted in unison with graceful bows and bright smiles. Lin Fan nodded and proceeded to the reception desk. "Wow, exclaimed the receptionist upon seeing Lin Fan, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Is he not exceedingly handsome? When did such a striking gentleman grace this club? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Fan was the globally renowned top male idol. What type of lady would you like? The receptionist asked plainly. Oh, I have this voucher. Is it valid for a free service? Lin Fan inquired, displaying the voucher on his phone. You possess a voucher? A full complimentary one? The receptionist's face lit up with surprise, her demeanor instantly brightening. Of course. Here is the full selection of ladies. You may choose one. Lin Fan observed as the receptionist presented him with a photo album. As he flipped through the pages, he found numerous options. Shaking his head, he returned the album, stating, Just bring me an 18-year-old girl to attend to me. Certainly, sir, the receptionist replied promptly, leading him aside. Please, follow me. I will escort you to your private room. Very well, Lin Fan agreed. Lin Fan followed behind, ascending the staircase to a luxurious private room where the receptionist had just exited. He settled himself onto the couch, relishing the soothing melodies that filled the air. 10 minutes later, a soft knock echoed through the room. Come in, Lin Fan politely invited, preparing himself to receive the massage service from an 18-year-old girl. The young woman, Dong Ku, timidly entered, her gaze cast downwards, avoiding eye contact with Lin Fan. Technician number 18, at your service, she announced respectfully. All right, let us begin, Lin Fan replied, extending his legs onto the coffee table, awaiting her approach. In the next moment, Lin Fan observed as the 18-year-old girl delicately gathered her hair, twisting it into an elegant bun with a subtle effort, securing it with a hair tie on her wrist. She then approached Lin Fan. Wait, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he quickly adjusted his posture on the couch. What do you mean by this? I am here to serve you. This is a premium package, a full service, Dong Ku explained, cautiously lifting her head to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Oh, she gasped softly, her eyes trembling as they locked onto Lin Fan's. You are so handsome, yet you've come to a place like this. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Dong Ku. Isn't this establishment above board? No, it isn't, Dong Ku replied softly. Most of our clientele are older gentlemen. It's quite rare to have someone as young as you here. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he straightened up. Questioning, aren't you concerned about the police inspecting your establishment? It's all legal, Dong Ku whispered. What? Lin Fan was utterly astonished, grappling with the shocking revelation of its legitimacy. Goodness, he muttered, surveying Dong Ku's figure and realizing her striking beauty, tall, with fair skin. Are you still a virgin? Yes, she stammered, shyly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I've never served a male client before. I just started working here. And there are very few visitors. You're my first. Dong Ku, feeling a mix of nervousness and admiration, spoke softly. Sir, you are so handsome. I feel somewhat unworthy of your attention. Would you like me to call my sister? She is much prettier than I am. Your sister? Lin Fan mused, considering her appearance, which could easily be rated a solid 96 in beauty. No need. I came here for a legitimate massage. Just give me a massage and a wash. That will suffice. Lin Fan replied, laying down on the couch, weariness evident in his tone. Of course, sir, Dong Ku responded, kneeling beside him, her hands beginning to press against his shoulders. Moments later, Lin Fan's body shuddered as he suddenly turned, grasping Dong Ku's delicate hand. Wasn't this supposed to be a proper massage? This is indeed proper. This is how we are trained, she defended, her expression a mixture of innocence and earnestness. Dong Ku looked at Lin Fan with innocent eyes and softly said, I will give you a massage. Lin Fan, taken aback, gazed at Dong Ku in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Just give me a head massage, he replied helplessly, reclining against the sofa with his eyes closed. All right, sir, Dong Ku said as she positioned herself behind Lin Fan, her hands gently resting on his head, beginning a professional massage. As she continued, her delicate hands began to wander towards the collar of his shirt. Suddenly, Lin Fan's hand swiftly pressed against hers. Just the head massage will suffice. Okay, Dong Ku said shyly, continuing to massage his scalp with gentle movements. After a while, Lin Fan lay back in the chair as Dong Ku helped him wash his hair using the faucet, simultaneously massaging his neck. With a subtle pout, she softly suggested, Sir, I feel you could accompany me to the little black room. My service is quite exceptional, as I have received professional training. Lin Fan opened his eyes, fixating on Dong Ku with curiosity. Is this little black room legitimate? Yes, Quite legitimate, she responded nervously, unable to meet his gaze. Legitimate, my foot, Lin Fan chuckled, playfully tapping her on the head. Just focus on the massage, and remember, I am a man you cannot match. All right, fine, Dong Keti pouted, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Chapter 39. The Attentive Four Maidens. Zhen Ji's sentiment. After enjoying a delightful time at the establishment, Lin Fan departed in the afternoon. Farewell, sir. The receptionists knelt on the ground, watching him leave. Once they stood up, they began to gossip amongst themselves. Wow, that gentleman is extraordinarily handsome. It's my first time seeing such an attractive young man. Does anyone know if he requires a concubine? Oh no, just one glance at him makes me feel like I won't be able to sleep for 3 days. Me too, sob sob. Achoo. Lin Fan sneezed, rubbing his nose, murmuring, "Who is talking about me?" As he looked ahead, he pressed the accelerator and returned to the estate. Upon entering, Lin Fan noticed 4 little maids bustling about with trays. Curious, he approached the kitchen, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Hee, we are having barbecue today, master," one of the maids joyfully exclaimed. "Is that so?" Lin Fan's eyes widened as he gazed at the countertop, which was adorned with oysters, kidneys, steaks, and skewers. Lin Fan shook his head. "Are you all planning to keep me awake tonight?" "Master, how could that be? We simply prepared this for unforeseen circumstances," one maid responded, tilting her head. Her bright eyes fixed on Lin Fan with a cheerful smile. "All right, fine, I'll trust you," Lin Fan said with a wry smile, playfully flicking her nose. "Hee." The young maid smiled, a glimmer of joy dancing in her eyes, as if Lin Fan's gentle touch on her nose was the greatest of rewards. "I will go upstairs for a shower. I shall await your return," Lin Fan said as he ascended the stairs. "Understood, master." The 4 young maids cheerfully resumed their tasks. One of them, glancing furtively at the others, swiftly darted upstairs. Lin Fan settled into the bathtub, reveling in the warmth, his eyes closed in bliss. The door creaked open, and he turned to see the petite maid sneak in, quietly closing the door behind her. "What is it?" Lin Fan asked, relaxed. "Master, allow me to assist you with your wash," she giggled, kneeling beside him, her hands gently massaging his shoulders. "You," Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head with a smile, surrendering to the comfort. Half an hour later, Lin Fan emerged from the tub, and the maid, with a towel in hand, dried his body and wrapped him in a bath sheet before starting to clean the bathtub. As he stepped outside, he could faintly hear her murmuring, "Master, you are simply marvelous. Your physique is even more robust than some bodybuilders. Such exquisite muscles." Lin Fan shook his head, a wry smile crossing his lips. As he descended the stairs, he found 3 maids standing neatly in the center of the hall. "Is everything ready?" he inquired. "Yes, master. It is ready for you to savor," they replied respectfully, their eyes glimmering with admiration as they caught sight of the maid who had joined them from behind. A pang of envy flickered in their hearts. Why was it not they who seized the opportunity? "I wish to serve master during his bath as well." Lin Fan took a seat, while one maid positioned herself by the oven, commencing the grilling. The delightful aroma of cooked food wafted through the air. After sampling some fruit, Lin Fan noticed the maid presenting a skewer on the dining platter. "Master, please try this," she urged, extending her hand. Just then, another maid swiftly reached out, offering a skewer to Lin Fan's lips. "Master, allow me to feed you." "Is that all right?" Lin Fan asked, feeling a bit flustered. "Hurry up. I'm so excited," she exclaimed, holding the skewer before him. Lin Fan opened his mouth, tasting the morsel. Truly, it was a life where food was served and clothing was provided. As he continued to indulge, Lin Fan felt invigorated, his strength returning with every bite. "Here, let me wipe that for you," one of the maids said gently, dabbing the corners of his mouth with a cloth. She then softly inquired, "Master, are you satisfied? If not, we can grill more." Lin Fan rose. "I am full. You all enjoy. I shall take my leave now." Lin Fan exited the restaurant, intending to ascend the stairs, when the sound of the doorbell resonated through the air. "Master, I shall answer the door," a young maid exclaimed, darting swiftly from the dining area. "No need. I will handle it," Lin Fan replied, striding towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, he beheld Zhen Ji kneeling at his feet, gazing up at him in silence. "What brings you here?" Lin Fan inquired, scrutinizing her from above. "Have you completed your assessment?" I'm nearly done. Just a little more to go," Zhen Ji murmured softly. "Just a little? Have you progressed so swiftly?" Lin Fan's eyes narrowed in curiosity. "I have completed a small portion. I missed you and wished to see you," Jinji confessed, presenting a small box with both hands. Lin Fan, I have prepared some pastries for you to try. Come inside. Lin Fan beckoned as he made his way to the hall. Hee hee, Jinji giggled, quickly rising to follow him. Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, while Jinji knelt beside the coffee table, placing the small box atop it and gently opening it. Inside lay a delicate assortment of sweets, exuding an air of sophistication and a delightful aroma. As Lin Fan parted his lips, Jinji carefully pinched a piece of pastry, tenderly placing it upon his lips. He chewed in silence. Is it to your liking? Jinji asked with eager anticipation. Quite good, Lin Fan nodded, a glimmer of enjoyment lighting his gaze. Did you make this yourself? Yes, Jinji affirmed enthusiastically. Excellent, Lin Fan smiled. I wish to have more tomorrow morning. I will bring you some. I promise to come early, Jinji replied with a cheerful grin. Is there anything else? Lin Fan queried once more. And no, that's all. Jinji stammered, biting her lip and gazing at him, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her upon seeing him. Her spirits lifted, invigorated by the fatigue of her assessment. Cautiously, she stood and bowed to Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, I shall take my leave now, and I will complete my assessment as swiftly as possible. Very well, go ahead. Lin Fan waved his hand, a broader smile emerging in his eyes. Chapter 40. Lin Fan is a coveted gem, and the maids are eager to seize their opportunity. Jinji departed with a playful sway of her petite waist. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fan squinted and murmured, she truly is captivating. With a smirk, Lin Fan ascended the stairs, returning to his bedroom, where he pulled back the covers. Goodness, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes. When did you arrive? There, upon his bed, lay a mature and alluring maid, swaying her body as she sweetly proclaimed, I have come to warm your bed, master. Huh, Lin Fan chuckled dryly, narrowing his eyes as he reached out to gently grasp her chin, questioning, are you certain this is your intention? Master, you have caught me off guard, she replied playfully. The mature little maid blinked her alluring eyes, casting a flirtatious glance towards Lin Fan. It's warm now, let's go, she said. Lin Fan took a seat on the nearby chair. Master, I wish for the little maid to open her mouth and gaze at Lin Fan with her enchanting large eyes, exuding all her charm, conveying a sense of courtship. Haha, I am currently in a phase of conserving energy, and do you truly believe you are worthy of me? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, realizing that even his concubines were not deserving of affection, let alone a mere maid. Very well, the little maid pouted, lowering her head in disappointment. After 10 minutes, having warmed the bed, she descended from it and walked step by step towards the door. Wait, Lin Fan suddenly called out. What is it, master? The little maid quickly rushed back and knelt on the ground. Ahem, prepare some red date and goji berry water for me, Lin Fan commanded. Yes, master, she replied swiftly, darting outside. Upon her return, she presented a cup of red date and goji berry water with a cheerful smile. Master, may I stay here overnight? She asked, her large eyes sparkling as if they could speak. What do you think? Lin Fan gazed gently at the little maid. All right, she replied, standing up and walking towards the door, softly saying, Good night, master. She closed the door behind her, leaving with a look of unrequited love in her eyes. Clenching her small pink fist, she murmured, Master, I will not give up. I am certain I will succeed. Lin Fan lay on the bed, preparing to sleep when a creaking sound of the door opening reached his ears. He quietly observed the entrance as the little maid stepped inside, having just closed the door. Turning around, she spotted Lin Fan and greeted, Hi, master. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. I came to warm your bed, the little maid replied. Her head bowed in embarrassment, glancing at her small feet. You to warm my bed? Haha, Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Did you not see the maid who just left after warming my bed? I did, but I actually came to keep you company, the little maid whispered. Do you think you are worthy? Lin Fan asked flatly. No, not worthy, the little maid replied, her head downcast, her eyes reddening with tears that began to cascade down her delicate cheeks. Woo-woo, she sniffled, wiping her eyes and preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Lin Fan called out quickly. Master, what is it? The little maid turned back, looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, her little lips pouting, her eyes and nose tinged with red. Come, warm my bed for a while, Lin Fan said, feeling his heart soften. Really? Hee, master, you are so kind. The little maid exclaimed, racing over and leaping onto the bed, snuggling beside Lin Fan beneath the covers. With a bright smile, She looked at Lin Fan and softly asked, "Master, do you think my figure is good?" "Quite good," Lin Fan nodded. "What about my personality?" The little maid inquired again. "It's also quite nice," Lin Fan affirmed, still nodding. "Master, I wish to be your bedmaid. May I?" The petite maid ventured timidly. "Really?" Lin Fan tilted his head, gazing at the young maid with a calm demeanor. After 3 seconds of mutual eye contact, her gaze shyly averted, and she murmured, "I apologize, master. I should not have made such an audacious request, should I?" "Just knowing is enough," Lin Fan replied, closing his eyes once more. Sighing, the maid felt a bit weary and soon drifted off to sleep. In the midst of the night, Lin Fan awoke to the sensation of the young maid nestled against his chest, her small mouth slightly agape, drooling onto his shirt. Goodness, Lin Fan thought, his expression one of exasperation. "Is this how I am rewarded for allowing you to stay?" "Master, you are truly my idol," she mumbled in her sleep. "Don't run away. I promise to be gentle." With her lips pursed, the maid began to talk in her dreams. Lin Fan, momentarily taken aback, felt a touch of tenderness in his gaze as he observed her. "Given your words, I shall forgive you." Gently, he shifted the young maid off him and made his way to the bathroom. Upon his return, he found her sitting on the bed, rubbing her eyes. Her voice soft and innocent. "Master, where are you?" "I went to the bathroom," he replied, sitting beside her. "If you need assistance, I can help you," she said. Her cheeks flushed. "You can help me?" "Oh, how so?" Lin Fan smirked, narrowing his eyes as he inquired. Well, the maid trembled slightly, lowering her head, unwilling to elaborate. "Ha ha ha, sleep now. Good night," Lin Fan said, lying back down and closing his eyes. The maid secretly observed Lin Fan for a moment before snuggling back into his embrace and closing her eyes. Lin Fan placed his hand gently on her slender waist. "Master, you truly like me, don't you?" the maid asked, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed up at him with humility. "Moderately," Lin Fan replied. "Hee. Moderately is enough for me. I seek nothing more," she whispered before inhaling Lin Fan's scent and drifting off to sleep. Lin Fan, too, found no aversion to her fragrance and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke to a startling sight. A stunning maid, standing at 180 centimeters tall, had appeared beside him, her expression still dazed as she clutched his arm and slept soundly. Chapter 41. Flowers and Diamond Rings. Lin Fan was in a daze, as the exquisite goddess had returned to the fray. "Wait, seriously? Is that why I slept so soundly? 2 lovely maidens warming my bed." Lin Fan slowly sat up, and the 2 little maids followed suit, rubbing their eyes and adorably murmuring, "Ah, master, we apologize for rising late. It is of no consequence," Lin Fan replied as he stood and made his way toward the bathroom. One of the maids immediately hurried after him, assisting him with his morning ablutions. By the time Lin Fan descended to the ground floor, breakfast was ready, consisting of simple milk and egg sandwiches. He sat down at the table, mechanically consuming his meal with parted lips. Upon finishing, Lin Fan drove his Koenigsegg 1 straight to the company. As he entered the building, he sensed something amiss. The female employees were all casting their gazes downward, seemingly hesitant to meet his eyes. A frown creased Lin Fan's forehead as he wondered, what mischief are they up to now? Shaking his head, he proceeded to the men's elevator, ascended to the top floor, and arrived at his office door. "President." For little assistance awaited him. As per usual, Lin Fan instructed. "Yes, President," they responded, heading towards the assistant office. Upon entering his office, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the desk, which was adorned with thousands of roses, even spilling onto the floor and window sill. "Oh dear, another declaration of love," he thought, a look of exasperation crossing his face. As he examined the roses, he discovered that many contained diamond rings nestled within their petals. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed their authenticity. "This is excessive," he mused. "First love letters, now roses, and diamond rings too." His fingers brushed against the small assistant bell, and a little assistant entered, carrying a cup of red date and goji berry water. "President," she said respectfully, "please return these flowers and the rings to their senders, as I do not wish to accept gifts." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, President," she acknowledged, and the 4 assistants began their tasks. Lin Fan settled into his chair, eyes closed as he savored the red date and goji berry water. After finishing, his gaze drifted to the computer screen, where he discovered a document. Opening it, he found an official invitation to serve as a judge for a singing competition with a generous fee of 50 million. "Judging, you say? It's not out of the question," he contemplated, noting that the event was scheduled for the very next day. Stretching lazily, Lin Fan made his way to the rest area and reclined on the bed, narrowing his eyes in preparation for a brief nap. As he dozed, he felt a soft, warm presence nestled in his arms. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of the little assistant, a shy smile gracing her face as she snuggled against him. "Ah, what do you mean?" Lin Fan sat up swiftly, her gaze alert as she regarded her assistant. "President, I'm merely concerned that you might catch a chill," the assistant replied shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Leave," Lin Fan rolled her eyes, muttering. "You truly cannot discern your own position." "Yes, President," the assistant murmured, lowering her head as she walked towards the exit, her lips pouting in a particularly aggrieved manner. "Wait a moment," Lin Fan called out. "President," the assistant's eyes lit up with surprise as she turned back to Lin Fan. "Ahem. It wouldn't be too much to ask for you to warm my bed." A smile blossomed on the assistant's face as she hurried back, lying down beside Lin Fan under the same blanket. After a restful morning and a leisurely lunch, Lin Fan noticed a gathering of individuals at her office door in the afternoon. A chorus of female voices could be heard discussing. "What brings the president of Sun Group here? And why is she kneeling? What does this signify? Shouldn't it be me kneeling?" One voice expressed indignation. "Wait, is she really here for our Lin Fan? What gives her the right?" As Lin Fan approached the door to peer inside, she spotted Sun Rong, dressed in a JK uniform, kneeling in her office, head bowed, hands resting on her delicate thighs, an expression of anxiety etched across her features. "Step aside," Lin Fan commanded. The surrounding female employees quickly parted ways. Lin Fan strode in and closed the door behind her. "Lin Fan." Upon seeing her, Sun Rong's face lit up with delight as she scrambled up to embrace Lin Fan's leg. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Fan asked, looking down into Sun Rong's eyes. "Lin Fan, you cannot imagine how sleepless I've been these past few days without seeing you." "Look at my dark circles," Sun Rong replied, tilting her head up. Indeed, her eyes bore the unmistakable signs of sleeplessness, resembling the eyes of a panda, a rather alarming sight. Lin Fan shuddered slightly. "How long have you gone without sleep?" "It's been several days now. Every time I close my eyes, thoughts of you consume me, leaving me unable to rest. I suffer from insomnia," she said bashfully, biting her lip. "If only I could have your company, Lin Fan, I would surely fall asleep." Lin Fan found herself at a loss for words, realizing that despite all her protests, the attention was directed at her. Rolling her eyes, she settled onto the sofa. "Fine. You may rest here. Now that you've seen me, you should be able to sleep, right?" Suddenly, an irate voice interrupted. "Husband." The office door swung open, and Yang Mi strode in, her gaze immediately locking onto Sun Rong's face. "You shameless creature. How dare you come to my company, trying to seduce my husband? Get out." "Why should I leave? I'm not here to see you." Sun Rong stood up, defiantly meeting Yang Mi's glare. "What did you just say?" Yang Mi narrowed her eyes, waved her wrist, and slowly approached. In the midst of Sun Rong's incredulous gaze, she delivered a sharp slap across Sun Rong's face. With a resounding smack, Sun Rong stumbled back 2 steps, her delicate figure swaying. "How dare you hit me?" Sun Rong exclaimed, her eyes widening and reddening as she lunged at Yang Mi. The 2 stunning goddesses were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 42. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Could my modest lounge accommodate so many people? Why are they fighting again? A look of exasperation adorned Lin Fan's face. It seemed that these goddesses found it amiss if they didn't clash every few days. "You dare to approach my husband, huh?" Yang Mi pressed Sun Rong to the ground, gripping her hair tightly. Sun Rong's eyes widened in fury as she retorted, "I did come. What are you going to do about it? Come on, let us see what you can do." With an abrupt slap, Yang Mi struck Sun Rong's beautiful face once more. Sun Rong's gaze faltered, and with a furious roar, she declared, "I'll fight back." She reached out, clutching Yang Mi's neck, exerting all her strength. "I will end you." Yang Mi, undeterred, repeatedly slapped Sun Rong's face. Yet, with her neck in Sun Rong's grip, she began to lose her strength. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Mi struggled, landing a punch on Sun Rong's neck. Sun Rong staggered, instinctively retreating 2 steps and loosening her grip. Gasping for air, Yang Mi exclaimed, "I will finish you." Grabbing a nearby chair, she approached Sun Rong menacingly. With a loud thud, she swung the chair at Sun Rong, who let out a cry as she fell to the ground. "I may have lost this time, but it doesn't mean I will next time. Yang Mi, just wait." Spitting on Sun Rong, Yang Mi smirked at Lin Fan. "Don't worry, darling, I will definitely protect you." Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that perhaps he didn't need such protection. Yang Mi swayed her hips as she walked outside. Call an ambulance. Moments later, Sun Rong was carried away. My goodness, Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head as he settled into a chair, closing his eyes to relish the tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. A loud series of knocks interrupted his peace. Reluctantly, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Who is it? Lin Fan, it's me, Jinji. Open the door. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he retrieved the remote control and pressed a button to unlock the door. Jinji rushed in, her face radiant with joy. Darling, look what I brought you. She placed a small box on the table and slowly opened it, releasing a delightful aroma. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. Not bad, he said, picking up a piece and savoring it. Lin Fan's eyes were clouded with confusion. Does this pastry contain alcohol? Why do I feel so lightheaded? With a sudden thud, Lin Fan collapsed onto the table, succumbing to slumber. Hee, Lin Fan, my dear idol. I cannot hold back any longer. I do not wish to wait even a moment longer. Jinji made her way toward the door, gently closing it behind her before returning to embrace Lin Fan and guiding him toward the inner resting chamber. She delicately laid him onto the bed and reached to unfasten his garments. Stop! A chilling voice pierced the air. Li Bing. Jinji turned to see a tall and alluring woman emerging from beneath the bed, her face dusted, yet radiating an undeniable vitality. What are you doing here? A look of incredulity washed over Jinji's features. Why? Haha, because our intentions align, Jinji. You should leave. This time, he belongs to me, Li Bing declared, her eyes gleaming with triumph. What did you say? Anger flared within Jinji's gaze. It should be you who departs. Is that so? Hee, Jinji. Are you not afraid I might divulge the actions you just took to Lin Fan? Do you believe you still possess the qualification to compete? Li Bing threatened. Jinji's eyes flickered with fear. Humph, consider yourself victorious this time. With a sway of her hips, Jinji exited, opening the door and departing. Li Bing's gaze lingered on Lin Fan, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips as she murmured, Lin Fan, the man I have longed for, I have finally arrived. Step by step, she approached Lin Fan, reaching out to caress his attire. Stop! Another voice rang out. Curiosity sparked in Li Bing's eyes as she glanced around, noticing a wardrobe door slowly creaking open. A statuesque woman emerged from within. Is that you, Su Weiniang? What are you doing here? Li Bing's eyes widened in shock. What do you think? Su Weiniang's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, her eyes shimmering with adoration. Are you leaving or not? Su Weiniang raised her phone triumphantly. This contains the video I just recorded. Are you not concerned I might show it to Lin Fan? Li Bing's eyes bulged, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling with suppressed fury. With a sigh, she retorted, Fine, you win this round. With a flick of her sleeve, she stormed out of the office. Hee. Su Weiniang's gaze returned to Lin Fan, her eyes scanning the surroundings. There should be no one else here, right? Approaching a storage box, she slowly opened it, peering inside. Upon confirming the absence of others, she exhaled in relief. Who are you looking for? A subtle voice emerged from behind Su Weiniang. With a sudden crash, Su Weiniang fell to the ground. Behind him, the young girl Zhao Meng discarded the brick she held, her gaze peering timidly into the dimly lit room. Her body trembled slightly, and an expression of incredulity flickered in her eyes. Lin Fan, my idol, how is it that you have awakened? Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, speaking in a state of confusion. With such a commotion, how could I possibly remain asleep? Is there anyone else? Come forth. In the next moment, Lin Fan's expression darkened as 6 statuesque beauties emerged from his lounge. His demeanor grew stern as he waved his hand dismissively. Leave at once, no need for farewells. The exquisite women exchanged glances, lowering their heads as they exited. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Su Weiniang on the floor, and he called for an ambulance. Su Weiniang was promptly taken away. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan stood, stretching lazily, his eyes landing on the lampstand, where another person was perched. Why are you still here? Chapter 43. The exquisite goddesses invade Lin Fan's office. Yang Mi's courteous gestures. I'm on my way. The young girl slowly descended from the lampstand and sauntered toward the exit, vanishing in a puff of smoke. This is utterly absurd. Do they really think I am some kind of trifler? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, as he too held standards when it came to women. Anyone with a beauty score below 98 was simply not to his taste. President, are you all right? The young assistant rushed in, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Please tidy up the lounge for me, Lin Fan replied as he made his way outside and settled into his executive chair. Understood, President. The assistant knelt on the floor, meticulously organizing the space. Lin Fan opened his computer and began to enjoy a video. At that moment, someone burst in, rushing toward Lin Fan. President, it's bad. A girl has taken down all the security guards and is heading upstairs. Who is it? Lin Fan stood, curiosity piqued. It's the young lady of Longyue Group. Long Tianling, the assistant replied in a fluster. Who? I don't recognize her. Lin Fan shook his head, showing no signs of alarm. Get out of the way. A violent voice rang out. Lin Fan watched as the assistant was shoved aside, and soon after, a tall, muscular woman clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt strode into the room. Her figure was elongated, her skin fair, and a wild glint danced in her eyes. Upon entering, she suddenly knelt before Lin Fan, her voice filled with obsession. Lin Fan, my idol, I have arrived. Wait, what? Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily, contemplating. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand entrance, only to kneel before me? Lin Fan paused, then resignedly asked, What brings you here? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, turning his back to Long Tianling, his gaze filled with scorn. I hope my idol Lin Fan could grant me an opportunity, Long Tianling pleaded, kneeling beside Lin Fan. Tilting her head up to meet his eyes, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the ceiling, and softly inquired, Oh, you barged in here. Do you consider this polite? Long Tianling lowered her head and murmured, I am willing to accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate, Lin Fan. Well, not bad, Lin Fan replied, opening his eyes and scrutinizing Long Tianling. He softly remarked, You possess a decent appearance. Here's the deal. If you become the national boxing champion, I shall grant you one wish. What do you say? Really? Long Tianling's eyes sparkled as she swiftly rose to her feet, bowing deeply before dashing outside. Her voice echoed back, Rest assured, Lin Fan, I will surely succeed. The assistant at the entrance gazed at Lin Fan with admiration, whispering, No way. You let her go just like that? I thought she might do something outrageous to you. You are simply remarkable, President. Her eyes glimmered with respect, and her legs turned weak, causing her to kneel on the ground. Lin Fan chuckled, A mere woman, I can easily handle. He then turned his gaze towards the assistant, who was staring at him with her mouth agape, drooling slightly. And no more business, President. I hope you have a pleasant day. She quickly closed the door and retreated. Lin Fan's attention shifted back to the lounge, where he noticed the assistant still staring at him in astonishment. She smiled shyly and said, President, you looked incredibly handsome just now. Truly, I have never seen a man more handsome than you. Humph, Lin Fan replied softly, Of course. I am the most handsome man in the world. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes. The assistant nodded vigorously, earnestly declaring, Indeed, President, you are the most handsome man in the world. She flashed a naive smile, revealing her small white teeth. All right, continue your work. Lin Fan closed his eyes, preparing for a brief rest. Suddenly, a voice filled with panic pierced the air. Husband! Husband! With a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. Yang Mi rushed in, her face pale and flustered. Her gaze immediately fell on Lin Fan, and upon realizing he was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Husband, you're all right. Thank goodness. I thought Long Tianling might do something inappropriate to you. She hurried to Lin Fan's side, kneeling on the ground, wrapping her arms around his long legs. Her delicate face pressed against his knee, her eyes filled with concern. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to flow gently down her cheeks. Ahem. Lin Fan wore a resigned smile, saying, all right, I'm fine, aren't I? Have you completed your assessment? Almost there. I can finish it tonight, Yang Mi replied, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her delicate face. That's wonderful, Lin Fan chuckled softly, reaching out to grasp Yang Mi's chin, gazing intently at her charming visage, and gently murmured, I hope to see a different you tonight, if you may. Yang Mi nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness as she bit her lower lip and averted her gaze. Go on, Lin Fan lightly patted her cheek. Yang Mi stood up, head bowed, her graceful figure twisting slightly as she walked towards the exit. President, here is your red date and goji berry tea, the assistant at the door announced, swiftly entering with a bowl of the herbal concoction and presenting it to Lin Fan, whispering, It's highly nourishing. Very good, Lin Fan replied, a satisfied expression appearing on his face as he closed his eyes and drank the tea in one go. Refreshing. Lin Fan closed his eyes again, drifting into slumber. The assistant, holding the large bowl, lowered her head, and gradually departed. Once the assistant had tidied up the break room, she slowly emerged, kneeling before Lin Fan, silently admiring him, her eyes sparkling with joy as she softly remarked, "President, you truly are remarkable. Even while sleeping, you look so handsome. Hee. I am so fortunate. I get to see your divine countenance every day." Chapter 44. The four little maids are indeed a nuisance. Lin Fan is annoyed. Having had enough rest, Lin Fan opened his eyes to see the little assistant before him. He rolled his eyes and asked, "What are you staring at?" "Hee. Of course, I'm admiring the president." "You are quite dashing," the assistant replied, gazing up at him with admiration and infatuation in her eyes. "Come here," Lin Fan beckoned with a curl of his finger. "What is it?" The assistant stood and slowly approached. Lin Fan extended his hand and flicked her forehead playfully. "Ouch," she yelped, pouting slightly as she murmured, "President, you're being naughty." Observing her adorable demeanor, Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Go, bring me a glass of water." "Yes, President," she replied, swaying her hips as she walked away. She returned swiftly with the goji berry and red date tea, handing it to Lin Fan, lowering his head to savor it. Lin Fan felt invigorated after finishing the drink. He was filled with energy for his duo Q with Yang Mi that evening. Standing up, he stretched lazily and glanced at the assistant, saying, "You may take a break." "All right, President," she replied, waving her little hand as she headed towards the exit. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was 4:30. He then made his way toward Yang Mi's office. From a distance, he spotted her engrossed in reviewing documents. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside, oblivious to Yang Mi's presence. With a mischievous grin, he approached her side and playfully pinched her lips. "Ah!" Yang Mi exclaimed, springing to her feet, an indignant glare directed at Lin Fan. Upon recognizing him, her cheeks flushed, and with a playful pout, she playfully struck his chest with her tiny fist, saying, "Darling, what are you doing? You scared me. I thought someone was up to no good. If anyone were, it would only be you, my darling." "Humph." She leaned against his palm, her expression one of feigned innocence. Lin Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head before inquiring, "When will you be home?" "Soon. Just one last document," she implored, tilting her head and pouting adorably at him. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, replying, "All right, just hurry." "Okay." Yang Mi eagerly nodded in agreement. Lin Fan then made his way to the sofa, settled down, and closed his eyes, waiting patiently. Half an hour later, Yang Mi approached him step by step, swinging her legs over to sit on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him silently before whispering, "Darling, let us go home." "Let us go," Lin Fan replied, rising to his feet and lifting her effortlessly in his arms as he headed toward the exit. "Ah!" Yang Mi exclaimed, clutching him tightly. As they passed through the employee work area, countless employees looked at Yang Mi with astonished expressions. Wow, the president is so lucky to be in the embrace of the handsome Lin Fan. Oh, if only I could be held by him. I'd gladly trade a day of my life for it. I wish I could be in Lin Fan's arms, even just for a brief moment. I'd sacrifice 10 years for that. Oh, if only I could be Lin Fan's concubine. Their gazes were fervent as they watched Lin Fan, yet deep down, they understood that they could never be worthy of him. Even the top 10 beauties and female CEOs of the city would not be a match for Lin Fan. To have his attention was a stroke of fortune for them. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Fan entered and, with a playful flourish, tossed Yang Mi onto the sofa. "Ah!" she gasped, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, her eyes glimmering with shyness. As she glanced around, she timidly remarked, "Darling, there are still people here." Lin Fan turned to see a row of little maids kneeling beside the sofa. They all lowered their heads and softly murmured, "We cannot see anything, Master." "Oh, Master, it would be better if I simply did not exist. Truly, I did not see anything, Master, I know nothing at all. Master, today I am merely air, Lin Fan's expression darkened slightly as he observed the four little maids, each covering their faces, yet their eyes peeked through their fingers, casting glances at Lin Fan and Yang Mi. If Lin Fan and Yang Mi were to sit side by side on the sofa, it would be akin to a live broadcast. Lin Fan wore a look of exasperation, softly saying, "You four are not qualified maids. Master, did we do something wrong?" The four little maids pouted, their eyes reddened, gazing at Lin Fan with an expression of remorse. "When you saw Yang Mi and me return, couldn't you have hidden away?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes, pointing upstairs. Oh. The four little maids stood up and made their way upstairs. Once they departed, Lin Fan smiled and slowly approached Yang Mi. With her little hand resting on Lin Fan's chest, her shy eyes locked onto his, she whispered, "Darling, is there still someone here? Who is it?" Lin Fan glanced around, but saw no one. "Where is anyone?" Yang Mi's gaze turned towards the stairs, and instinctively, Lin Fan followed suit, only to find four little heads peeking from the top of the staircase, their eyes fixed intently below, their cheeks flushed. Who else could it be but the four little maids? Lin Fan silently cursed in his heart, muttering, "You four, just wait." Amused by his own irritation, Lin Fan reached out, scooping Yang Mi off the sofa and ascending the stairs. Upon returning to the bedroom and closing the door, they were finally free from interruptions. Outside, the four little maids sat on the floor, hugging their knees, whispering, "We were hoping to learn a thing or two, but now we see nothing at all. Oh, but we are still a bit excited, hee. Master actually performed some affectionate gestures with another girl, hee. Chapter 45. The Maid's Efforts. Lin Fan enjoys the show the next morning. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Yang Mi beside him. She lay with her eyes slightly closed, her cheeks stained with dried tears, peacefully asleep. So adorable. Lin Fan reached out and gently pinched her little nose, admiring her exquisite features, murmuring, "Tsk Fiske Sk, still as charming as ever." "Darling, you're naughty," Yang Mi exclaimed, just opening her eyes and shyly glancing at Lin Fan, softly saying, "I really can't take it anymore." "Ha ha ha," Lin Fan chuckled confidently. "Aren't you pleased with this?" "Humph." Yang Mi's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly threw off the covers and dashed towards the bathroom. Lin Fan, captivated by Yang Mi's exquisite figure, muttered to himself, "Indeed, one should take the time to appreciate such beauty." He too hastily uncovered himself and followed her to the restroom, calling out, "Darling, wait for me," in the dining room. Four little maids sat at the table, resting their chins on their hands, gazing at the meal before them. One of them whispered, "Master, why hasn't he come down yet?" "Humph, is he not eating?" The petite maid stood up, declaring, "I'll go check." She hurried upstairs, arriving at the bedroom door, where she gently knocked and called out, "Master, it's time to eat." After a moment of silence without a response, she cautiously opened the door and peered inside. At that moment, the bathroom door slowly swung open, revealing Lin Fan and Yang Mi, both impeccably dressed. Yang Mi swayed her slender waist as she descended the stairs, cheerfully announcing, "Darling, I'm off to eat." The little maid gazed enviously at Yang Mi's radiant figure. Today, she appeared positively resplendent. The two exuded a delightful fragrance that evoked the essence of goddesses. "Oh," the little maid exclaimed, her mouth agape, as she quietly reflected, "Is this the masteress doing? Truly remarkable. Come here, help me adjust my collar," Lin Fan instructed, gesturing to his neck. "Understood, master," the maid replied with a giggle, stepping closer to assist him. After adjusting his collar, she stood on her tiptoes, gazing up at Lin Fan with adoration in her eyes. "What is it?" Lin Fan asked, playfully pinching her nose, rolling his eyes, and smiling. "Hee, master, you truly are a remedy," the maid pouted softly. "I wish to serve you at night as well." Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily as he shook his head seriously. "You should forget about that." "Why not?" the little maid protested, stamping her tiny feet, her expression a mix of displeasure and determination. "Because you're too inexperienced," Lin Fan declared, striding towards the exit. "Humph, master, I am not inexperienced," the little maid chirped, bouncing after him. "In a bit, you'll do 100 squats, and if you can still stand afterward, I'll grant you one wish, any wish you desire." A mischievous smile flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. "Really?" The maid's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "Master, I understand. I will definitely succeed." Watching her wave her tiny fists, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He entered the dining room, took a seat, and began to indulge in the attentions of the four little maids. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, with a resigned expression, quietly served herself food, eating in solitude. "Sigh," Yang Mi pouted, murmuring softly, "Why is it that, as the master, I have no one to attend to me?" "You are not the master," she retorted playfully, her lips forming a defiant pout. The little maid, with a haughty demeanor, replied, "You are merely a concubine, far from being the legitimate wife." Yang Mi's charming face fell slightly, and she whispered, all right. Her gaze shifted back to Lin Fan as she raised her petite fist, her expression turning serious. "Darling, from today onward, I shall strive to pass the test of becoming the legitimate wife." "For how long?" Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. 1 month, she asserted, her face brimming with determination as she stepped outside, vigorously brandishing her small fist. Darling, cheer me on, I will surely succeed. Go on, Lin Fan replied, no longer feeling hungry, allowing Yang Mi to do as she pleased. Once Yang Mi departed, the 4 little maids redoubled their efforts in attending to Lin Fan. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he settled comfortably on the sofa in the living room. The petite maid stood before him, commencing a series of deep squats. Lin Fan counted aloud, 1, 2, 3. 3 minutes later, the little maid was gasping for breath, her mouth agape. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, asking, how's it going? So tiring, she exclaimed, raising her tiny hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. Master, how many have I done? Only 30, Lin Fan replied dismissively. What? The little maid continued her squats, her determination unwavering. Master, how many now? She asked, her gaze fixed on her trembling legs, her complexion pale. Wiping her sweat, she gritted her small teeth and persisted. 50, Lin Fan announced. I can't do it anymore. With a sudden thud, her legs gave way, and she plopped down heavily onto the ground. Lying there, she waved her tiny hand at Lin Fan, shaking her head in defeat. Master, I'm too tired. I give up. This is exhausting. How many have I done? She inquired once more, her curiosity piqued. 99, Lin Fan smirked, nodding. What? The little maid sprang up from the floor like lightning, throwing herself onto Lin Fan's lap, her eyes wide with pleading. Master, please give me another chance to continue. No, that opportunity is single use only. Lin Fan stood up, making his way outside with a smile. I'm off to work now, goodbye. Master. The little maid gazed longingly at Lin Fan, her small feet stamping the ground in frustration. Pointing at herself, she scolded. Oh, little maid, you are truly a failure. You were so close to succeeding, yet you gave up. The 3 little maids watching nearby tilted their heads back and burst into laughter. Chapter 46. The arrival of the 9 distinguished female executives and Lin Fan's elite assessment. Lin Fan got into his car, pressing the accelerator as he headed to the company. Upon arriving and parking steadily, he walked toward the entrance of the building. President. A young assistant hurriedly approached, her anxious expression evident. Lin Fan, curious, inquired, what is it? His gaze remained vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, pondering, surely, my fans aren't causing a commotion again? President, it's terrible. The female CEOs from 9 top financial conglomerates have all come to your office, and President Yang Mi shows no sign of leaving. Her office door is even locked. What are we to do? The assistant's petite feet tapped nervously on the floor as she grasped Lin Fan's hand, her eyes filled with concern. There's no need for alarm. My wife is currently tackling the primary consort assessment, Lin Fan reassured her as he strode confidently towards the corporate building, his demeanor exuding authority. Am I a revered male deity to be overshadowed by 9 goddesses? The assistant trailed closely behind him. Upon reaching the elevator, Lin Fan pressed the button, and it began its ascent. Truth be told, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. The presence of all 9 goddesses was indeed formidable. As they arrived at the office door, Lin Fan took a deep breath, extended his hand, and pushed the door open. Inside, the 9 extraordinary goddesses stood poised, and upon spotting Lin Fan, they collectively knelt, their knees buckling in reverence. We meet you, male deity Lin Fan. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Fan's face, but he quickly regained his composure. The assistant, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless, her expression a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Truly, my president possesses an irresistible charm. Even the female CEOs of 9 major groups cannot withstand his allure. She reached out and closed the door. Very well, Lin Fan nodded, slowly walking past the 9 women before taking a seat. Now what brings you here? I wish to undertake the consort assessment. So do I, me too. The 9 gazes remained fixated on Lin Fan, yet they showed no intention of rising. A thoughtful expression crossed Lin Fan's face. Here's the deal. If you pass my assessment, I will grant you the opportunity to pursue the consort assessment. Really? That would be wonderful. The faces of the 9 esteemed female CEOs illuminated with joy, each looking at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. Lin Fan extended his hand and pressed the assistant's bell. The office door slowly opened, and a young assistant rushed in. President, come here, Lin Fan beckoned gently. The assistant approached and half-squatted beside him, leaning in close. Lin Fan whispered softly, bring me the most challenging girlfriend assessment. Understood, President, she replied with a nod. The little assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded and walked outside. 3 minutes later, a notification chimed on Lin Fan's phone. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a girlfriend examination consisting of an impressive 200 assessments sent to him. A smile graced Lin Fan's face as he clicked to forward it to the 9 female CEOs. Raising his head, he proclaimed, "Go ahead. I've sent it to you all. If anyone passes, come back. If not, then so be it." Indeed, Lin Fan, the admired one. The 9 women stood up, exhaling in relief, and made their way outside. Lin Fan chuckled softly, murmuring, "If you manage to pass, I shall call you father." "Humph. Do you think my little concubine would casually offer you such an opportunity?" He rolled his eyes. Even the most exalted goddess must wait in line. Lin Fan then turned his gaze to the computer, opening it to commence with his tasks for the day. At noon, a small assistant entered, carrying lunch along with a nourishing concoction of red dates and goji berry water, which she gently placed on the table. Lin Fan lifted the container and downed it in one gulp, instantly feeling revitalized. "What as for lunch? A feast?" he inquired. The little assistant wrinkled her nose playfully, offering a light smile. As she slowly opened the lunchbox, Lin Fan beheld a hearty soup rice dish. His eyes lit up in delight as he nodded and began to savor it with a spoon. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, he handed the empty container back to the assistant, who took it and departed. Lin Fan reclined, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Lin Fan called. "Brother Lin Fan," came a gentle voice. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Is that Jinji?" "Come in," he replied, straightening himself, his demeanor adopting a serious tone. "Brother Lin Fan, here is your lunch," Jinji said, entering with a small box that she placed before him on the table. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the box as she delicately opened it, revealing roasted meat. Deer meat, no less. "Brother Lin Fan, I heard you exerted yourself quite a bit yesterday, so I specially brought this for you, a nourishing treat." Jinji set the lunchbox in front of him and knelt down, offering a piece towards his lips. Lin Fan opened his mouth, chewing contentedly, and remarked, "Quite delicious. You are thoughtful." "It is my duty," Jinji replied, her cheeks flushing as she shyly glanced at Lin Fan, feeding him piece by piece. After the meal, Lin Fan stretched lazily and smiled, saying, "All right, you may return now." "Okay, brother Lin Fan. Goodbye," Jinji replied, casting one last glance at him before making her exit. Lin Fan shook his head and softly remarked, "This little girl is truly very gentle." For a moment, a look of surprise crossed Lin Fan's face as he pondered. I had heard she was rather frigid. How is it that she seems different now? Could it possibly be my charm is too overwhelming? A mischievous smile danced across Lin Fan's face as he prepared to retreat to the lounge for a brief respite. Just as he reclined on the bed, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered a message from Sun Rong. "Dear Lin Fan, could I possibly have a backdoor pass?" Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily as he thought, "You still wish to take the backdoor? My goodness." In Chapter 47, The Tenacious Sun Rong, Lin Fan reluctantly acquiesced. A backdoor was out of the question, and Lin Fan's demeanor turned serious. "Lin Fan, dear, I beg you," came Sun Rong's pleading voice from the other end of the line. "Impossible. You should abandon this notion." Lin Fan resolutely hung up the phone, thinking, if I were to grant you a backdoor pass, wouldn't that create chaos? With eyes closed, he sought rest, but was soon interrupted by a faint knocking at the door. "President, may I please have another cup of red date and goji berry tea?" came the sweet voice of his charming assistant. Lin Fan opened his eyes and nodded. "Very well, do come in." As the door creaked open, Lin Fan parted his lips. The assistant, with a straw in hand, gently placed it between his lips, prompting him to begin sipping. After finishing another cup, Lin Fan felt his vitality fully restored. "You may go now," he smiled. "Yes, President," the assistant replied, stepping outside, yet her gaze remained infatuated with Lin Fan, as if she were beholding a flawless jade statue. Once she departed, Lin Fan swiftly slipped into the realm of dreams. Upon awakening to the evening's embrace, Lin Fan opened his eyes to find a small head peering at him from beside the bed, tilting curiously. Upon closer inspection, it was Yangmi. Lin Fan extended his hand, gently patting her little head, and asked with a smile, "What is it?" "Darling, you are simply too handsome," Yangmi declared. Her eyes filled with adoration. She opened her mouth wide, adding, "I can never seem to get enough of you." A hint of mischief glimmered in Lin Fan's eyes as he chuckled. "Oh, Did you not get enough last night? Not at all, Yang Mi whispered. I like you the most, let us embrace. She then leaped into Lin Fan's arms, hugging him tightly, and lightly pecked his cheek, murmuring, being a little concubine is wonderful. I can openly take advantage of you. Ha ha. Lin Fan gently pinched her cheek and laughed, you little rascal. Slowly sitting up, he gazed outside and inquired. Aren't you heading home tonight? Husband, I shall not return home for now. If you require my presence, I shall come back. A faint blush adorned Yang Mi's delicate face, her gaze shyly averting from Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan chuckled. Are you still feeling bashful? I have always been shy, Yang Mi murmured softly, her head bowed and lips pouting. All right, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head as he rose from the bed and made his way outside. I will take my leave now. Husband, goodbye, Yang Mi said, waving her hand as Lin Fan exited the building and approached his sports car. Lin Fan, my idol. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beneath the car. Startled, Lin Fan stumbled back, glancing around and calling out, Who is there? Show yourself. Lin Fan, I'm right here. A petite head belonging to Sun Rong slowly peeked out from under the vehicle. With a swift motion, she rolled out and knelt at Lin Fan's feet, pleading, Lin Fan. My idol, I beg you for just one chance, please. Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan glared at her in anger. What is the matter? Sun Rong blinked her big, innocent eyes. You nearly scared me to death. Lin Fan exclaimed, still fuming. I am sorry, Sun Rong stammered, raising her hand. I just really want to become your concubine. Go away, Lin Fan said, placing his hand firmly against her cheek. Sun Rong reached out, attempting to grasp his hand, but was unable to hold on. Woo-woo. She looked up at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, parting her lips to gently lick his palm with her small tongue. What on earth? Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly stepped back, sternly asking, What are you doing? Hee, I just like you. Sun Rong winked at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How tiresome, Lin Fan thought, having just been satisfied by Yang Mi's presence. He had no interest in Sun Rong, who offered herself so freely. Besides, Lin Fan was already surrounded by numerous top-tier goddesses. With that, he approached the sports car, opened the driver's door, and settled inside, directing his gaze forward before pressing the accelerator and driving away. My idol. Sun Rong's face displayed a look of urgency as she leapt onto Lin Fan's windshield. Startled, Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. Ouch! Sun Rong exclaimed as she tumbled off and landed heavily on the ground. Lin Fan hurriedly exited the car, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine. Hee, Sun Rong replied, slowly rising to her feet, brushing herself off. Pouting, she pleaded, My idol. Just give me one chance, please. Okay, Lin Fan conceded. Lin Fan was indeed moved by Sun Rong's sincerity. He had never anticipated that she would go to such lengths just to secure a backdoor for him, even going so far as to prevent him from leaning on his windshield. It was clear that if Lin Fan had accelerated even slightly, she might have faced dire consequences. Taking out his phone, Lin Fan promptly sent Sun Rong the assessment criteria for a concubine. Hee, thank you, Lin Fan. Sun Rong pouted and blew him a kiss. Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he admonished her, Just keep this to yourself. If I find out you've disclosed it to anyone, you know the consequences. He narrowed his eyes, issuing a subtle threat. Rest assured, I won't tell a soul, Sun Rong replied, lightly patting her chest, her face adorned with a serious demeanor. With a graceful sway of her body, she made her way to her sports car, waved goodbye, and sped off. This girl is truly persistent, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Perhaps she genuinely likes me. He indulged in a moment of self-admiration before getting back into his car and driving away slowly. Upon returning to the manor, Lin Fan spotted 4 exquisite little maids playing on the swings in the front courtyard. Chapter 48. The little maids have begun to compete. Master, you're back. The 4 little maids exclaimed, swiftly rising from the ground and rushing towards him. With a smile on his face, Lin Fan opened his arms and gently embraced them. Why are you all so happy? Has something good happened today? Sister Yang Mi isn't here today, one of the little maids giggled. So we can warm the bed for you, She pouted, a hint of rosy color blooming on her cheeks. Lin Fan's expression darkened slightly as he chuckled bitterly. You little rascal, she is my concubine. I'll work hard to become the master's concubine too. The 4 little maids stared at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with an unparalleled determination. What as for dinner? Lin Fan inquired as he walked towards the villa. A feast, the 4 little maids chimed, hopping behind him. Once inside the villa, Lin Fan entered the dining room to find a delectable dinner laid out before him. 6 dishes, 2 soups, and roasted meat. Seated at the table, Lin Fan closed his eyes, savoring the delightful food as the 4 little maids fed him. After finishing his meal, the petite maid gently wiped Lin Fan's lips with a napkin and smiled, saying, "Master, all done." Lin Fan stood up, stretching lazily, and headed upstairs. "Master, I'm coming along." A mature maid followed closely behind. "Why are you following me?" Lin Fan asked playfully. "Hee, I want to help you bathe. To make you smell delightful." The maid's face flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and entered the bedroom. Upon stepping into the bathroom, he glanced at the petite maid, who hurriedly approached him. She filled the tub with warm water, sprinkled in some flower petals, and looked at Lin Fan with a smile, saying, "Master, it's ready." Lin Fan nodded and stepped into the bathtub, closing his eyes as he reclined. The maid knelt behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Lin Fan silently savored the moment, and after half an hour, the maid had completed her task. Lin Fan rose from the bath, and the maid wrapped a towel around him. Letting out a yawn, he ambled towards the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. "Master, may I warm your bed tonight?" The mature maid emerged from the bathroom, her gaze filled with anticipation. Lin Fan looked up from the book in his hands and smiled at the mature maid, saying, "Today, the little lowly will warm the bed. Tomorrow is yours." "All right." The mature maid smiled lightly, playfully dancing on the floor. "Master, I'm all set. I'll take my leave now." "Go ahead," Lin Fan nodded, and the maid swayed her hips as she walked out. "Master." As soon as she left, the little lowly maid entered Lin Fan's bedroom, clad in a professional maid outfit. She approached the bed and sat down. Lin Fan nodded, "Warm the bed." "Hee," the little lowly giggled, diving under the covers, her eyes squinting with delight as she looked at Lin Fan. He reached out to turn off the light, set his book aside, and lay down beside her. "Behave," Lin Fan's voice softly admonished. "Hee, master, I become quite mischievous when I'm with you," the little lowly whispered. "What do you mean?" Lin Fan's expression darkened slightly as he looked toward the little lowly in the darkness. "Because I can't help but be playful when I see you, master." "You captivate me," the little lowly replied, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with a hint of alluring shyness. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, the door creaked open, revealing a tall figure gliding into the room. With graceful movements, the 180 centimeters tall maid approached the bedside. "Master, I have arrived," the tall maid said softly, preparing to join them. "We're not asleep yet," the little maid pouted, unable to contain herself. The tall maid's cheeks reddened, momentarily at a loss for words. With a click, Lin Fan turned on the lamp on the bedside table. The light illuminated the little lowly lying beside him and the tall maid squatting in front of him. Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily as he waved his hand and said sternly, "You two think you are quite impressive, don't you?" The little lowly's delicate face revealed a look of grievance. "Master, can I stay?" The petite maid gazed at Lin Fan with pleading eyes, softly adding, "I just arrived. Please leave. I do not require your services tonight," Lin Fan declared resolutely. "All right, fine," the two maids said reluctantly as they slowly made their way outside, casting sorrowful glances back at Lin Fan until the door closed behind them. Lin Fan closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, when suddenly the sound of the door creaking open interrupted him. He opened his eyes to find the mature maid approaching his bedside, bouncing with energy. "Master, I saw they left, so I came in. Am I clever?" she chimed with a playful smile. Lin Fan extended his hand, turned on the light, and beckoned her closer with a serious tone. "Come here." "What is it?" The maid's face lit up with delight as she squatted down, peeking toward him. With a swift motion, Lin Fan flicked her forehead, eliciting a yelp from the mature maid. Pouting, she rubbed her forehead and looked up at Lin Fan with an injured expression. "Leave now. I wish to sleep alone tonight. And please ensure the door is closed," Lin Fan instructed. "Oh, very well." The mature maid stood up and walked slowly toward the exit, closing the door behind her as she departed. At last, tranquility enveloped the room. Lin Fan shut his eyes and surrendered to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling something soft in his embrace. He lifted the covers and glanced around, only to discover all 4 maids nestled in his bed, tightly holding on to him. Chapter 49. Whose fans are these? How rude. Oh, Lin Fan, my idol. Lin Fan's face darkened in disbelief as he pinched the noses of 2 little maids. The 2 maids quickly opened their eyes, wriggling free and gazing at Lin Fan with a mix of annoyance and affection. "Master, what are you doing?" "Humph, we went to prepare breakfast." The two maids sprang to their feet and dashed outside, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Fan turned his attention to the two remaining maids on the bed. "Aren't you getting up?" "Hee. Master, I'll assist you with your morning routine," the little lowly maid said, taking Lin Fan's hand and leading him outside. Upon arriving in the bathroom, Lin Fan closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the maid's attentive service. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan found himself in the living room on the first floor, seated on the sofa, relishing the massages from the two little maids. "Is this comfortable, master?" one maid asked, kneeling on the floor, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan with delight. "Indeed, quite pleasant," Lin Fan replied, resting his feet on the maid's lap, enjoying her gentle kneading. Half an hour later, breakfast was ready. It was a light and nourishing meal. After finishing, Lin Fan stepped outside and approached the sports car, taking his place in the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt. With a press of the accelerator, he drove towards the company. Today, Lin Fan was to participate as a judge in a singing program. Upon arriving at the company, he noticed the luxurious business vehicle that had long been prepared. "President, please get in," a young assistant awaited at the door, gently opening the side door. Lin Fan settled into the seat, enveloped by a delightful fragrance. His gaze shifted to his side, where a stunning mature woman sat, holding pastries and fruits. Behind them sat a shy masseur, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan with a look of admiration, both captivated by his presence. "President, we are ready to depart," the assistant in the front passenger seat reported to Lin Fan. "Let us go," he replied, leaning back and closing his eyes. The female driver gradually withdrew her gaze from Lin Fan and, with a subtle bite of her lip, proceeded to drive forward. As Lin Fan parted his lips, the mature woman swiftly offered a grape, delicately placing it between his lips. He chewed quietly, feeling a gentle pair of soft hands resting on his shoulders, delivering a soothing massage. "This feels wonderful," Lin Fan thought to himself, overwhelmed by the sensation. "Is the pressure all right, President?" the masseur inquired softly from the back seat. "Yes, it's perfect," Lin Fan replied, parting his lips once more. The mature woman promptly presented a strawberry, placing it near his lips. After he took a small bite, she tossed the remainder into the nearby trash bin. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, observing but refraining from comment, lost in thought. Is this what divine indulgence feels like? Truly delightful. Finally, after half an hour, the business vehicle came to a gentle stop outside an exhibition hall. As Lin Fan exited, he noticed fans outside the safety line, their eyes fixed inward, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "Strange, where are the female stars I admire?" one fan lamented. "I came specifically to see them." A wave of frenzied shouting erupted, eliciting a sense of annoyance. Whose fans are these, so rude, shouting like that? It was as if they had never encountered a celebrity. Truly a disgrace. What kind of star would want fans like this? It would be enough to drive anyone to despair. Such utter rubbish, devoid of any grace. I am quite curious to discover who this star is that has incited such fervor among their fans. Numerous indifferent gazes turned towards Lin Fan's direction, and in an instant, the venue erupted. "Ah, it's Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the idol," the crowd exclaimed in unison. "I can't believe it's Lin Fan, the idol." The excitement was palpable, with some fans nearly fainting in their ecstasy. "Lin Fan, the idol. I'm losing my mind." Many fans were overwhelmed, rolling their eyes and gradually collapsing to the ground in a fit of exhilaration, while others remained fervently gazing at Lin Fan. Only the safety barrier prevented them from rushing forward. Otherwise, Lin Fan would surely have been engulfed by the sea of fans. "Hello, everyone." Lin Fan was caught off guard by the sudden fervor of the fans, initially thinking they were not his supporters, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Little did he expect that upon stepping out of the coverage of the business card, he would be recognized, leading to an uproar. Waving his hand, Lin Fan entered the exhibition hall, yet the cheers from outside did not fade. "Lin Fan, the idol. Lin Fan, I adore you." The shouts echoed, even reaching hundreds of meters away. Passers-by on the street heard the fans calling out for Lin Fan and rushed over to join the fray. In the backstage area of the exhibition hall, 3 hours remained before the start of the singer's program. Countless celebrity mentors and contestants were preparing their makeup. Lin Fan shared a makeup room with the celebrity mentors. Upon entering, he heard a rather snide voice say, "Whose makeup station is this? I am a top-tier star. And yet, this station is not even as luxurious as mine." This mentor's attitude is quite presumptuous. As her gaze shifted, she immediately spotted Lin Fan. A smile blossomed on her previously indifferent face, and she quickly bowed, performing a 90-degree bow while saying, "Hello, Lin Fan, the idol. I am also a mentor for this program. My name is Zhang Han. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, hello," she continued to bow, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. The three celebrity mentors nearby, who were also applying their makeup, slowly stood up, each politely gazing at Lin Fan and bowing in respect. Chapter 50. The Fame of Lin Fan and the Underbelly? The frenzied fans. "Hello, everyone." Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the enthusiastic reception from these celebrities. It made him somewhat nervous as he settled in front of the makeup station. The surrounding star mentors settled into their seats, their gazes fervently fixed upon Lin Fan. It was a revelation to witness just how strikingly handsome Lin Fan truly was. The adage "seeing is believing" rang ever so true. Remarkably, even without makeup, he exuded an undeniable charm. One could only imagine the extent of his allure with a touch of artistry. Oh dear, it was overwhelming. My heart was on the verge of melting. Whispers of envy wafted through the air, and Lin Fan managed an awkward smile in response. A professional makeup artist approached from behind, deftly arranging Lin Fan's hair before commencing the makeup application. Lin Fan silently closed his eyes, the surrounding chatter fading into the background. If only my idol could share a lunch with me, I would willingly trade a decade of my life for that chance. Oh no, I can't take it any longer. I must excuse myself to the restroom. Oh dear, you're blocking my view. Could you please step aside? The three-star mentors around him gazed intently at Lin Fan. Even those who had rushed to the restroom quickly returned, their eyes drawn back to him. Half an hour later, Lin Fan's makeup was completed, and as he glanced into the mirror, a strikingly handsome young man emerged, radiating an enigmatic aura that captivated every onlooker. Goodness, what an imposing visage! One of the star mentors gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Fan, each expression reflecting sheer infatuation. It was simply too much. I can't bear to look any longer. If I do, I fear I might faint. My heavens! I can hardly fathom the number of fans who would swoon if Lin Fan were to take the stage. A polite knock interrupted the reverie. The door swung open to reveal the program director, who smiled warmly at the star mentors, her demeanor exuding an air of dignified equality rather than subservience. Upon reaching Lin Fan, she swiftly bowed and respectfully addressed him. "Lin Fan, you have finally arrived. Am I late?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile. No, that is not my intention," the director replied earnestly. "Lin Fan, as this is your first participation in a public program, allow me to explain the rules." She stood respectfully to the side. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and smiled. "Please, go ahead. Lin Fan, here is a list, though you need not concern yourself with it. When the contestants named here take the stage, we will provide you with an audio signal. Upon hearing it, simply press the button to turn your chair. In return, we shall offer you a substantial honorarium of 1 billion. What do you think?" The faces of the mentors were adorned with obsequious expressions, their eyes radiating respect. "Is that so?" Lin Fan inquired, his eyes narrowing in a playful manner. "The list isn't extensive, is it?" Not at all. The director nodded vigorously. "Very well," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Thank you, Lin Fan," the director said as she turned to exit. "The program will commence in half an hour." Lin Fan closed his eyes once more, the gazes of the star mentors lingering upon him. "Are you tired, Lin Fan? May I offer you a shoulder massage?" One of the star mentors approached. Lin Fan opened his eyes and inquired, "You are all aware that there are hidden agendas in this program, correct?" "Indeed," a mentor nodded, his expression calm as he softly replied, "Such programs invariably harbor secrets. While some may not, they are exceedingly rare." "Is that so?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "Have you never dared to contest this?" Sighing, another mentor lowered his head and lamented, "We are merely minor stars, unable to contend with the production team. Furthermore, we are bound by contracts, which clearly delineate our obligations." "Contracts?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "I have not signed any such document." "You are a national idol, undoubtedly unshackled by any contracts. If a director dared oppose you, I believe they would find themselves in dire straits by the next day," another mentor remarked, his small nose scrunching as he playfully waved his fist in admiration. "That's a bit exaggerated," Lin Fan replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. "Not at all, truly. Why not give it a try?" the mentor suggested with a grin. Enough, Lin Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. To be honest, he too felt a twinge of fear. If among the fans there lurked an assassin, it could lead to the director's sudden disappearance without a trace. Finally, after half an hour, the show commenced. Lin Fan awaited backstage as the other four-star mentors took the stage first, each introduced by the host. However, the audience's enthusiasm was tepid, merely offering polite applause. Many gazed longingly towards the backstage area. The host's voice resonated once more, declaring, "Now, please welcome our final judge. The national idol, the most beloved figure in the country and across the globe, the illustrious Lin Fan." A roar erupted from the audience. Their eyes ablaze as they waved their hands and applauded fervently. Thunderous applause filled the room, accompanied by fervent chants of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Amidst the frenzy, Lin Fan stepped slowly from backstage, microphone in hand, softly greeting, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Fan." The fans below erupted in excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration, some even turning a deeper shade of crimson. One fan collapsed to the ground, quickly followed by countless others, all murmuring, "Lin Fan, I adore you. I love you." Eventually, medical personnel arrived to manage the situation. Lin Fan smiled as he approached the judge's table, settling into a swivel chair, awaiting the proceedings. "Lin Fan, you can do it." One of the star mentors cheered, waving at him. "Yes," Lin Fan replied with a smile, his face radiating relaxation. The sounds of the crowd gradually transformed into laughter. "Allow me to introduce our first contestant, the folk singer and internet sensation, Zhou Qian." The host's voice slowly faded away as a young singer, barely standing at 150 centimeters, gracefully emerged from backstage. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a gentle voice, he grasped the microphone and began to sing. In Chapter 51, the impartial Lin Fan found that the four mentors had truly become enamored. A star mentor's face expressed surprise as she turned her gentle gaze towards Lin Fan. Smiling as she remarked, "Lin Fan, this singer possesses remarkable talent. His voice is truly exceptional." "Indeed, it is," Lin Fan replied with a smile, his gaze also appraising the singer on stage. He then closed his eyes, listening intently. "He male, right? His voice is so piercing and delicate. Akin to that of a woman." One-star mentor couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha," Lin Fan laughed lightly. "This is what one might call a heavenly voice. A gift from the heavens." "Absolutely. Lin Fan is right," the star mentor said, her gaze tenderly fixed on Lin Fan, nodding vigorously. Everyone's eyes returned to Zhou Qian. Meanwhile, the audience below seemed less captivated by Zhou Qian's singing and were instead fervently focused on Lin Fan, their eyes wide with longing, mouths agape, as if they were on the verge of drooling. "Oh my, Lin Fan looks so handsome when he is serious. I can't take it anymore. I must excuse myself to the restroom. Wow, Lin Fan looks particularly special with his eyes closed." The audience members were transfixed, their spirits lifted by both Zhou Qian's song and Lin Fan's presence. Is no one turning around? Lin Fan looked at the four-star mentors around him. One-star mentor, covering her mouth, blinked at Lin Fan and whispered, "Lin Fan, if we are to turn, we need the director's cue. We can hear it in our earpieces. Is that so?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "Director, aren't we turning? This singer is quite good." "Oh, Lin Fan, you may not be aware, but he hasn't paid, so we cannot turn around." The director's voice oozed with a sense of flattery, almost pleading. Sighs of resignation echoed in the earpieces of the four-star mentors as they silently lamented. One-star mentor smiled and commented, "It's all right. This singer has great potential and will surely have opportunities to shine in the future." Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qian. "Such a pity." One-star mentor shook her head, her eyes filled with regret. As Zhou Qian's song gradually faded, the final 3 seconds approached. If no one turned around, he would truly be eliminated. Lin Fan's eyes ardently focused on the 5-star mentors who had their backs to him, emanating a fervent love for the singer and a relentless pursuit of the song. As the accompaniment gradually faded, his eyes welled with tears, a silent sigh escaping his heart. Just as the final notes were about to dissipate, a sudden flash of crimson light illuminated the space, revealing a large checkmark hovering above Lin Fan's chair. Simultaneously, his chair began to slowly turn. The director in the audience momentarily froze, exclaiming, "Who turned around?" "Damn it, it's Teacher Lin Fan," replied the supervising producer with a wry smile. The director's expression was filled with an unspoken frustration. Had it been another celebrity mentor, he could have sought compensation for any contractual violations, often tenfold. However, Lin Fan's situation was quite unique. Not only was there no contract, but even if there were, it would be futile. The interpretation of the contract lay solely in the boy's hands. Even if it stated one thing, he could assert it meant another. It could be written that the director was to be compensated 10 billion, yet if the boy insisted it was the other way around, the director would have no choice but to comply. I simply cannot bear to witness such a talent fall from grace, Lin Fan mused with a smile, his chair gradually pivoting to face the audience, his gaze calm, yet imbued with warmth as he looked at Zhou Qian. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Qian's eyes brimmed with tears. And with a soft thud, he knelt before Lin Fan, rising slowly after a moment. Mr. Lin, you are truly a person of integrity. We are but mere performers. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lin Fan, you are indeed a man of courage. I can almost envision the director's face turning pale, unable to voice his anger. Another mentor laughed heartily. Quiet, quiet, Lin Fan sighed with a wry smile. This is merely standard procedure. If any of you have someone in mind, just let me know, and I shall turn. The four celebrity mentors gazed at Lin Fan like starry-eyed admirers, their eyes shimmering with affection. All right, you are now my team member, from this day forth. You shall join my ranks, Lin Fan proclaimed with a smile, microphone in hand. Thank you, mentor, thank you. Zhou Qian nodded vigorously. The host's gentle voice resonated. Please welcome Zhou Qian to the stage for a break. Letting out a breath, Zhou Qian descended the stage, passing by the director, feeling a chilling aura. He looked at the director, who wore a sunny smile, nodding and giving a thumbs up, softly encouraging, keep it up. Thank you, director. Zhou Qian inhaled deeply and strode confidently towards the lounge. Thank me? The director's face was marked by a bittersweet smile as she shook her head and addressed the producer beside her. Refund the designated singers. We have the esteemed teacher Lin Fan here. Let us not indulge in any underhanded dealings. It is better to act with integrity than to engage in shady practices. The producer's expression was one of palpable distress, and ultimately, he cast a glance at Lin Fan, nodding in agreement. Fine, let it be. Lin Fan, our magnificent idol. How impressive, cheered the fans, their enthusiasm erupting once more. There are no hidden agendas, truly none. Lin Fan, I adore you. The venue resonated with their melodious voices. The director turned her gaze toward the supervisor and inquired, what is the live broadcast viewership? 1.3 billion, the supervisor replied, his voice trembling in disbelief. How much? The director shuddered involuntarily. 1.3 billion. Is that truly the figure? Her eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting sheer shock. She looked up at Lin Fan, seated in the highest chair, with a sense of relief washing over her. Thank goodness I invited the illustrious Lin Fan as a judge. Otherwise, would such an opportunity have come our way? Elated, she pumped her fist in the air, a radiant smile gracing her face. Director, what if we let a popular young singer take the stage next? That could amplify the excitement, suggested a producer nearby. Yes, that is a good idea. Let her go on stage, the director nodded, her gaze drifting back to the stage. Lin Fan, you are truly my idol, exclaimed a star mentor, gazing up at him with admiration. Oh, it was merely a small gesture. Nothing to worry about, Lin Fan replied with a modest wave of his hand. At that moment, the host's voice rang out again. Please welcome the emerging powerhouse of the online music scene, Xiaobai. A young girl clad in a white, ultra-short skirt stepped onto the stage, her face radiating joy as she looked toward Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling. It's her. A star mentor squinted, studying her closely, murmuring. Who is she? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. She is quite the internet sensation, boasting 360,000 followers on Douyin, the star mentor exclaimed, her expression one of exaggerated awe. Is that considered a lot? Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Compared to your following, certainly not, but it is substantial nonetheless. She is the foremost among the new generation of singers. The star mentor replied with a smile. I am genuinely curious about what song she will bring to us. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobai stood at the center of the stage, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan as she solemnly announced, I present my original song, dedicated to my esteemed teacher Lin Fan. Beneath the stage, the voices of the fans erupted once more, each one brimming with excitement, exclaiming, someone is actually going to sing for the illustrious Lin Fan. How delightful, indeed. I find myself quite anticipating this moment, as it is a first of its kind for me. Oh, if only I were the one to serenade the esteemed Lin Fan. A faint smile of resignation crossed Lin Fan's face as he subtly shook his head, pondering, what is this predicament? Have the fans truly followed me to the stage? Oh, Lin Fan. Even this admirer of yours has come to express her affection, remarked one of the celebrity mentors with a playful smile, her lips pursed. Do you think she will directly confess her feelings to you? How could you even suggest such a thing? Is there anyone in this nation who isn't a fan of Lin Fan? Questioned another mentor, arms crossed and head held high, exuding pride. It seemed that everyone indeed was an admirer of Lin Fan. The previous mentor fell into contemplation. Simultaneously, the melodious voice of Xiao Bai began to resonate, prompting Lin Fan to close his eyes and listen intently, reflecting, this is quite impressive. Her voice possesses a remarkable talent. To his surprise, the song was a love ballad. Lin Fan's heart raced, as it was indeed his first experience of someone confessing their feelings for him on stage, especially through a romantic song. Xiao Bai's gentle voice filled the air, her emotions pouring forth as she sang. Chapter 53. The Contestant's Choice. The aggrieved mentor. This contestant's voice is exceptional, Lin Fan remarked, a smile brightening his face as he nodded in appreciation. Lin Fan, will you not turn around? A celebrity mentor inquired with admiration glimmering in her eyes. Wasn't he, the director, silent? I shall listen a bit longer, Lin Fan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The four mentors beside him could not suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, the director's expression darkened momentarily, a resigned smile creeping onto his face as he seized the microphone and declared earnestly, if you are satisfied, feel free to turn around. The curtain has been lifted, and the obscurity has officially ended. What? Exclaimed one mentor, her face reflecting a look of disbelief. Is this the power of Lin Fan? My goodness. Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable, another mentor whispered in awe. Just average. Lin Fan waved dismissively as he noted that the contestant's performance was nearing its end. He glanced around and asked, are you not turning around? I still feel it lacks something, one mentor chuckled. Very well, I find it quite good, Lin Fan declared, pressing the button firmly. With a resounding click, a red checkmark appeared above Lin Fan's chair, which then slowly turned to reveal him. A look of astonishment spread across Xiao Bai's face, her eyes widening as she poured her heart into her singing with renewed vigor. With a resounding thud, a celebrity mentor expressed her admiration for the newcomer, unable to resist turning her gaze towards Lin Fan, softly remarking, Lin Fan, my esteemed idol. It seems I must compete with you. Very well, Lin Fan replied with a smile. As the melodic notes gradually faded, the surrounding audience emerged from their reverie, their attention shifting from the contestants' faces to Lin Fan's, gazing at him with renewed fascination. Thank you, both mentors, Xiao Bai said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her body trembling slightly as she clutched the microphone, unable to contain her excitement. Do not be anxious, Lin Fan encouraged playfully. Now that two mentors have turned, whom will you choose? Should you not select me, I might just make things difficult for you, he jested, eliciting laughter from the nearby celebrity mentor. Oh, Lin Fan. Do not frighten her, she chuckled. Xiao Bai bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with color as she focused intently on Lin Fan. I choose Lin Fan, my esteemed idol. I came here for you. I am your fan, she declared. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Fan's face. You did not even inquire about my opinion? The celebrity mentor pouted, clearly aggrieved. My apologies, mentor. I like you, Lin Fan, Xiao Bai said, bowing deeply to the celebrity mentor. All right, you may step down to rest, Lin Fan said with a smile, extending his hand. Xiao Bai glanced at Lin Fan once more, then happily made her way off the stage with the microphone in hand. Goodness, it seems my fame still holds some weight, Lin Fan mused, glancing triumphantly at the celebrity mentor, whose large, glistening eyes were directed at him. Lin Fan, you are teasing me again, she murmured, pouting slightly. Be serious, Lin Fan replied, his expression one of exasperation. Very well, the celebrity mentor said, still blinking rapidly and casting flirtatious glances at Lin Fan. At that moment, the next contestant made her entrance onto the stage. She was neither a celebrity nor an internet sensation, but rather an aspiring singer and a third-year university student. Oh, this young lady has quite the unique charm, Lin Fan remarked appreciatively. Indeed, she is rather endearing, the nearby celebrity mentor added with a smile. Greetings, mentors. I will be performing the song tomorrow, the singer said, bowing to the 5 mentors before directing her gaze towards Lin Fan and beginning to sing softly. With his eyes closed, Lin Fan listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. This singer's vocal ability is rather mediocre, he observed, glancing at the celebrity mentor beside him. I concur, She does not appear to be a professional, she replied. The star mentor shook his head, yet did not open his eyes. Why do I feel as though the sound is drawing closer? Lin Fan could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes. Lin Fan, my idol. I have come to find you, she giggled. Oh my. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as the contestant boldly approached him and leaped into his embrace, cupping his face and pressing her lips against his. Ah! Lin Fan gasped in surprise. Quickly, security, let go. The director below was in a state of panic. If anything were to happen to Lin Fan, her future career would be ruined. How could there still be such contestants? Lin Fan, I adore you, the girl pouted, pecking him gently on the lips. Let go, let go. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the multitude of fans watching. If he were to falter as an idol, he would surely be ridiculed. Release Lin Fan, my idol. One of the star mentors could no longer stand idly by. Once she realized the situation, she rushed forward, grabbing the girl's shoulder and attempting to pull her back. However, the girl clung tightly to Lin Fan's neck, showing no intention of relinquishing her hold. I'm coming too. Another star mentor dashed over, also trying to separate Lin Fan from the girl, but the girl's grip was surprisingly strong. Even with the combined effort of two, they could not succeed. Ultimately, all four star mentors rushed in together, managing to pry Lin Fan and the girl apart. Though Lin Fan's face was now covered in saliva. Hurry, pull her away. The director shouted, rushing toward Lin Fan and dropping to the ground. Lin Fan, are you all right? Lin Fan wiped his face with a towel and smiled. I'm fine, really. His gaze shifted to the audience below as he took the microphone and declared loudly, please remain calm. Please remain calm. It was just a minor incident. The fan must have been overly excited and lost control. Let us not blame her, all right? Wow, Lin Fan, my idol, is truly wonderful. He.S. taking the blame for the fan's actions, someone exclaimed. I'm so touched by Lin Fan. I shall be his fan for life. Chapter 55. Lin Fan's Decree, a monologue of innocence. Oh my. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Fan helplessly placed a hand on his chest, his expression one of bewilderment. Hee. The star mentor beside him chuckled softly, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she gently remarked, Lin Fan, my idol, it's simply because you're too handsome. With such striking looks, if I weren't exercising restraint, I would have wanted to kiss you myself. Really? I didn't notice that, Lin Fan replied, glancing at the star mentor. As the event approached its conclusion, one of the star mentors playfully suggested, how about a meal afterward? You could take a glimpse. With a charming smile and her large eyes sparkling, she directed a flirtatious glance towards Lin Fan. His expression was one of exasperation, rolling his eyes and retorting candidly, do you even deserve that? The star mentor pouted, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. I believe I could manage as a concubine. After all, I hold quite an affection for the illustrious Lin Fan. Ah, no. Please, Lin Fan interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the other three star mentors. And he inquired with a wry smile, and you all? We too are quite enamored with you, esteemed Lin Fan, they replied in unison. Lin Fan internally rolled his eyes yet again, surveying the four-star mentors before him. Each one radiated a goddess-like beauty, their attractiveness rated well above 97. However, due to their rigorous exercise regimens and celebrity status, their figures were somewhat lacking, leading Lin Fan to ponder, with such physiques, how will they manage childbirth in the future? With a weary sigh, Lin Fan closed his eyes and reclined in his chair, opting to rest instead of dwell on the matter. As the next singer stepped up to perform, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. Following the earlier incident, for security personnel stood guard beside him, ensuring his safety and preventing any further unwanted advances. One star mentor whispered, is it just me, or does her singing seem rather mediocre? Her eyes flickered towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head, responding nonchalantly, it's definitely subpar. I can even hear her going off-key. Indeed, another star mentor remarked, removing her headphones and glancing at Lin Fan. Shall we press the reject button? Lin Fan paused, asking, there's actually a reject button? Where? His eyes searched the chair, spotting just a single button. Dear Lin Fan, while you may not possess one, we do. However, pressing it requires your consent. If 3 votes are cast, the contestant will be eliminated, one star mentor explained softly. I see. Lin Fan nodded decisively, proclaiming, go ahead and press it. Understood. The 4-star mentors acted in unison, their petite fingers delicately pressing the green button before them. With a resonant thud, a green cross appeared on their chairs. Eliminated, please escort this contestant off the stage. The host's voice echoed promptly. Chapter 56. Teasing the four-star mentors, they blushed with a sigh. The singer cast one last reluctant glance at Lin Fan before descending the stage. I hope to see more talented performers. That way, I can truly indulge. Lin Fan reclined in his chair, eyes closed. A star mentor beside me, with a mischievous smile and eyes sparkling with fervent light, remarked, "Teacher Lin Fan, once this concludes, shall we head to the hotel? I have a cat that can perform backflips there." Surprised, Lin Fan directed a questioning gaze at the star mentor, thinking to himself, "Is it possible? Has the bold approach commenced so soon?" With a smirk, Lin Fan softly replied, "We shall see then." The star mentor nodded vigorously, a slight smile gracing her delicate features. The expressions of the other three-star mentors flickered with displeasure as one of them murmured, "Teacher Lin Fan, I have one in my hotel room too. So do I, me as well." Now, all four-star mentors seemed somewhat competitive, each stubbornly asserting their claims. Lin Fan chose not to intervene, instead quietly listening to the playful banter among the exquisite goddesses vying for his attention. Ultimately, the decision lay in his hands. He could go wherever he wished, whenever he desired. At last, Lin Fan opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards the stage, announcing, "The next contestant has arrived. Let us begin to listen." "Yes, Teacher Lin Fan," the four-star mentors responded earnestly, their eyes fixed on the contestant who had just taken the stage. Before them stood an exceptionally delicate young girl, seemingly around 18, in the bloom of youth. "Wow, this contestant is quite adorable," Lin Fan remarked with a smile. "Isn't she just charming, Lin Fan?" One mentor winked at him, pouting her lips in a playful manner. "She is naturally endearing, unlike your pretentious act." Lin Fan rolled his eyes, speaking candidly. "Humph," the star mentor pouted, casting a reproachful look at Lin Fan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The remaining three-star mentors couldn't contain their laughter, covering their mouths as they teased, "Old-timer, still trying to act youthful?" The star mentor, her cheeks flushed, retorted softly, "As if you all aren't trying to appear youthful in front of Teacher Lin Fan. Please, contestants, commence your performance." The host's melodious voice gently resonated, though no one paid it any mind. Instead, all eyes were fixated on Lin Fan, as if his unparalleled beauty was the true essence of the song. The young girl, poised and holding the microphone, began to sing with all her might. Her voice, tinged with a youthful innocence, evoked a sense of vulnerability in those who listened. Interesting. An unusual light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. "What is it?" One-star mentor inquired softly. "This contestant has a lovely voice. Her talent is remarkable. And her lips are quite charming," Lin Fan assessed. "Teacher Lin Fan," the four-star mentors gazed at him with a hint of resentment, softly asking, "Are her lips truly adorable?" Lin Fan glanced at the four esteemed mentors, remaining silent as his gaze returned to the young girl. This wordless protest struck the four-star mentors like a resounding slap to their faces. She pouted slightly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. Chapter 57. The star mentors begin to swoon. "Humph, Lin Fan, you jest once more," one of the star mentors said, covering her mouth and lowering her head shyly. "Ah," Lin Fan replied with a wry smile, "I said nothing. Yet, one could sense the disdain in your gaze." The mentor shot him a flirtatious glance, but Lin Fan paid no heed, focusing instead on the young singer on stage. Her voice soared, enchanting and melodious. With his eyes closed, Lin Fan listened intently, and after a while, the song gradually came to an end. Before it concluded, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Why have you not turned around?" "Oh, I almost forgot." The four-star mentors finally reacted, each pressing the button before them. Their chairs slowly rotated. Lin Fan, however, did not press his. He already had a student, while the surrounding mentors did not. He felt it necessary to grant them an opportunity. A soft sigh escaped into the microphone as the girl finished her performance, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Fan. She had come specifically for him. Yet he did not turn, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Lin Fan silently observed the button, and as the performance concluded, the chairs gradually turned. "Please select your mentor," the host's voice announced. The girl's eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan, who smiled at her and said into the microphone, "Please choose your mentor." Okay, she responded, suddenly realizing, her face flushing as she glanced at the four-star mentors. After a brief assessment, she pointed casually and declared, "I choose this mentor." "Very well. You may proceed to the resting area," the host's voice echoed once more. The girl pouted, bouncing reluctantly as she walked off the stage. Hee hee. One of the star mentors beside Lin Fan giggled. This girl came here for you, you know. Is that so? I hadn't noticed, Lin Fan retorted playfully. Did you truly not notice? Or are you feigning ignorance? That girl's gaze was practically shimmering with admiration, the star mentor replied, pouting, her eyes revealing a hint of jealousy. Indeed, her gaze towards Lin Fan had begun to shimmer as well, a phenomenon that had commenced since the show began. Be serious. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and murmured, what about the persona? Before you, what star persona could she possibly maintain? As long as teacher Lin Fan gives a sign, one would be overjoyed. The star mentor, gazing thoughtfully, winked at Lin Fan, exuding an undeniable allure. Even from a distance, Lin Fan could sense the heat radiating from her. Resolutely diverting his gaze, he turned his attention back to the stage. There, a poised and statuesque woman gracefully approached with a microphone, bowing to the audience. The host's voice resonated once more. Please prepare for the singer, the performance is about to begin. A hint of puzzlement flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. What's wrong? The star mentor beside him inquired curiously. Her figure is so tall, yet so flat. It resembles an airfield. Chapter 58. The mixed-race singer takes the stage. Lin Fan's godlike presence. The star mentor, still winking at Lin Fan, playfully teased, look at me, am I not an airfield too? Ahem. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the curvaceous silhouette of the star mentor. Upon noticing, he quickly averted his eyes, raised a hand to touch his nose, and awkwardly remarked, you certainly are not. And me? Chimed in another star mentor, arms crossed, unable to suppress a laugh. You? Lin Fan shot her a disdainful glance. What do you think? Humph. The star mentor pouted, her gaze lingering on Lin Fan with a hint of melancholy, muttering, is it so wrong to be a little flat? Just a little? The mentor at the far end interjected quietly. You barely have anything at all. Humph. The previously speaking mentor clenched her fist and turned to the other star mentor, saying, as if you're any better. Better than you would suffice, the star mentor replied with a grin. Humph. The flat-chested mentor pouted again, softly declaring, when I'm with teacher Lin Fan, things will surely improve. Ahem. Let us focus on the music. Lin Fan refrained from speaking further, smiling as he turned his gaze to the singer on stage. This singer, while indeed lacking in curvature, possessed a statuesque form and long, elegant legs, embodying a perfect pear-shaped figure. Lin Fan admired her silently, while the singer continued to flirtatiously blink at him, seemingly hoping for his endorsement. Yet, Lin Fan kept his hand down, as her singing skills were evidently lacking. He then glanced at the four-star mentors around him and asked, aren't you all turning around? No, her abilities are clearly inadequate. It's best to let it be, one mentor replied with a chuckle. Very well then. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and closed his eyes. 3 minutes later, the song gently concluded. The host's voice quickly followed. No mentors have turned around. This singer is eliminated. You may leave the stage. And we welcome the next singer. Such a pity. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. What a shame, teacher Lin Fan. A star mentor extended her hand, gently gliding it along Lin Fan's arm. Unfortunately, she possessed long, elegant legs. Lin Fan chuckled playfully, noting that she too had striking legs. The star mentor bent down, her legs forming a perfect arc. Lin Fan offered a dry laugh, his gaze shifting back to the stage. To his surprise, the performer stepping up was a stunning foreign girl, a striking mixed-race beauty. Lin Fan assessed her and whispered, this singer has quite an impressive figure and looks. Have you taken a liking to her? With your stature, isn't it merely a matter of beckoning her with a finger or a glance? Perhaps she might even offer a 2-for-1 deal? The star mentor beside him could no longer contain herself and hinted at Lin Fan. I was merely giving a compliment. Lin Fan replied with a wry smile, closing his eyes. The 4-star mentors surrounding him pouted, casting him envious glances, their eyes shimmering with longing. Hello, everyone. The song I am bringing is Hello, My Idol. Immediately, a burst of suppressed laughter erupted from the star mentors near Lin Fan. His expression darkened as he turned to them. The star mentor straightened, fixated on the female singer on stage, yet a smirk lingered at the corners of her mouth, clearly struggling to contain her amusement. Come here for a moment, Lin Fan beckoned with a finger. What is it? The star mentor's expression shifted in surprise as she instinctively leaned in to look at him. Close your eyes, Lin Fan instructed earnestly. You have something here. Really? The star mentor blushed at Lin Fan's handsome visage, immediately shutting her eyes, though her eyelashes fluttered. The other 3-star mentors clenched their fists in envy, their eyes wide with admiration. Lin Fan hovered his hand over her forehead, then, with a swift motion, he flicked her forehead gently. Ouch! She exclaimed, rubbing her forehead, her lips pouting in a playful grievance. That's what you get for laughing at me, Lin Fan retorted, rolling his eyes as he straightened his posture. Well, I couldn't help it. I tend to be serious, unless I truly can't resist, the Star Minter teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Lin Fan, this song was personally written for you. What do you think? I don't look, I listen, Lin Fan replied resignedly. You really are quite tiresome. Listening to music is simple. Why complicate it with unnecessary talk? Hee hee, Lin Fan, do you dislike me now? The Star Minter asked, her big eyes sparkling. Perhaps just a little, Lin Fan admitted quietly, nodding. Hee hee, then let me give you a little tap. The esteemed Minter elegantly shifted her form, her curvaceous figure subtly directed towards Lin Fan. You. Lin Fan's face flushed momentarily, rolling his eyes before he instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Turning his gaze towards the stage, he closed his eyes, silently savoring the moment. Indeed, the singer's voice was quite commendable, and the melody was equally impressive. Yet, there lingered an underlying sentiment in the song that evoked a sense of endearment in Lin Fan. Truly delightful, he nodded with a smile. Lin Fan, why don't you turn around? The Star Minter flashed a smile at him. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in response. You turn instead. With a sudden gesture, the Minter pressed the button before her. The chair gradually pivoted, moving forward until it reached the stage's edge. The singer's expression remained composed, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan's silhouette. Her purpose for participating in the program was solely for him. If Lin Fan remained unmoved, her presence would have been inconsequential. Turn around. The singer felt a twinge of anxiety intertwined with anticipation and uncertainty. The music gradually faded, the accompaniment dissipating bit by bit. Yet, Lin Fan remained steadfast, a man of principle. Regardless of how flattering the performance, he approached it from a professional standpoint. The singer evidently lacked foundational skills, her voice trembling slightly. As the performance concluded, Lin Fan's chair automatically rotated to face the front, revealing the tears streaming down the singer's delicate features. Holding the microphone, Lin Fan imparted his thoughts with fairness and sincerity. Your voice is commendable, but your foundational skills require further refinement. I hope to see you again on this program in the future.